Good morning, everybody. We are opening our first session today, and our first presenter is Joanna Szerszunowicz with a very interesting topic on the influence of ring words on the politics. So we can see the power of ring words in our everyday life. Her case concerning Poland. Joanna, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Irina, for such a proper introduction. It really suits the topic. Before I start, let me thank the organizers for creating this conference and continuing it for so many years, which is a great success. It should be observed that it's a long-standing tradition to meet in November in Tavira to talk about Proverbs. I would also like to thank all people involved, all these helping hands behind the conference, and our technical staff, without whose support we wouldn't be where we are. So, without much further ado, I would like to start with reading the title, Where do you win the presidential election in Poland? A case study of the winged words, wybory wygrywa się w końskich. I guess that many of you, I understand that apart from Poles, we are talking about foreigners, may not know where Końskie is, what kind of place it is. You might have never heard about it, and you shouldn't feel ashamed. There are many places we haven't heard of. They exist, people live there, function, but we have never heard of them. You have heard about, most possibly, Warsaw, Krakow, Danzig, and so on, but there are lots of towns which are also worth paying attention to, as it will turn out, I hope, during my presentation. So I will be talking today about places and their connotative loads, the connotations, the associations they evoke. And you can see here one of the, let's say, humorous maps about Poland showing different regions. My region is where the big brown animal can be seen. It is called European bison. So Białystok, where I work, is a place which used to be a private city, and this lovely building was a summer house of a rich family called Branicki. Below you can see an elk. A couple of years ago, this elk came just to the very Branicki Palace, which is in the city center, and took a bath in one of the ponds. So it was quite a story. So as you can see, it is a region where we live close to nature. And this is my university. Some of you have already visited it. This grayish building used to be a Communist Party house. We will be moved next year to a new campus. So those who have seen it, you have visited a historical place. It will be no longer possible next year. But anyway, so as for the aims of my presentation, I would like to analyze the Polish winged words wybory wygrywa się w Końskich, a nie w Wilanowie. Elections are won in Końskie, not in Wilanów. I would like to discuss the status of the toponym, the place name Końskie, and its connotations, and I would like, if time allows, to present its discursive potential. So, as for theoretical background, there is a notion of axiological geography, which is quite commonly used, I can say, in cognitive linguistics. Of course, if you think about geography, typically it's two-dimensional, but also there can be the third dimension, which is evaluation of a place. So it creates quasi-geographical mental space when you add the assessment of the place, all these connotations which a given place name evokes in people, in language users. Definitely, if you think about geographical map, it is inclusive, all places are included, right? But if you think about mental space and this archaeological geography, definitely not all places are included there. So there are some places which evoke connotations, whereas others do not have such clear associations. So definitely it is asymmetrical. So the mental map can be interpreted as the vision of the world, and it is related to identifying places as place where something happens, as place which is, like this or that. It is also related to labeling, these language labels that we just put like, pieces of paper on the jar to know what is inside. It is built over this geographical map that we know, and to a great extent is independent of anything. It is culturally related. It is also changeable in time. So new places can gain some connotations, as it is the case with Końskie, and definitely such names constitute elements of culture code. As for mental maps, you can talk about them from different perspectives. For instance, it can be a national mental map, so we can expect people to have shared knowledge about given places if they are, let's say, native speaker of Polish, native speaker of German, French, Finnish, whichever language. You can see again here another humorous map of Poland, and can you guess which region is mine? Do you remember? It is the one where the igloo is shown, because traditionally my region is considered to be particularly cold, and usually we talk about this cold pole of Poland, which is near my city. So you can also talk about group mental maps, societal mental maps, or generational mental maps, which also is a very interesting thing. If you think about mental maps, it's a bit like in geography. You can talk about isolines, for example. In the Polish tradition, we can talk about Radgovica, Jałta, Magdalenka, and Itryl. All these places have the common denominator of betrayal. Then you've got a series of names which again can be joined by an isoline, and these places are related to being provincial, a bit retarded in terms of development, economic development, and so on. So, for example, these names like Grujec, Pcim, Pacanów, Kłaj can be used as a term which is pejorative, and it evokes negative connotations. Also, you can talk about isocontrast. So, for example, if you think about Warsaw, which is the capital city, a really modern one, and then you've got Grujec, which is not that far, but anyway, it is seen as a provincial city. Again, Warsaw and Krakow, Warsaw to be seen as a place in which business is centered, economic development, etc., whereas Krakow is the capital of Polish culture, a very historic city. So you can see that we can talk about places in relation as well. It is not accidental that I mention it, because in the winged words that I have quoted, two place names are used. So it is quite important that very often we contrast these places or we put them in one group. As for winged words, just few words about this kind of units, multi-word expression, or also sometimes happens it's a word, usually it's a string of words. Origins can be traced back to the author, so this is quite important. Also, it changes over time, because not always language users are any longer able to associate certain phrases with texts or people. So sometimes only part of winged words goes into the lexicon and becomes a kind of phraseologism, a phraseological unit. What is very interesting is that these winged words, which can be attributed to the source, can be either of intercultural or intracultural character. And if you think about it from a contrastive perspective, these intracultural units are most interesting, because very often they encapsulate in just a few words certain observation about the nation, certain values, etc. As for origins of the winged words in question, if you remember, it was about winning elections in Końskie, not in a place called Wilanów, which is a district of Warsaw. We owe these winged words to a politician called Grzegorz Schetyna, who uttered the phrase in 2016 after his party lost the election. It was quite meaningful that these words were used after losing to indicate the problem. Why? It was kind of an answer that actually it was Końskie that was important, not Wilanów. What is very interesting, I guess that many Polish people are not really very well aware where Końskie was before his uttering these words. As for Końskie, it's just a place. You can see some pictures. Quite a nice place, after all, if you think about it, but not very well known. It is a city in the Świętokrzyskie Voivodeship. As you can see in the slide, it is the seat of Końskie County and urban-rural commune of Końskie. It belongs to Sandomierz land of historical Lesser Poland, and it is located on the northern edge of Kielce-Sandomierz upland. So if you think about numbers, it is around a bit more than 17,000 inhabitants. So it is not the biggest place in Poland, definitely. There are lots of towns of this dimension. So you can see here that it's exactly 17,514 inhabitants as in December 23. So why Końskie appeared as a constituent of winged words, it can be asked. It was used as a term, a symbolic term for small Polish towns, villages of the Eastern Wall. It is a term used quite often in Polish politics and media discourse. If you think about my town, it's exactly situated within this Eastern Wall. Maybe you remember some years ago, those of you who were present, I talked about Poland A and Poland B, these two notions. It has to do with partitions. We were under the Russian partition, and this area is less developed economically and in general is viewed as a bit poorer, with less opportunities for finding a good job, etc. It was often repeated in election campaigns of different politicians, so it's not related to one particular party. It can be used by representatives of different political directions. And what is more, political parties organize campaign events in Końskie. So it has become, we can say in terms of elections, quite popular. So, to sum up, Końskie is a city symbol for provincial Poland, where people vote usually right-wing, a direction for mental and identity reasons, where the position of church is strong. It's viewed stronger than, for example, in big cities like in Warsaw. And also, places like these are viewed as ones with limited access to non-governmental and private media. The second component which appeared is very interesting. It is Wilanów. If you happen to be in Warsaw, it's worth visiting this place. As you can see, there is a lovely palace there. And also, it is a place which nowadays is a residential district with lots of new buildings. So, how to characterize Wilanów, the other constituent that appeared in the winged words? It can be viewed as the kingdom of the novo-rich and successful business people with lavish villas, luxury cars, own swimming pools and own golf courses. It should be golf courses, of course, my mistake, sorry. Inhabitants feel superior to the rest of Warsaw and the rest of Poland, I would say, definitely. Usually children go to foreign schools, like American school in Warsaw, French school in Warsaw. So this is kind of a stereotype. Many people travel a lot, many people can afford services which other people don't. So here you've got a meme reflecting on how we see people from Wilanów. So you can see here inhabitants of Wilanów, when you tell them that the name is derived from Villa Nova, Latin new village. Definitely they don't want to be classified as people coming from a village. So what is also very significant, that shows really a lot, speaks volume about this relation Końskie and Wilanów. We've got a chain of stores for just people, which is called Dino. It's a Polish chain, which is quite important, and usually they place these shops in small villages. One day they were brave enough to decide to introduce Dino in Wilanów. And there was an outcry because people protested and they said, we don't want any provincial shops in our Wilanów. So you can imagine that lots of memes were created because people reacted very quickly. For example, there was a video, Golden Dino in Wilanów. So it can't just be a regular shop because people are too rich to go to just a shop for poor people. So you've got lots of reactions in the form of memes. For example, here you can see the palace, which has this name, brand name, Dino. And you can see the president of Warsaw, Trzaskowski, and his wife as people who are dressed I think it's like, going in Great Britain to see horse races, it would be quite fine, but definitely not to buy potatoes, as is stating here, when you are going to buy potatoes in Dino. So definitely you can see that people laughed at them. By the way, it's not the only thing, because some years ago, one street was to be named Cresswater Street, and they wanted it to be changed for Agrula or something more sophisticated, some more sophisticated name for lettuce. They didn't want to just, Watercress Street it sounds too poor. So you can imagine this difference between Końskie and Wilanów. So again, you can see here a homeless person in front of Dino in Wilanów, and some other pictures with the cars, luxurious cars. Again, this, shop for poor people in Wilanów, which is out of place. Also, Ryanair concept of having Dino in Wilanów, which was quite funny, because they even mentioned red carpet if you want to go there. So there were a lot of jokes about it. So if you think about this interpretation of the winged words, this Końskie this name has become prominent, more visible, more noticeable. And the message is very clear. To win election in the province, one must hold discussions there, take an interest in the problems of local community, and give them a sense of importance. And what you can see here in the picture, it is our ex-president Andrzej Duda, who was on a platform in Końskie signing a document stating that there will be more trains going there. And again, it has become it's kind of, basis for creating lots of memes. For example, one of the captions was that he's writing 100 times, like these school children who were punished, "I will not quarrel with this and that politician." So again, Końskie have gained some status. As for discursive potential, just to wind up this presentation, it is a very interesting phrase from my perspective. I think that it has a lot of discursive potential. Pragmatically, it's limited because usually we talk about winning presidential elections or winning, well, let's say, per extension, any election, yeah? So it is limited, but on one hand it's limited, on the other hand it's really powerful. Because the name Wilanów is really prominent, it has been before, it is conspicuous, visible, it's so much different. For some people it's a bit surrealistic that you can live like that. There are also some books about Wilanów, like wives who live in Wilanów or whatever else. So people know quite a lot, I would say, about what the life looks like there. And also Końskie, unknown previously, I would say, at least to the vast majority of people, me including. On the other hand, it stands as a symbol. So you can see here that it can be used in canonic form, just quoting this phrase. Also, it can be changed and worded as a question. So you can see the question mark here. And then there is kind of answer to this question, because it was about the first phase, the first batch of voting. Also, it can be used within a sentence. For example, here it is used in the conditional form. So on one hand, it's relatively long. It has been cut in half. Usually it is only the first half. The other is omitted in discourse. Typically, it's only the election is won in Końskie. Whereas I think that many people associate still, because it was used relatively recently, these words have been used relatively recently in 2016 for the first time. To be honest, we attribute them to these politicians. We can't say that it is his words, but anyway, it is associated, this authorship is expected like that. So let me conclude by saying that the constituent Końskie, toponym previously definitely less known and less visible, has gained a symbolic status and now is conspicuous on the Polish map. It creates an opposition with the district name Wilanów, luxurious part of Warsaw. Communicatively restricted, as I mentioned before, these winged words are typically used with reference to elections, but it seems that they encapsulate a lot of meaning, a lot of evaluation, and the content is what matters here. So we can't use them in many different situations, as we do with some winged words, which come, for example, from advertising, and they are more versatile from a discursive perspective. Yet I would say that they are quite important and they are likely to remain. Definitely further monitoring of this unit is needed, and hopefully in the future it will be included in lexicographic description with a proper entry giving some insight, especially if we think about bilingual lexicography to prospective users who are not that familiar with the mental maps that Polish people have developed. So finally, I would like to show you again pictures from my region to state that smaller places definitely are worth visiting, and I think we all can be sure about it. We have visited so many beautiful places which are also smaller. So thank you very much, and hope to see you somewhere very soon, in Poland or in Tavira next year. So thank you again.
Thank you, Anna, for the very interesting presentation. Now it's time for questions. If anybody would like to ask. May I ask one thing? Sure. Is my understanding correct that the person who launched, the politician who launched this winged expression, he lost the elections?
Yes, he lost this election, and what is more, it is said that if you don't appear in Końskie, you lose the election. And I think that my Polish friend can confirm that it was the case. That it really works. People observe that, yeah, if you don't appear, because we had debates, and you can accept and come and present and talk, or you can say no, thank you. So not all politicians decide to join this debate. It's televised, and everybody can see and listen to people. So up to now, I think this rule works, that if you don't come to talk in Końskie, you don't participate, then you don't have a chance. I think we had this situation twice, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think so. I think these
winged words have a good chance to survive and to be included in the dictionaries and collections of the phraseological units.
Yeah. Definitely, because people identify as well. If you think in numbers, how many people live in smaller places, not necessarily in Warsaw. Warsaw is very well visible on the map because it's the capital. If you have visited Warsaw, it looks really modern, with very tall skyscrapers, etc., and so on and so forth. And yes, it's true that it's a business center, business hub, so definitely it is very well conspicuous, and it should be visible, definitely. But on the other hand, if you think in numbers, how many people live in these smaller places and do not feel really appreciated, because they are from these smaller places, province, etc. So I think that, yes, this phrase can be used in several contexts by different people to indicate different things. So, yeah, definitely. I also think that it has a really good chance to stay in the lexicon.
Thank you very much. Other comments? Sasha?
Thank you very much. Joanna, is there also... I know that there are smaller cities that you mentioned. What about parts of bigger cities? Are they also used for such wing words?
Well, actually, Wilanów is a district of Warsaw. So it is part of the city, okay? It used to be a separate place, but, you know, it is the tendency that usually when there are some smaller places, they are included in bigger cities one by one, year by year. So we can say that it is a district, yeah? So here I would say that it is an example. But if you think about this mental map, we can find also streets which symbolize something. For example, in the communist times, we had lots of names, also names which become infamous during the Second World War. So then you've got names or districts or smaller places. So, yeah, definitely the mental map is full of items like these, but not necessarily related to elections.
Yes, thank you for your very interesting presentation. And I have no questions, but some comment or additions. Various places have various profiles and stereotypes. Perhaps internationally best known is the place named in Korean K-pop, Gangnam Style. Gangnam is some kind of rich place somewhere there. And in Finland, most famous is perhaps its opposite, so-called grandma from Pihtiputaa. Pihtiputaa is quite a small place somewhere in rural Finland, and if something is explained so that even grandma from Pihtiputaa can understand it, so then it is simple enough and everyone can understand.
Thank you very much, Joanna. Your illustrations are always so apt as well. I was just wondering, we talked in previous times about blason populaire. So is there a difference? You know, for instance, names that people give to places, maybe even in school, that there's an area between two buildings in the school that my children went to where it's breezy and the children have named it Windy Gap.
Oh, yeah.
And so on, and streets and towns and areas of the whole country of Ireland and in other places. Mm-hmm. So what exactly is the difference between that old term that people used to use, blason populaire, and winged words, or have I...
Well, winged words can come, for example, from literature, from different sources. So right. Really from different sources. As long as this origin is traceable, you can qualify this as winged words. So I think that you know, it can be the song, it can be a film, it can be anything actually. It can be somebody's speech, political language, as long as you can identify the source. I'm not sure if I understood your question. Yeah. And what is very important, this classification can change. Because sometimes just a part of it, not the whole phrase works, but only part of it can become an idiom. We had examples from songs, for instance, that there were only, you know, some short bits of longer phrase, and then it's included in dictionary of idioms, and it wasn't classified as winged words. I don't know, to be honest, if it's really a good idea, because still it can relate. For some people, it's very difficult to say, because even if you do a large-scale study, still I don't think you can be like 100% sure it's still to be identified or not by language users. But it's kind of, you know, agreement, general term, winged words. We have dictionaries of winged words, actually. 2 big volumes. Yeah.
Other questions? May I ask why one thing more? Is the etymology of this Villanova is really Villanova or it's something else?
It is like Villanova. It is one of the most possible explanations. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We don't have more questions. Thank you very much for your presentation. And our next speaker is from South Africa, James Mafela. He will speak about the Proverbs with the component of woman or women, which is always actual and interesting for everybody, not only for ladies. The floor is yours, James.
Good morning, colleagues. Firstly, I would like to thank the conference organizers for making it possible for me to come and present my my paper. We know that men are regarded as the heads of families in African households, whereas women play a major role in sustaining the family. Then they provide for the family in various ways, including tilling the land, weeding and harvesting the crops, fetching wood and fetching grass from the field, and looking after the children. However, some modern African communities view African cultures as oppressive towards women a view which gives rise to conflicts in the communities. According to the modern African view, African customs are patriarchal in nature and do not respect a woman in all spheres of life. Then the African cultural view of women is set out in their traditional law in the form of folk tales, proverbs, idioms, and riddles. Africans view oral tradition as a representation of reality in the society. Then the aim of this presentation is to investigate the perception of women through the eyes of Proverbs. Selected Tshivenda proverbs are examined to ascertain the image of women in the society. Then a proverb is a saying of popular wisdom accepted by a language group as an expression of truth. In his comment about the function of Proverbs, Nyamende 2003 mentions Kuzwayo, who states that Setswana Proverbs functions as a window on African life, providing cultural values in a condensed form. Then it is believed that Proverbs remind members of the community of the wise codes of conduct. Then the three selected Tshivenda proverbs for the current discussion are Kutsazi Ayimbi Mucho, loosely translated, a hen does not announce the dawn. Then the second one, Vuhadzindi Namaya Tore Yapupumari Yapunjera. Then loose translation, a wife's relatives-in-law are like lean meat. We keep the froth from boiling over with a spoon. And the last one is Charo Chamusadzi Chibuhadzi. Then the loose translation, the wife's grave is at her husband's homestead. Then the first what you call proverb, which is a hen does not announce dawn. Then Van Warmelo interprets this proverb as follows. It is used of women that they have no say in affairs, and by women if asked of their opinion, but reluctant to show color. Then the interpretation emphasizes that it is the prerogative of the cock to announce the dawn. The general meaning of the proverb is that women have no say in affairs in the community. Chickens are important in the life of many human communities, particularly Bavenda. They can be used for several purposes, including that of announcing time and as a side dish. In the past, chicken meat was considered a delicate side dish among Bavenda. Every Muvenda homestead used to have several chickens for the purposes of the above mentioned. Then chickens can also be used to differentiate between the status of men and that of women in the society. Thus, Bavenda used the proverb, a hen does not announce dawn. Then, in addition to crowing in the morning, cocks protect and lead the hens. The fact that a hen does not announce dawn means that it is perceived as weaker than the cock. The crowing of the cock also awakens people in a village to start the daily chores. Then the proverb, a hen does not announce dawn, is used by individuals to make known to the society that women do not have a say in the affairs of the community. This proverb originates from the action of the cock of announcing the dawn every morning. The cock symbolizes man in the family and community at large, whereas female chicken symbolize women. Usually, this proverb is mentioned at a gathering such as traditional court or family council when a decision is taken both by the community and family. Such gatherings are dominated by men and are patriarchal in nature. In this regard, women are perceived as people who do not have a say in both the family and community affairs because they are weak. They are perceived as people who are protected and led by men. Any event that takes place in the family or community must be reported to males for their attention. When a judgment is passed in a traditional court or conflict resolution council meeting in a family, it will always be argued that women have no say in such matters, even though they are permitted to participate in the proceedings. Their participation is passive because they do not have a say, except in matters which fall under their roles, where they are allowed to have a say in the background, with the final decision passed by men. Then it is interesting to note that traditional Vavenda women acknowledge that they do not have a say in the affairs of the family and community. Although it is believed that women do not have a say in the family and community affairs, they are asked to come up with opinions regarding a matter under discussion. In many instances, their response will be, "A hen does not announce dawn," which emphasizes that they do not have a say. Then indeed, that will be their final response. The Vavenda culture has inculcated to women the idea of looking down upon themselves regarding decision-making. This can be illustrated with an event of witchcraft that takes place in the novelette Alderwani by T.N. Maumera. In this narrative, Chief Rachihure suspects that his family is bewitched because when he woke up in the morning, he found a dead owl in front of the hut. He summons the headman and his wives for some advice and how to approach the matter. When he addressed his wives on this matter, he said, the English translation, "You, my wives, what do you say about this bad omen? As for me, I do not know what to do, as I told you." And one woman amongst his wives then responds, English translation, "We are just women. There is nothing we can say about a serious matter such as this." Then Rachihure is asking for some advice from his wives, and one of them confirms on behalf of the others that they cannot advise him because they are women. The use of "we" refers to all Rachihure's wives and Vavenda women in general. Rachihure does not insist that they come up with their opinions because he knows that it is a prerogative of men to come up with a decision. Hence, a hen does not announce dawn. Then the second, what you call proverb, a wife's relatives-in-law are like lean meat. We keep the froth from boiling over with a spoon. Then Van Warmelo interprets the proverb, a wife's relatives-in-law are like a lean meat we keep the froth from boiling over with a spoon, as an admonition to treat in-laws with tact and circumspection. Then according to the Chivenda tradition, when a woman marries her husband, the two stay together at the husband's home. That is his parents' homestead before they could establish their own homestead. When staying at the husband's home, the wife is expected to treat all the in-laws, including the extended families, with care and tact. This is because she is not only married to her husband, but also to her husband's family and relatives. A metaphor, wives' relatives-in-law are lean meat, has been used in this proverb to show that marriage is complicated among some African societies, particularly Bavenda. Then Monique, 1978, in this regard states, marriage, in brackets linyalo, among the Pedi is not an individual affair, legalizing the relationship between a man and a woman, but a group of concern legalizing a relationship between two groups of relatives. The Pedi is one of the African ethnic groups in South Africa, which shares many of its cultural aspects with the other ethnic groups in the country. Then, like Bapedi, marriage among Bavenda legalizes a relationship between two groups, that of the husband and that of the woman. Then marriage, in this regard, is compared to lean meat. Lean meat is not easy to cook. It takes time to be ready for consumption. When lean meat is cooked, it keeps on producing froth that boils over. Then during this process, the cook keeps the froth from boiling over with a spoon, an action which is wearisome. Froth in this regard is compared to problems brought about by the in-laws who do not respect the married woman. In some instances, the in-laws ill-treat the woman by, for instance, giving her a lot of work to do, showing disrespect, etc. Through this proverb, a woman is encouraged to endure all the ill treatment meted out to her by the in-laws. Although enduring all the ill treatment could be tiring, she is not expected to fight back. Instead, she should develop skills to handle the situation without offending the in-laws. Then she is not expected to move out of the husband family homestead either until the right time comes. Then if she happens to report her ill treatment by the in-laws to her family, she will be reminded of the proverb, a wife's relatives-in-law are like lean meat. We keep the froth from boiling over with a wooden spoon. Her parents will never encourage her to return home because she is ill-treated. Neither will they encourage her to divorce her husband. Instead, they will encourage her to endure all the ill treatment and be creative enough to come up with strategies to handle the in-laws. Admonition of women is also realized in the proverb, the wife's grave is at her husband's homestead, discussed below. Then this proverb, the wife's grave is at her husband's homestead. Then Chikota interprets it as follows. A wife must tolerate everything when married until she dies and buried at her husband's home. Then the proverb, the woman's grave is at her husband's homestead, means that a woman should be buried at her husband's homestead by her in-laws. Her parents' people do not have much say in this regard. Like the proverb, a wife's relatives-in-law are like lean meat. We keep the froth from boiling over with a wooden spoon. This proverb emphasizes that there is no divorce between husband and wife. When a woman gets married, she is not married only to her husband, but also to his family and extended family. Then this means that the two families, her family and that of her husband's, are interconnected to the extent that it will be difficult to cut the ties. Once the man and the woman are married, there is nothing which can separate them until death do them part. Then, besides difficulties between her and the in-laws, she must endure and carry on with her life. Then the man is not expected to send her back to her parents because she does not beget children. An arrangement could be made by the two families for the couple to have children. Then the only exceptional situation is when the wife is identified as a witch, which then can lead the couple's separation. According to the Chivenda tradition, if the wife is identified a witch, it follows that her family are witches too, because it is assumed that they taught her witchcraft. No one wants to associate himself or herself with witches. As a result, the woman is sent home to her parents and the marriage proceeds are not refunded. This can be illustrated by an event that takes place in the novelette Ererwani, which was cited earlier. In this novelette, Ererwani, Chief Rachiule's youngest wife, is accused of witchcraft by a Zionist priest. She is accused of putting the dead owl at the doorstep of Chief Rachiule's sleeping hut. When Chief Rachiule learns that his beloved wife is bewitching him, he stood up and said, "Today I am embarrassed to find out that, after all, the killer is the person I dearly love and trust. It is not proper for her to do that. As for me, I thank the priest Machinise wholeheartedly. You did well, my lord. You revealed this witch who does not care when bewitching. As for me, tomorrow morning I'm sending her back to her parents for good. Even if I'm generous, I cannot stay with a beast of prey knowingly." Then Ererwani is sent back to her parents because she is identified as a witch by the Zionist priest. Her parents do not make a follow-up because they are aware that she has been accused of witchcraft. When the woman's husband passes on, she is not permitted to marry another man. She would rather be given a man from the family of the husband to look after her and her children. However, she remains the wife of the husband. When she passes on, she is buried by the family of the husband, with very little involvement of her parents' family. This means that a woman is considered a member of the in-laws even if the husband passed on. Under no circumstances will the woman go back to her parents to marry another man, even if life is unbearable with the husband family. then if she can opt to go to her parents or try to marry another man, her family will remind her of the proverb, a woman's grave is at her husband's home or homestead. Then the discussion of the 3 selected proverbs reveals how Bhavenda perceives women. Women are viewed as persons who cannot protect themselves and decide on important matters in the community. Then they rely on males for protection and decision-making. The terms cock and hen symbolize the qualities of a man and woman, respectively. Whereas men are depicted as assertive in life, women are passive both in the family and community. Ferguson, 1973, writes, women are thought to be passive when compared to men who assumes the initiative in the sexual act. In business, in politics, passivity has a lower value since assertiveness is needed for success, and it is men who succeed. Close quote. Although at present there are several women who are assertive and succeed in spheres dominated by men, the general perception of men by Bhavenda is still that which is relayed by Proverbs. Ferguson considers such women as unfeminine and unnatural. Men are considered as leaders and decision makers in all spheres of life. That is socially, religiously, politically, and economically. This perception is not wholly true. Women might be considered not leaders and decision makers in their families and communities, but they are deeply responsible in the development of members of the families and communities. In addition to teaching the youth to socialize, they inculcate family and community values to the children through riddling, the narration of folk tales, legends, and myth. Economically, women are more active than their male counterparts. For example, they are responsible for tilling the land, harvesting, cutting grass, for thatching, etc. Religiously, they act as intermediaries between the ancestors and the living. Looking at the role women play in the families and communities, one can conclude that they are leaders of their families and communities. However, men are decision makers in all spheres of life. Among others, Bhavenda used Proverbs to admonish married women, thereby creating a peaceful atmosphere and close relationship amongst the members of a family and that of the community. This is so because a woman is not only married to a husband, but to the family and the extended family too. Therefore, she is expected to stay with the in-laws till she passes on. She can achieve this by treating her in-laws with tact to avoid conflicts. There will always be harmony in both the family and the community if the woman is able to handle the ill treatment she received from her in-laws peacefully. Bhavenda do not tolerate a woman who involves herself in disputes with the in-laws. Arguing with her in-laws will lead them to giving her derogatory names. Her parents, too, will encourage her to endure ill treatment for the sake of peace in the family and community. The parents do not listen to the woman when she complains about the ill treatment she received from the in-laws. Through Proverbs, Bhavenda teach married women that the in-laws are their close relatives compared to their parents. Women are bound by marriage and the offspring they produce. The children adopt the clan name of the father. As a result, they become more attached to their father's family or clan than that of their mother. Because of the children's attachment to the father's clan, the mother becomes attached to the clan too. Bavenda have the following proverb to illustrate this relationship. That is Mutupo Utevera Ngombe. English translation, the clan name follows the cattle, which is interpreted as a child belongs to the family of the man who paid for his or her mother. That is, it is cited from Van Vermeulen. Then, thank you. Then the woman cannot, therefore, have a children at their father. The woman, therefore, cannot leave her children at their father's place and go back to her parents to marry another man. Bavenda women are therefore informed that it is not possible to institute divorce between husband and wife and the two families on the other hand. Even under the influence of the Western way of life, the rate of divorce is low at present. That is among the Bavenda. A woman's attachment to her husband's clan gives her a high status in the family. She commands respect from the family and the community because of her acceptable behavior as indicated in the preceding paragraphs. She looks after the rituals of the family and is considered a knowledgeable person about the traditions of the family. She passes these traditions of the family to the next generation. As a result, when she dies, she is bound to be buried at her in-laws, by her in-laws and her children. Then in conclusion, the conclusion here, it's more about the findings. Then the analysis of the image of women through Chivenda Proverbs revealed that Bavenda perceives women both positively and negatively, meaning that the perception is multifaceted. Women are seen as fundamentally important, yet officially inferior, celebrated for their strength and endurance, yet denied a public voice, expected to be agents of harmony, even at the expense of their personal comfort. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James, for this very interesting presentation, which in my mind caused a fountain of thoughts and emotions. Do you have questions or comments on this presentation? On the floor? Yeah? Pekka.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. It came to my mind that Africa is a huge continent. So is it justified to speak about African view on women and their position in society?
Well, I may have referred to African women, but mostly I was referring to Bavenda women.
Yes, I understand that your empirical material from certain group and certain place, yes. And it came just to my mind that my mentor, Professor Matti Kuusi, in the beginning of 1970s, published a comparative study of position of woman in Finnish and Ambo Proverbs. I don't know, Outi perhaps knows whether this article is published in English.
I don't think so. It was really that he emphasized the thing that those elderly women are very, very important in this Ovambo culture, and it was kind of turned around because he really used it as how women can be very important persons, like a matriarchal. So we are kind of astonished about this. Is it everywhere, in every culture in Africa, this patriarchal system?
Well, I cannot say everywhere, but mostly I'm talking about those found in the southern, what you call, part of the continent.
Yeah.
And even amongst those, you might find that others are handling it differently.
But I would also ask that how do younger people nowadays think about those proverbs? Have you any review of younger persons use? How do they? I think they use those proverbs in another way as before, or something like women.
Regarding the younger generations, I can say that the proverbs are still used as they were used in the past. That is especially when it comes to the judgment at the courts, and also when they are discussing big issues in the in the families. Then if those issues involve the youth, then they will also be applied to those to the youth. But as for maybe reflecting on the on the proverbs themselves, then the youth of today, they know very little about the the proverbs. Yeah. But when they are used, then they can follow what is being said by the by the elders.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Please, microphone.
It's not exactly a question, but in a society where a man can have a lot of women, there must be a lot of men single because there are no women available. They are all taken.
But can you repeat your comment?
If a man can have several women, there must be a lot of men single because they can't find a woman available. They are all taken.
But it's rare. There are always women available for marriage.
How come if a man can have a lot of women?
Well, the point is that it's not, that is when women and men are created, it's not a 50-50.
Oh.
It just happens because they can even take the very younger women. Then that compensates for whatever you're saying.
Okay.
Thank you very much, James. Unfortunately, we are out of time and we don't have any time for further questions.
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I give the floor for the following presenter, the following participant from Lithuania, Rasa Bačiulienė. She will speak, as, if I understand it correct, about an educational project which is always important and interesting. The floor is yours, Rasa.
Next. Good morning, bom dia. Let me present the project, which involved 9 countries, as you can see in the slide. And it also involved 44 schools and special education centers and higher institutions. During this project, 8 bilingual proverbial books, dictionaries actually, were published. And here I have a copy as well to show. During this project, school children illustrated in their native language the Proverbs, and the dictionary goes as follows. Here you have the proverb in Lithuanian, then the equivalent, in this case, this is the English one, the English equivalent, then the drawing which was made by a Lithuanian child and by the British child, and also the explanation of the meaning, because some proverbs are difficult for children to understand, so we have the explanation of the meaning and also variations, how else we can say the same meaning. So these books were made in, as you can see in the slide, in Polish, Ukrainian, Latvian, English, as I have shown, German, Danish, Norwegian, and Russian. It was really very interesting to see what deep insight children have when they produce the pictorial image of a proverb. And now I would like to continue by showing you some drawings made by children, and I do invite you to be really active to help me with that. So here I'm going to show a few pictures. Please tell me what proverb you see. Brilliant. If you run after two hares, you cannot catch either. And as you can see, mostly children are painting what they hear. Two hares and a person running after those. But it was really very interesting as some children were painting the meaning. And as you can see in this one, and the meaning of this one is, if you try to do two or more things at a time, you will succeed in neither. So you see a child here painting and writing, and then a question mark, probably reading the book, which was rather rare. As I have mentioned, children usually draw what they hear, but there were some with really very nice insight. Or here, this is again the same. This was made by an elderly child. I'm sorry, I haven't mentioned that children of all age groups, starting from 6 to 18, participated, so we do have very different drawings. So here you see a very interesting interpretation of if you run after two hares, you catch neither, a pencil, which is sharpened from both ends. Now, next proverb. Again, please have a look and tell me what proverb do you see here? No. Yes, the blind is leading the blind. So again, it was really interesting. In most pictures, children use the eye cover to illustrate that the person is blind, or the stick, which is used by blind people. Or this, for example, painting has no eyes to show that the person is blind. Have a look at this one. What do you see here? Well, you see a dragon.
Is it a wolf?
No, it's a dragon. And I hope you can see this dragon is holding a small dragon in its paws, and then two sticks. So a blind dragon having a smaller one, and then written over there, it says suicide. And so a blind dragon taking another dragon to the ditch. But it's so interesting because this drawing was made by a 12-year-old boy, so we can't imagine what was going in the head of that boy who made this drawing to illustrate the proverb, the blind leading the blind. Or the next one, this is also very interesting. This is the interpretation of the blind leading the blind. What do you see? One of them is smoking. The other one is drinking Coca-Cola. So, well, the meaning of the proverb, a person helping or advising someone knows as little about the subject as the person who is being advised. So as I understand the interpretation of this boy, that drinking Coca-Cola is as bad as smoking. But it might have been a different interpretation. It's just my interpretation of this boy's interpretation. Now, the next proverb, please have a look again. Exactly. The apple doesn't fall far away from the tree. And then we have, again, it's interesting. Of course, mainly it was an apple tree and people. Let us say this girl has a farm. Her family has a farm of horses. So she has horses in her drawing. Or this interpretation is also very interesting, beautiful. Now, a mother, well, the child behaves the same as a mother, eating fruit, probably healthy life living. Now, have a look at this one. What can you see in this one? Well, on the right side, you see a hard-working father and then a child in an apple, also following the steps of the father and working. And on the left side, you have a lazy father and also a child in an apple being lazy. Do you think you can tell the gender of a person who drew this drawing? Let me show then the next one. Again, it's the same. The interpretation of an apple doesn't fall far away from the apple tree. So here we have either a mother or grandmother knitting and a granddaughter also helping with the thing. So comparing these two, now would you be able to say the gender of a child or not really? Oh, sorry, again, the wrong button. Well, probably because I know this one with a son and a father was made by a boy, and this one with a girl and a mother was produced by a girl. But of course, this is not necessarily. But maybe sometimes you can guess the gender, but definitely not always. Now let's have a look at the next proverb. Could you have a look, please, and tell me what proverb is that? No idea? Big thunder, little rain. Big thunder, little rain. Meaning, well, it is used to say when someone promised to do or to give a lot, but then they did or they gave little. And again, a very interesting interpretation is here. We don't have neither thunder, nor cloud, nor rain. We have a tree with a tiny, small, little red fruit, which was produced by that tree. Again, sometimes the inside of the children they amaze. Now, the next one, could you have a look and let me know which proverb is that? Yes, in one ear and out the other one. And again, usually children had the drawings like you have in one ear, out into the other. But again, there were some really very beautiful, very interesting ones and different insights. Here you have a bubble, and the person simply does not accept what they are told or what they hear. Or this one, what do you see in this picture? Can I pay your attention to the balloon? probably you can't see very well, but it reminds brains. The balloon reminds brains. So in one ear, out the other, and brains somewhere out in the space. Again, not listening, not hearing, not accepting. Very interesting interpretation. Now, this one might be a challenge for you to guess, but let's try. The tongue is more venomous than a serpent's sting, or the tongue stings, or there is no venom of the tongue. So words hurt. So again, usually children have a serpent, that stings, or the tongue. Look where the tongue goes, around the neck of a boy. And this one, just go through the heart. It hurts your heart. It goes through the heart. Or this one, can you pay attention to the end of the tongue? It's like a serpent's tongue, which does hurt. And I would like to share a few more. So this one, pay attention to the legs of in the drawings. So these two. Lies have short legs. Lies have short legs. So here we have this and that. But look at this interpretation of the same one. Lies have short legs. Again, it's not what you hear, legs and short. This is, have a look at the shadow of a doll. Do you see? Yes, big nose. The doll doesn't have the doll has a small nose, and the shadow has a long nose. Again, we have an expression with the long, that the nose grows long if you lie. And this one, I hope, is going to be easier. Another proverb. Mm-hmm. Good, very good. Don't say hop until you jumped over. This is again the same interpretation, the interpretation to the same proverb. Don't say hop until you've jumped over. But here, what do we have? Carrots, but we don't see them under the ground. We see them above. And the one which has, small leaves doesn't look very well. The one with huge, big leaves looks just brilliant. But don't say hop until you jumped over. When you take this carrot out of the ground, then which carrot is nicer, bigger? And this one, again, it might be a challenge, but let us try. Pay attention to the color, which symbolizes some precious metal. Yes, all is not gold that glitters, yes. And here, again, the interpretation of a child is totally different. You have a very beautiful apple from outside, but then what do you have inside? You have a worm inside. So all is not gold that glitters. And the last proverb that I would like to share with you, again, this is the same interpretation about the gold. This one. This is really a challenge to guess, but these interpretations were so amazing, so interesting, that I really wanted to share with you. This girl was 17, an elder one, yes. Because you could see the differences in ages. As I have mentioned, children participated from 6 to 18, different ages. Any ideas? Everyone's faults are not written on their foreheads. So from the appearance, you cannot assess a person. You can have no idea what the person is inside and what thoughts they have, what they are like. So these interpretations are really, well, you don't see the face, you don't see who the person is, and then what they might have inside. And the last thing that I would like to share is, even though the children were in totally different countries, some images were so similar, it seemed as if they were sitting at the same desk. So let us say in this one, the cross on the breast and the devil in the heart. Well, it seems like these two girls were sitting to each other, next to each other. Or this one, constant dropping wears away a stone. Again, we have a house, we have this dropping constant. They are very, very similar. Or this one, in English, it's he has honey in the mouth and the razor at the girdle. But in these languages, he has honey in the mouth and eyes in the heart. So, again, how similar the interpretation is. This one, catch the bear before you sell his skin. It's so interesting that it was chosen, those trees and bears, again, somewhere in Denmark and Lithuania, which is rather far away. Or this one, a faithful friend is better than gold. Both children have chosen to show the best friend as a dog. Do you see in the images? And this one about all is not gold that glitters. Again, those two girls in different countries, they have both chosen the apple image to illustrate the proverb. And this one in English, it is, don't buy a pig in a poke, but in Polish and Lithuanian, we don't say don't buy a cat in a poke. But the interesting thing is, there's nothing about rainbow in the proverb, but those kids have chosen to have rainbow in their pictures. Right, so thank you very much. I just wanted to say that this copy goes to Rui and Marinella. Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you, Rasa, for the very interesting presentation, especially congratulations to the young painters, because we have seen beautiful, even professional drawings. Thank you very much. If somebody has comments.
It was wonderful to see those illustrations of the Proverbs. My question is, what was the criteria to select these students? Are they the student of drawing or doing arts classes, or they are doing their normal schooling?
Different schools, as I have mentioned, participated. So traditional schools, schools with inclusive education, meaning that children with disabilities and special needs participated, and also there were some schools with art, how shall I put it, with the art which, well, they had a special attention to the arts. So those were different schools, and the selection, there actually was no selection. Anyone could participate who wanted to, but then the art teachers from those schools, they decided which paintings go to the book.
Okay.
Because not every painting could be included.
Okay, thank you.
By the way, the picture, if you remember, with the blind leading the blind, smoking and drinking Coca-Cola, that painting was made by a child with a hearing impairment. But you can't say that from the drawing.
Thank you, Raja. Just a question. Did someone explain the Proverbs to the children before they did the drawing, or were they just simply giving the text?
No, together with their teachers, they were talking about the Proverbs, about their meaning.
Okay.
They had discussions, and then they were presenting their understanding, their interpretation of the proverb.
Yeah, but I mean, the children did have some understanding of what the Proverbs mean.
Well, I hope so.
Yeah.
Yes, they did, yes.
Well, yeah, I mean, sure, you hope so, but they wouldn't necessarily know what they mean if they were not explained. Mm-hmm. Right, okay.
Other questions? May I ask why I think...
When this dragon painting was there, then came to my mind that there are some boys who always, there are periods, they want only draw dragons. And then it is very clear that he who wants to draw a dragon, and then he puts those dragons going like this. Mm-hmm. And same is for those girls who want to draw everywhere horses. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Then they want these horses there. And same for those dogs also. You saw those friends like dogs, because they really want to draw dogs. Because I was a child, I only draw dogs. Mm-hmm. And then about this rainbow is also... it is nowadays you get those advertisements, those new toys with those rainbow ponies or like this. So it is a kind of global rainbow system. This is one explanation of just...
May I ask one thing? It is a multilingual project. How the choice of the languages was decided?
That is very simple. The choice was decided by ability to find people who would be able to find the equivalents in that particular language. So at the moment, we're doing the Spanish version, because we managed to find a person who could find equivalents of Lithuanian proverbs into Spanish.
Thank you very much. If we don't have any more questions, Rui, should I distribute?
Thank you.
Thank you. The diploma? Mm-hmm. And now it's time to later. Okay. Then I announce a coffee break. Let's be back in half an hour. Fiona?
Sorry. Yeah. Just don't want to... Well, okay for me to say it, yeah. There'll be a change in the programme after lunch. Not after lunch, after the tea break now. The first two lectures are as in the programme, but the third one will be given by Santosh Kumar.
sou a Vitalina, venho a fazer os lares antigos que aprendi com as minhas avós, com a minha mãe, e agora venho a representar para os mais novos saberem como é que se faz os folares. Vou por iniciar a fazer a farinha a massa do pão. Portanto, vou pôr aqui a farinha para amassar. Um quilo de farinha, uma pitadinha de sal, um bocadinho da massa velha, o fermento, como se chama. A massa velha tira-se do pão, amassa-se e depois tira-se de umas vezes para as outras, deixa-se um bocadinho de massa. Massa essa que azeda, põe-se numa tigela, azeda e depois arranja uma côdea e mantém-se ali 8 ou 10 dias em condições de fazer novamente o pão, que é o que tinha aqui nesta tigela, é massa velha. Já pus aqui dentro da farinha. Quem não tem massa velha faz um bocadinho, ou vai à padaria, compra um bocadinho de massa e deixa 2 dias ou 8 dias, se quiser, para azedar mesmo, para novamente, quando nas vésperas quer fazer, pôr no molho um bocadinho e fazer um bocadinho de massa, de farinha, para acrescentar aquela massa, azedar novamente, para termos massa suficiente para dar depois o pão. Porque se não tiver levo, não presta. Tem que estar azedo. E este fermento é para ajudar a crescer. Porque as farinhas agora já não vão lá sem o fermento. E agora vou pôr este fermento. E é tudo. E já lavei as mãos. Vou a meter a mão, que isto com as mãos é que tem que ser. Com a mão é que tem que ser. Vamos pôr aqui a aguinha. Para 1 quilo de farinha, 500 ml de água, 5 decilitros chega. Morninha, para a massa ter força para crescer. Agora amassa-se uns 10 minutos, que isto é pouca quantidade, não leva muito tempo. Ora, já amassei a minha massinha, tive de descansar 1h30, e quem não quiser estar com este trabalho de fazer a massa, vai à padaria e compra já a levedada e é só pôr os ingredientes para amassar o que se chama já os folares. Agora é que se vai começar a fazer os folares. Ora, primeiro vou pôr a banha derretida, 150 gramas de banha derretida. Raspa de limão, de um limão. Agora vou pôr 2 colheres de ervas doces. 2 colheres de canela. Duas de chocolate. E o açúcar. Meio quilo de açúcar. Os ovos. E agora vamos abater isto tudo, fazer uma mistura aqui com isto. Agora tem que ser muito bem amassadinho, até não se encontrar linhas nenhumas, que a massa agora começa a fazer linhas. Vou untar o tachinho com banha. Agora um bocadinho de farinha. Já está preparado para pôr a massa. Estive a amassar isto meia hora e agora vou pôr nos tacinhos, que é para pôr no forno. Ora, vamos pôr o toque final para os nossos chocolates. Pôr aqui o ovinho. E forno com eles. Vou tirar o Filary do forno, tiveram lá 45 minutos. Vou desenformá-lo. Está lindo. Experimentem fazer em casa para manter a tradição dos antigos. Espero que gostem e um bom dia de Páscoa.
Eu sou a Leonilde, venho das Casas Altas e vou explicar como se faz as azeitonas para pôr na mesa e comer. Que as azeitonas não servem só para fazer azeite, servem também para se comer e há umas 4 maneiras de fazer. Temos pisadas, temos de água e temos de retalhadas e de sal. Escolhi estas azeitonas mais verdes para pisar, que é melhor, para não se desfazerem. E as outras são mais maduras, que é para fazer cortes, retalhadas e de água. E estas são mais durinhas. Não podem ser muito pisadas, senão desfazem-se. Tem que se ter cuidado porque isto chisca muito e estas nodas têm azeite. Custa a tirar da roupa. Agora piso as azeitonas, trouxe a neve, os orégãos e os limões e os alhos e faço a salmoura. E depois, se quiserem comer logo, mudam a água dia sim, dia não, durante uma semana estão boas. Vai sempre deitando sal. E se quiserem deixar mais uns tempos, 1 mês ou 2 ou 3, não se mexe mais, senão no tempo que a gente vai a comer. Convém não ser água da torneira, porque é para não ter sabores. Agora vou lavar as azeitonas, ponho no frasquinho, no frasquinho, e depois faço a salmoura aqui à parte e deito a água aqui. E os ingredientes estes. Isto é só uma pinga já agora. Agora já as tenho lavadas, vou pôr aqui os cheirinhos, a nérda e os orégãos e os alhos e um bocadinho de limão em cima, que é para tirar o amargo, o limão. E depois é que se deita a água, que é quando se põe o É amargo e corta os bocadinhos. A coisa está muito cheia. E agora um bocadinho de limão. O limão é para comer o amargo. Estou a fazer a salmoura para fazer a conserva dos 3 frascos das de água. Ai. Agora pus o sal, mexo aqui a água bem mexida e se o ovo vier ao de cima está bom. Está a ver? Se tivesse pouco sal e o ovo não vinha ao de cima. Está bom. Não precisa mais. Agora põe-se a salmoura aqui dentro, a água salgada. Se for para ficar para muito tempo, não precisa mexer mais. Se for para mudar a água, tem que mudar a água e deitar sal. Pronto. Tapa-se e está bom. Já está as azeitonas britadas. Olha, agora já estão boas. Britadinhas daqui a um mês. Se for caso quiserem comer antes, terão que mudar a água e deitar sal. Um bocadinho de sal. Agora vamos fazer as retalhadas. Estas estão mais maduras e faço um corte. Só antigamente fazia 3 cortes, mas como são mais maduras podem-se estragar. E agora fazemos só um corte e também já não salpicam a casa. Ao menos isso. E também são saborosas estas. São muito saborosas. Estas é que têm que estar mais de um mês aqui para adoçar. Olha, já está. É capaz de chegar. Está lá mais uma lavagemzinha. Agora já não preciso mais água. Senão aquela... E agora fomos aqui no frasco. Puxa. Agora estou a pôr aqui os mesmos ingredientes nestas retalhadas, mas naquelas de água não precisa. Pronto. Aquelas ficam aí, se que é para fazerem a salmoura quando elas estiverem doces. Bom, agora este já está. Já está a salmoura e os temperos. Já estão as retalhadas feitas e agora só pedem comer daqui a 2 ou 3 meses. É quando elas estão doces. Se não mexerem antes. Agora, se mudarem a água também, é capaz de adoçarem mais depressa. Agora estas vamos lavar. E ficam na água com o sal, mais nada. E daqui a 1 ano é que elas estão doces. Estas de água vão levar a salmoura e só não levam as ervas. E daqui a um ano, coisa assim, ou 6 meses, devem estar doces, mesmo que não estejam bem doces, vão-se a provar e deita-se então a névoa e os alhos e mais sal, quando fizer a salmoura. Agora esta água é para não se estragarem. E a azeitona vai ficar amarelinha. Quando apanhas azeitonas para fazer de água, tem aqui uma folha. Escolha as mais amarelinhas, que estão mais maduras, senão ficam duras. Podem estar 1 ano. Antes de 1 ano não estão doces. Só se forem mudar a água também sempre. Mas acho que não. Estas são má de adoçar porque ficam inteiras, não sai o amargo. Antigamente só se fazia azeitonas de água, também não havia. Havia poucas azeitonas e agora há muitas. E agora leva esta água. Pois estas dão menos trabalho, mas não são tão saborosas. Agora só daqui a 6 meses ou 1 ano é que se põe as ervas aromáticas e faz-se a salmoura novamente. Agora vamos fazer as azeitonas de sal, que são assim roxas e apanham-se bem madurinhas. E agora lavam-se e vão-se pondo aqui junto com o sal, que é para daqui por uns 15 dias estão boas. 15 dias ou 1 mês. Agora faz assim. Umas pedrinhas no fundo. Umas quantas assim. Estas levam muito sal. Ajuda mais sim. Tem que se fazer num cesto ou num recipiente com buracos, porque as azeitonas vão assim murchando e deitam a água. E com o sal, e não se pode pôr em todo o sítio. E agora já fiz aqui as 4 maneiras de fazer as azeitonas. Tenho as de água, as britadas, as retalhadas e as de sal. E agora façam em casa e espero que gostem.
there that our colleague, Professor Gyula Paksulai, is celebrating his 84th anniversary today. So, as one of the older members of our association, we decided to profit this special moment. He came to our colloquium just to congratulate you in name of all participants and friends that are with you in this day with this beautiful cake. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for coming. In this session, we will present 2 books and a half. The first one is Professor Gyula. For Professor, thank you for giving that possibility. And once again, this book is very important for us.
So, welcome back, everyone, after the break. Today we have 3 speakers, as usual. However, as I mentioned, the first 2 speakers are the same as in the program. However, the third will be Santosh Kumar. Okay, so I'd like to welcome our first speaker, Professor Félix Neto of the University of Porto, who has done a survey of participants at the Colloquio. It was online, and I don't know if any of you here have filled it in, but we'll hear more about it, and his presentation will be in Portuguese. So if you'd like to begin, thank you.
Good morning. Bom dia. I have a very difficult question for you. Who are we? Quem somos nós? Quem somos nós? It's not easy to answer this question. I have not an answer. I gave just a very brief, partial answer to this question. I will do my presentation in Portuguese, but all my slides are in English. Esta comunicação integra-se no projeto Colloquio Interdisciplinar sobre os Provérbios, que tem como equipa de trabalho, temos trabalhado 4 pessoas, além da Joana, a Marinela, Rui e eu próprio. No âmbito deste projeto, já foi feita uma comunicação na segunda-feira para a Joana sobre a satisfação e a percepção do impacto deste colóquio. E o que eu vou apresentar hoje é uma segunda comunicação no âmbito deste projeto sobre um retrato muito parcial, muito breve, dos participantes neste colóquio. Participantes em colóquios anteriores. E nesta comunicação procurarei responder, ou viso responder a 3 questões. Primeira questão. I'm sorry. Esqueci-me. Não anda. Portanto, a primeira questão, quais são os traços de personalidade predominantes? A abertura à experiência, conscienciosidade, a extroversão, a agradabilidade, neuroticismo. Por outro lado, quais são algumas características psicossociais desses participantes, como até que ponto estão satisfeitos com a sua vida, autoestima, criatividade, otimismo, propósito na vida, inteligência emocional e inteligência cultural. Finalmente, uma terceira questão, quais são as relações entre traços de personalidade e essas características psicossociais. Os traços de personalidade, isto é bem conhecido, são dimensões de diferenças individuais, nem tendências a mostrar padrões persistentes, consistentes de comportamento, de sentimentos e de comportamentos. E é bem conhecido o Big Five, não é? As 5 características de personalidade. Portanto, a primeira característica, abertura à experiência. Esta abertura à experiência manifesta a tendência a envolver-nos em atividades intelectuais e vivenciar novas sensações, novas ideias. A conscienciosidade está associada com responsabilidade, autocontrole e persistência. A extraversão representa a tendência a envolver-se em alta atividade, emoções positivas e comportamento social. A amenidade representa a tendência a envolver-se de modo amical, de modo amistoso. E, finalmente, o neuroticismo refere-se à experiência de vivenciar emoções negativas, tais como ansiedade, depressão e mesmo raiva. Além destes traços de personalidade, consideramos também, portanto, algumas características psicossociais. A primeira delas, satisfação com a vida. Esta característica, satisfação com a vida, é, de certa maneira, responsável por estar hoje aqui a comunicar algo convosco, mas não vou agora entrar por essa história, o porquê disso. Digamos que a satisfação com a vida é uma avaliação cognitiva do bem-estar subjetivo, em que as pessoas avaliam a qualidade das suas vidas com base nos seus próprios critérios bem pessoais, individuais. E há investigação que tem mostrado que a satisfação com a vida está positivamente relacionada com saúde e relações sociais satisfatórias, entre outras características, como longevidade, etc., etc. Autoestima refere-se, portanto, à avaliação que fazemos de nós próprios. Autores como Hort e Rubens fizeram uma revisão de tudo o que foi publicado a nível mundial sobre a autoestima, uma revisão sistemática, e concluíram que há um corpo muito volumoso de investigação que sugere que uma autoestima elevada ajuda as pessoas a adaptarem-se com sucesso na sua vida, a ter relações mais satisfatórias, a ser mais bem-sucedido ao nível do trabalho, ao nível laboral, como ao nível escolar, e ter, assim, uma saúde mental e física melhor. Criatividade refere-se à capacidade de gerar produtos imaginativos, está associada com boa saúde mental e, por exemplo, autores que encontraram que a criatividade está negativamente associada com ansiedade, depressão e somatização. Otimismo, que somos todos otimistas, vê-se, é geralmente concebida como sendo a expectativa generalizada de resultados positivos na vida futura. O otimismo permite às pessoas sentir-se mais saudáveis e também está associada com bem-estar. Propósito na vida organiza, estimula os nossos objetivos, gera comportamentos e providencia, fornece um sentido de vida. Está significativamente ligado com bem-estar subjetivo e negativamente relacionado com problemas de saúde mental, tais como depressão, ansiedade, solidão. Inteligência emocional. Sobre este tópico há centenas e centenas de publicações, que representa a capacidade em observarmos a nós próprios e os outros, quais são os nossos sentimentos e emoções de nós e dos outros, discriminar entre esses pensamentos e sentimentos e usar esta informação para guiar a nossa maneira de pensar, a nossa maneira de nos comportarmos. E está ligada também à saúde física, mental, adaptação cultural e produtividade no trabalho. Esta inteligência emocional permite, digamos, um funcionamento social de modo eficaz, satisfatório. Finalmente, inteligência cultural, que é a capacidade de nos adaptarmos quando estamos confrontados com problemas que se levantam nas interações com outras pessoas ou com artefactos de culturas que são diferentes das nossas. Ela está positivamente ligada com um bem-estar psicológico e negativamente relacionada com problemas de saúde mental, tais como depressão. Em suma, há toda uma série de investigação que demonstra que todas estas características psicossociais, satisfação com a vida, autoestima, criatividade, otimismo, propósito na vida, inteligência emocional, inteligência cultural, estão ligadas com bem-estar. A amostra deste trabalho, 108 participantes, com idades entre os 18 e os 85, a média de idade 59 anos, predominância, mas é quase equivalente, enfim, predominância do sexo masculino, 56%, isto não está muito diferenciado. Ao nível de instrução, um dado que vem que quase 2/3 dos participantes tinham um doutoramento, quase 2/3. Mais de 2/3 eram casados e nacionalidade. Tivemos sorte, calhou-nos quase 50-50, metade por metade da amostra, 50 portugueses que responderam e 58 de outras nacionalidades, de 29 nacionalidades diferentes. Estes participantes frequentaram, em média, já tinham vindo 4 vezes, portanto, participaram em 4 colóquios anteriores. 40 destes só tinham participado num e 3 participaram em todos os 18 colóquios. Portanto, esta é a amostra, e é a partir desta amostra que vamos ter a resposta, quem somos nós, ou melhor, quem são aqueles que responderam a este questionário. Para além de informação demográfica, portanto, a idade, o género, etc., este questionário incluía 2 conjuntos de medidas. Um conjunto de medidas para avaliar traços de personalidade e outro conjunto para avaliar as características psicossociais. Para avaliar a personalidade, recorremos ao FIPI, portanto, em que colocávamos questões como, por exemplo, para avaliar a abertura à experiência. Vejo-me aberto a novas experiências. Para avaliar a conscienciosidade, sinto-me confortável e autodisciplinado, etc. etc. As escalas, recorremos a diversas escalas para avaliar os construtos psicossociais, entre elas, portanto, as escalas de satisfação com a vida, autoestima, criatividade, otimismo, propósito na vida, inteligência emocional e cultural. Esta escala de satisfação com a vida, por exemplo, é a escala que é mais utilizada a nível mundial. É uma escala muito, muito utilizada para avaliar a satisfação com a vida. É utilizada não só por psicólogos, mas em todos os outros domínios, em outras ciências sociais, também recorrem, também utilizam esta escala. Os dados obtidos neste estudo, portanto, foram obtidos online, recorreu-se ao Google Forms. Geralmente eram 12 minutos, era o tempo que demorava para responder às escalas, a estas escalas. Claro que nós procuramos fazer um questionário tão breve quanto possível para não amassar muito os participantes, os respondentes. Claro que, do ponto de vista, seria muito mais, poder-se-iam utilizar muitas mais questões para estarmos mais seguros dos construtos que íamos avaliar, mas há um ditado português, não é? Que diz, é o provérbio que diz, quem tudo quer, tudo perde. Por isso, limitamos-nos um bocadinho, não é? A não elaborar um questionário muito longo. Havia duas formas idênticas de questionário, uma forma em português, outra em inglês. Aos portugueses foi enviado a versão portuguesa e a todas as outras pessoas das nacionalidades foi enviado o questionário em inglês. Estes dados são muito recentes, portanto, foram recolhidos abril-maio 2025. A análise de dados, portanto, uma série de estatísticas elementares, muito elementares que utilizamos aqui, não é? Com estatísticas descritivas, consistências interna, t-teste, análise de variância e correlações. Resultados. Temos aqui neste slide as estatísticas descritivas dos traços de personalidade. As respostas podiam oscilar entre 1 e 5. O valor médio era 3. E o que é que nós vemos aqui? Vemos que as 4 primeiras características, openness, conscientiousness, extraversion, agreeableness, têm um valor médio significativamente superior a 3. O neuroticismo inferior a 3. Ou seja, esta amostra, não digo pessoa a pessoa, mas globalmente, é uma amostra que apresenta características altos em openness, altos também em conscientiousness, extraversion, valores altos, agreeableness, também valores altos, neuroticismo, valores baixos. Ou seja, o sine, não é? O sine é oceano. Tudo parece indicar que esta amostra navega em águas límpidas por esse oceano. Portanto, temos valores altos nas 4 primeiras características. Os mais elevados, os valores mais altos, eram em abertura, openness, e amenidade. Eram os mais altos. E valores baixos, só havia valores baixos em neuroticismo. Em relação às características psicossociais, as 7 características, temos também, portanto, os valores médios. Nas 2 primeiras escalas, Satisfaction with Life e Self-Esteem, os valores médios, as respostas eram de 1 a 7. Portanto, o valor médio é 4. Sendo assim, vemos que tanto essas duas características, satisfação com a vida e autoestima, tinham valores significativamente superiores a 4. Já as restantes escalas, a resposta era de 1 a 5, o valor médio, portanto, é 3, e todas elas têm também valores superiores a 3. Portanto, temos aqui valores altos nestas 7 características psicossociais. As duas, os valores mais altos eram a inteligência cultural e, a seguir, em segundo lugar, propósito na vida. Mas são todas, portanto, todas as características apresentam valores altos. Surpreendentemente ou não sei, pelo menos eu fiquei surpreendido, quando tentamos contrastar os resultados dos portugueses versus todas as outras nacionalidades, diferenças? Não diferenças. Globalmente, só apareceram diferenças significativas neste conjunto de variáveis, na variável propósito na vida. Todas as outras características apresentavam valores semelhantes entre os portugueses e as pessoas que responderam das diferentes nacionalidades. Propósito na vida, os portugueses tinham valores superiores às pessoas das outras nacionalidades. Não me perguntem porquê, que ainda não consegui arranjar resposta para responder a essa questão. Mas foi a única variável em que apareceram diferenças entre os portugueses e as pessoas das outras nacionalidades. Neste slide estão indicadas, portanto, as interrelações que existiam entre os traços de personalidade e as características psicossociais. Estão a ver que há estrelinhas mais ou menos por todo o lado, quer dizer que há associações significativas. Há, no entanto, aqui uma exceção. Se vimos no número 5, o neuroticismo, só aparecem estrelinhas em relação a uma variável, só com autoestima. Ou seja, uma relação negativa entre neuroticismo e autoestima. Ou seja, quanto mais alto é o valor em neuroticismo, mais baixa é a autoestima. Isto aparece, está muito bem documentado na literatura, é geralmente o que se apresenta. E o que vemos aqui é que esta característica neuroticismo, de certa maneira, representa um valor relativamente isolado neste conjunto de dados. Concluindo, digamos que este trabalho visou fornecer evidência empírica sobre as características predominantes de personalidade e características psicossociais dos participantes neste colóquio e que quiseram responder. A amostra mostrou, portanto, um perfil de personalidade adaptativo, aberto a novas experiências, consciencioso, extrovertido, ameno e emocionalmente estável. A abertura à experiência foi a característica de personalidade com score médio mais elevado nesta amostra. As pessoas altas em abertura tendem a ser sonhadoras, imaginativas, inventivas e culturalmente adaptáveis. Este traço está positivamente relacionado com a inteligência, que pode facilitar a aprendizagem e a erudição académica. Pessoas altas nesta característica provavelmente participam mais em interações interculturais devido aos seus interesses em novas experiências. Além disso, a amenidade foi a segunda característica da personalidade com score médio mais elevado. Esta característica está relacionada com a amizade, com o cuidado, e as pessoas amenas apresentam relações positivas com outras pessoas apresentam-se como mais empatia no relacionamento interpessoal. Os participantes neste colóquio tendiam também a mostrar altos níveis de satisfação com a vida, autoestima, de criatividade, otimismo, propósito na vida, inteligência emocional e inteligência cultural. E todas estas características refletem bem-estar. Além disso, a agradabilidade foi a segunda característica da personalidade com valor médio mais elevado. E esta característica está relacionada com a tendência, portanto, finalmente, a inteligência emocional foi a característica mais elevada no conjunto das características psicossociais. Nós mediu-se a inteligência cultural com uma escala que avalia uma forma multifacetada de inteligência que está relacionada com interações interculturais eficazes. A inteligência cultural indica a capacidade implicada nas interações interculturais para funcionar de maneira eficaz. Efetivamente, a participação neste colóquio permite-nos interagir com pessoas de outras culturas, de diversas culturas, e também há literatura que nos mostra que a inteligência cultural está relacionada negativamente com etnocentrismo. Portanto, a inteligência cultural, as pessoas tendem a aceitar a diversidade cultural, quem tem um valor alto em inteligência cultural. Para além disso, propósito na vida foi a segunda característica com o valor médio mais elevado entre as características psicossociais que examinamos. Portanto, ela guia os propósitos na vida e as pessoas com valor alto nesta característica tendem a estar comprometidos com atividades pessoais significativas. Como tudo o que é humano tem os seus limites, é óbvio que este estudo tem inúmeros limites, mas, apesar dos limites, digamos, as interrelações que encontramos entre características de personalidade e variáveis psicossociais acentuam dois aspectos. Primeiro aspecto, uma adaptação psicológica global, positiva. Segundo, a competência intercultural que transpareceu também nos resultados desta amostra. Portanto, estas eram as respostas que podíamos dar à questão quem somos nós. Portanto, é uma resposta muito limitada, muito parcial, que pudemos obter e que nos foi, portanto, que agradecemos a todas as pessoas, às 108 pessoas, porventura algumas poderão estar aqui, não sabemos, porque a resposta aos questionários era anónima, não sabemos quem respondeu, mas agradecemos muito a quem quis participar neste trabalho para sabermos, enfim, quem somos nós. Muito obrigado pela vossa atenção.
Muito obrigada. And now we have some time for questions and comments, and Rui will be helping.
Thank you very much for this presentation, particularly for this English version, which I was able to follow. It can be expected that people who are interested in Proverbs have various positive psychological characteristics, but was there something unexpected in the results? What could you say?
Digamos, eu fiquei até muito admirado pela grande semelhança que havia entre os participantes portugueses e os participantes de todas as outras nacionalidades. A priori, poder-se até esperar que houvesse grandes, big differences between the two samples. Mas não. Só encontramos diferenças propósitos na vida.
Okay. First of all, and before to translate for English, and I must tell you that really we had, during these 20 years, some feeling about you have been and you felt during the colloquium. Because some of you remember that after the colloquium, most of you give some kind of feedback, but this was not placed in the correct way. So we decided this year to have that possibility to send a questionnaire, and I know that some persons maybe couldn't answer because they moved from one place to another place, and I have not the actual contacts. Secondly, I think that some persons really reacted not negatively, but saying that some questions we have in the questionnaire were many personal, and once the questionnaire was over the internet, some fear that these answers could have another destination. Portanto, eu expliquei efetivamente. Estávamos à espera da semelhança, mas só para ser semelhança não. And replying to Pekka, we were surprised in some sense because when we confronted different cultures, we were waiting maybe for some difference, significant difference between the Portuguese answers and the other countries' answers, but not. It was really very similar and significant from our point of statistical view.
Thank you. Here, I would also have this question maybe about the percent, how many answers, the percent of those answers of those of all.
As it was told, we had 180 answers. Of course, that this is a small percentage from all the persons that have been participating during 20 years. But as I said before, it was difficult to reach some persons because I had the old contacts and some of them didn't reply.
But what was the percent of those who were, you sent the...
Yeah, it was very significant because really, as I said again, we send for every person I had the contact, the old contact. So some of them we didn't get the answer because maybe they have not the same email address.
So you don't have the percent.
Yeah.
Yep. Anyway, and also there is some kind of, in social psychology, because I'm partly that is social bias. When you answer to this kind of questionnaires, you always try to give an answer you think is according to the expectations of others and expectations of those who make the questionnaire. That's why I, in the beginning of this conference, also said that maybe those open answers to open questions and interviews would tell more about those people. I'm not sure if we are so interested in this. Of course, we are open to cultures like this, but because we come here as a cultural researchers, so it is quite obvious, and that's why I would be interested. What would be maybe you had some questions about where you could write your own thoughts there, not only questionnaire. I don't remember so well.
Sobretudo o problema com o colóquio foi só o questionário, mas provavelmente também, digamos, algumas perguntas individuais e outro tipo de material que não fosse somente o questionário.
Thank you. Evidentemente, tudo tem limites, não é? Portanto, tentamos fazer um questionário muito curto, como disse, para não aborrecer as pessoas que iam a responder e até, estrategicamente, para obtermos mais respostas. Porque se o questionário fosse muito longo, as pessoas poderiam não ter tempo, sentir-se-iam fatigadas. E entre os limites que me sugere a sua questão, é que nós realmente, trata-se de questões self-report questions. E quando há questões, neste sentido, questões autorrelacionadas, nós podemos ter a tendência a responder com desabilidade social. E a desabilidade social é um limite. We have not controlled this trace, social desirability. Sorry.
During the presentation, Félix Neto pointed for limitations of the study, and of course, really, we can foster and improve much more, and maybe next time we can add some suggestions from you to help. But really, Félix Neto said, and we agree, that maybe for the first time, and because we are not convinced that we can reach mostly persons that have been here, maybe this one first level, and we can after add. But he remembered that we were afraid that one long questionnaire could just avoid people to answer. We must have a compromise between these, and we can add some suggestions for the future.
Oh, well, muito obrigada. And I'm sure the discussion can go on later, but now we have to move on. So thanks again. Obrigada.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'd like to welcome Isabel Dâmaso Santos, who is from the Centre for Lusophone and European Literatures and Cultures, CLEFUL, which is based in Lisbon. And today she will be speaking about some aspects of Santo Antonio, St. Anthony. Obrigada.
Good morning. I start saying that I'm very pleased to be here by the hand of my dear friends Marinella and Rui. As that is my first approach to the wonderful world of paremiology, I need to ask for the benevolence of the audience that is made up of leading specialists in this field, from whom I'm learning a lot during over this week. So I want to share with you my first thoughts about the paremiology around the figure of Saint Anthony. So now I change to the Portuguese, but I hope you can understand something. So, I started with these 7 Proverbs that Marinella and Rui sent me to push me to come, and here I am. So they are my starting point. Assim, a partir destes dois primeiros, nem Deus com um gancho, nem Santo António com um garrancho, ou nem Santo António com um gancho, podemos perceber que, algumas vezes, os assuntos são tão graves que nem Santo António consegue realizá-los. Sorry. Let's go again. Yeah. Na sequência destes dois provérbios que me serviram de tópico, encontrei naturalmente outros que se aproximam pelo sentido. E algumas expressões coloquiais que vão no mesmo intuito. Porque, na verdade, quando Deus não quer, o santo não pode. O santo intercede apenas para que o milagre se realize, é Deus quem decide da sua concretização. Deus faz o milagre muitas vezes e o santo é quem fica com o crédito. E muitas vezes não se sabe a que santo se deve pedir determinada intercessão. Mas julga-se que cada santo tem a sua especialidade. Por isso encontramos estes dois provérbios, por exemplo, que me foram então enviados pela Marinela e pelo Rui. A cada santo seu candelabro, ou cada santo tem seu círio. Na mesma linha, encontramos outras variantes, naturalmente, como as que aqui apresento, que indiciam que, de facto, cada santo tem a sua especialidade. Mas com Santo António não é isso que acontece. Pois já Armando de Matos, nos anos 30, dizia isso mesmo, que no geral cada santo é advogado ou protetor de uma determinada categoria de sucessos. Mas com Santo António acontece exatamente o contrário, pois ele é chamado a atender a todo tipo de pedidos e daí a expressão muito familiar, valha-me Santo António, que usamos nas mais variadíssimas situações. Se esta foi uma afirmação dos anos 30 do século XX, já Padre António de Vieira, no seu tempo, dizia mais ou menos a mesma coisa, adaptando naturalmente ao seu contexto e à sua realidade do século XVII. Quando dizia isso mesmo, que Santo António serve para tudo. Chamo só a atenção para o facto de, nesta altura, ainda não termos aqui expressa esta vertente casamenteira que hoje é, sem dúvida, a principal prerrogativa de Santo António e aquela que mais conhecemos. Ainda não era assim conhecido à época. Outro provérbio que me chamou a atenção e que inevitavelmente tive que relacionar com Santo António é este, de que um santo não pode estar em dois altares, ou seja, cada santo tem a sua especialidade, transpondo para a nossa vida, não podemos, querer liderar ou ser especialistas em muitas áreas. Santo António é exatamente o contrário, claro. A partir desta belíssima pintura que se encontra no Museu de Aveiro e que foi restaurada não há muito tempo, que representa a bilocação de Santo António, percebemos como, de facto, ele consegue estar em dois lugares ao mesmo tempo. Do lado direito, vemo-lo em Itália. Deixou suspenso um sermão que estava a pregar. Se conseguíssemos ver melhor a imagem, percebíamos que o seu semblante está em pausa e encontramo-lo depois na cena que está representada no outro lado, em que Santo António já está em Lisboa a ajudar a salvar o pai de ser injustamente enforcado. Este é um dos milagres mais conhecidos à época desta pintura, hoje em dia não tanto, mas foi subejamente representado na arte portuguesa, e não só, mas neste caso na arte portuguesa, em que se representa precisamente como o pai de Santo António, tendo sido então injustamente acusado de ter morto este homem, Santo António, tendo conhecimento disso por notícia de um anjo, deixou então o seu sermão em suspenso em Itália e veio rapidamente a Lisboa repor a verdade. Como é que o fez? Fez ressuscitar o morto, para que o morto dissesse que não tinha sido o pai de Santo António o responsável pela sua morte. Ressuscitou. E depois voltou a morrer. Consta que não quis identificar o responsável pelo crime, porque Santo António não veio para acusar ninguém, veio simplesmente para salvar o seu pai de ser injustamente condenado. Então, temos algumas representações artísticas belíssimas, que trago simplesmente a título de exemplo, e para percebermos como esta representação foi muito rica em termos de suporte artístico. E é por isso que existe esta expressão do parece que vai salvar o pai da forca. Referimos-nos precisamente a este milagre. Tal como o estar a pregar aos peixes decorre igualmente de outro milagre de Santo António. Este talvez ainda hoje mais conhecido, até porque acaba por fazer parte do ensino secundário, na medida em que estudamos o sermão de Santo António aos Peixes do Padre António Vieira e, de alguma forma, acaba por ser geralmente mais conhecido. É outro caso, muitíssimo representado em diferentes quadrantes artísticos e que conta como Santo António, querendo dirigir-se aos hereges, no fundo, e não obtendo a sua atenção, acabou por cativar a atenção dos peixes que o ouviram com o máximo de atenção. Outro provérbio que me chamou a atenção foi este: não há sermão sem Santo António, nem panela sem tocinho. De facto, não conhecia, encontrei-o, e naturalmente que se reporta a esta característica incontornável de pregador que Santo António tem e que é reconhecida. Os sinos de Santo António por dar, dão, que recorre aqui a um efeito sonoro, e que se referem, no fundo, à tradição de tocar os sinos em honra do santo, sobretudo quando dos seus festejos, mas que se reportam à lenda que conta como, no momento em que Santo António estava a ser canonizado em Spoleto, e reparem, menos de um ano após a sua morte, motivo pelo qual consta do Guinness Book, enquanto o santo mais rapidamente canonizado, os sinos de Lisboa tomaram a iniciativa de tocar em uníssono para honrar o santo e este seu reconhecimento. Santo António tira a dor, mas não tira a pancada, isto é, ajuda-nos a suportar as contrariedades. E retomo o provérbio já aqui mencionado pela colega Adriana: a ovelha que é do lobo, Santo António não aguarda, e que, no fundo, nos traduz que quem efetivamente está comprometido com o mal não encontrará nem sequer em Santo António. Voltamos então àquela ideia inicial de que há algumas situações impossíveis de atender. Geralmente o lobo pode estar então associado à representação alegórica do demónio, como uma figuração do mal, mas este provérbio, no fundo, contraria, mais uma vez, o milagre que Santo António operou quando, andando um pastor no campo com as suas ovelhas, viu aproximar-se um lobo de aspecto muito feroz e, claro, aterrorizado, dirigiu algumas preces a Santo António, pedindo-lhe o seu auxílio, e naturalmente este protegeu quer o pastor, quer o seu rebanho, do ataque do lobo. Por isso, Santo António encontramo-lo como protetor de pastores, dos rebanhos, das crianças também, quando andavam perdidas pelos campos e poderiam ser atacadas por lobos. E esta sua vertente encontramos-la em diferentes espaços geográficos. E chega a ser, no fundo, o orago da localidade de Tolens, que fica perto de Idenha Nova, e que fundamenta a sua origem precisamente neste milagre, conforme nos é relatado em algumas lendas recolhidas nestes compêndios. Depois temos, claro, vários provérbios relacionados com as condições climatéricas, que por vezes se contrariam, como é habitual. A questão do calor também podemos encontrá-la associada a São João, tal como encontramos a Santo António, mas isso é um fenómeno que reconhecemos. Como dizia, é um fenómeno que conhecemos em relação a outros provérbios, não é? Que encontramos muitas vezes com variantes associadas a circunstâncias diferentes. Temos também alguns relacionados com o calendário agrícola, como é natural, não é? Entre António e João, e claro, referimos-nos a Santo António e a São João. Planta o feijão, é também a altura de cavar as vinhas, é já a altura de começar a comer as sardinhas, tão típicas portuguesas. Aliás, cada vez mais há a tradição de inaugurar a época da sardinha, no fundo, pelos festejos de Santo António, embora não seja a altura em que está melhor, mas já começa. E também muito relacionada com a importância do pão e das colheitas. Nesse contexto, encontramos também este provérbio, Santo António dos Olivais, livra-nos dos pardais, e que remete para um milagre, provavelmente dos primeiros que Santo António realizou, e ainda enquanto criança, quando protegeu os campos do seu pai de serem atacados por um bando de pardais. Convenceu os pássaros, os pardais neste caso, a serem amigos e a permanecerem sossegados sem atacar então as culturas. Tendo percebido que este milagre era tão desconhecido em Portugal, em contrapartida com o que se passa em Espanha, em que é tão conhecido, decidi, a partir de um desafio que me foi colocado, contá-lo neste livro infantil com base num conto popular e num romance tradicional português. Está, então, muitas vezes relacionada com a produção agrícola, e neste caso temos algumas referências a castanheiros, às cerejeiras, que nos remete para o tempo agrícola de junho. Mas, infelizmente, encontrei uma profusão de provérbios relacionados com a fome, ou que remetem para a fome, em contraste com o peso da religião e o peso dos festejos a Santo António. O que me fez pensar que talvez possa ter subjacente alguma crítica política inerente, na medida em que temos várias ocorrências de provérbios relacionados com esta importância que é dada ao festejo, em oposição com as necessidades que o povo continua a sentir. Claro, chegamos então a esta vertente casamenteira de Santo António, remetendo ainda para esta questão, não é? Santo António ajuda no amor, mas não enche o estômago. e um casamento de Santo António dura até ao fim do outono, apontando para esta efemeridade dos romances de verão, digamos assim. E decidi acabar com este milagre demorado, santo criticado, que pode ser aplicado a muitas circunstâncias, mas que no caso de Santo António assume esta possibilidade de o torturar até que ele possa concretizar o milagre pedido. Quando isso não acontece, viramo-lo contra a parede. Antigamente mergulhávamo-lo num poço e deixávamo-lo afogado até que o milagre se concretizasse. Ora, hoje em dia, não tendo nós assim um poço à porta de casa, adaptando aos tempos modernos, podemos submergi-lo num copo de água até que o milagre aconteça. E assim termino com esta nota de boa disposição e agradeço a vossa atenção.
Muito obrigada.
Obrigada.
Fascinating how you sought out all the images to go with the sayings, the proverbs and the weather sayings to do with Santo Antonio. So how about some comments or questions? We have some minutes. Yeah.
Não é propriamente uma questão, mas talvez uma observação que a Isabel poderá acrescentar. Mostrou ali várias figuras, talvez queira dizer alguma coisa sobre aquilo que encontrou em Tavira sobre Santo António.
Sim, posso referir-me à belíssima igreja de Santo António, que existe aqui em Tavira, que gostaria que fosse do conhecimento de todos os presentes, pelo seu valor artístico, pelas pinturas que encerra e que merece uma visita e um conhecimento mais detalhado desta pérola da arte, mas que com certeza virá a ser mais conhecida em breve, não é? Estamos a trabalhar nisso e assim esperamos. Portanto, temos algumas pinturas belíssimas, frescos, que representam alguns milagres pouco representados e que, por isso, acrescentam no valor que esta igreja tem para a arte portuguesa nesta matéria. Como? Aqui em Tavira.
Onde fica em Tavira?
Aqui em Tavira, o Rui poderá explicar melhor a localização.
Fica relativamente perto da biblioteca. Quem está na biblioteca?
Infelizmente está quase sempre fechada, não é? Mas com alguma persistência conseguimos aceder.
It is important this note because unfortunately most of our churches in Tavira are closed because the municipality have no possibility to pay the security. But if you wish to visit, maybe we can really give to you the person that can open specially for us.
In fact, it's a gallery of art, religious art there. Very beautiful pictures. Como se diz? Na parede, qual é o nome? Na parede, pintura na parede. Não, frescos. Frescos.
Os frescos,
yes,
sim.
Os frescos. Santo Antônio, verdadeiramente, é milagroso. E ele faz, e milagreiro, ele continua a fazer milagres.
Claro.
A condição é crer. If we have here believers, they can pray to Saint Anthony, and your request will be resolved. Believe to me. I was Santa in 1 year and someone comes to me asking, because Santa always resolve problems. And the problem was really very, very serious. And our dialogue was in very serious terms. If you want really realize these, you have to make what they say. And the way was Saint Anthony. Okay. And in the next year, everything was resolved. A happy person. Really, but without belief, we cannot resolve. 1 plus 1 is infinito.
Muitas vezes, nem Deus, nem os santos realizavam um milagre. E era costume nas pessoas do povo, quando não havia uma coisa, havia outra. E então recorriam a mesinhas caseiras. E quando as mesinhas caseiras não funcionavam, então recorria-se em última instância à bruxa. In English?
Okay, so our colleague wants me to translate this. What he said was that when neither the saints nor God himself worked out your miracle for you, it was a popular custom in Portugal to resort to household remedies and traditional popular medicine. And when neither that worked, the next and last resort was to ask for the help of the village witch. Mind you, this is not my advice.
Thank you.
Thank you. I ask Rui to help me. I should like to say that St. Anthony in Lisbon is, we have a very, very beautiful church near the cathedral, very visited, and we have the 13th June défilé in all the principal avenue in Lisbon related with Sant Antonio. And many people thought that is the patron of Lisbon, but it's not. The patron of Lisbon is São Vicente.
Maria Beatriz is saying that the 13th June is very special because on the main street in Lisbon we have one festive.
Every district of Lisbon.
A song. Yeah. And there are contests between the several hills, the several parishes in Lisbon, and this kind of promenade for different ways to simulate just what they think about Santo Antonio. Yeah, and usually the President of the Republic is there. And also, Maria Beatriz called the attention saying that some persons think that 13 June is the day of the Lisbon. But
believe that is the pattern of Lisbon because the name is Sant Antonio de Lisboa.
Most of people think that Santo Antonio is the patron of Lisbon. But no, it's San Vicente Fora.
A very representative ceremony of weddings. Weddings, yes, in Lisbon, the 13th, in this church, people who have not money to buy the beautiful, all paid by these organizations?
There is the day where the municipality invite couples to be married in that day. Okay, they select. Some couples, they propose, but of course that's impossible to attend all of them. So the municipality, after select is a contest. Yes. Let me say one thing, that sometimes we say that Santo Antonio is the patron for marriages, and this is related with this kind of support.
Right.
Posso
Thank you very much.
simplesmente acrescentar que, na verdade, Santo António é o patrono de Lisboa. Desde 1952 ou 53 foi assim considerado juntamente com Nossa Senhora. São Vicente, que era o único patrono de Lisboa, ficou a partir de então associado a patrono do Patriarcado de Lisboa. E, embora as suas insígnias persistam no símbolo de Lisboa naturalmente. Mas, no fundo, convivem pacificamente em Lisboa. É um bairro com dois corpos. Isso, exatamente. Por isso, continua a ser o símbolo da cidade, mas a partir, então, de 52 ou 53, agora não tenho presente a data concreta, foi assim considerado Santo António como patrono. Mas convivem pacificamente os dois.
Thank you again for that insight. So we can see it's opened up a rich vein of not just the proverbs and sayings, weather sayings to do with Santo Antonio, but all the other aspects we've got an insight to. But now we must press on. As you can see, a slight change to the program, but I hope you all got the extra piece. And I'd like to introduce Santosh Kumar from the University of Christ in Bangalore in India, and he's here speaking about the making of a proverbial expression, the socio-political origin of proverbs about mental asylums. So, thank you very much, Santosh.
Yeah, a very good afternoon to all of you. Before I proceed, I would like to register my gratefulness to Rui and Marinela for hosting me for for 2 weeks. So I'm here for last 2 weeks. And it was very heartening to see how both of them have been working to organize this event. In Indian settings, we usually compare this kind of organization to the preparedness of the event, like you're preparing for your daughter's wedding. So he has been preparing, he has been camping in this, that hall for last 1 week, every day. And I have also been witness to those preparation that they have put in. So, and the result is very awesome. We have scholars from across the globe, some 30 countries. Coming to my presentation, I just want to, it's not a presentation, I just want to talk about a problem that I have been trying to deal with or try to understand what exactly it is. So before I start, I just want to know how many of you been to India? Okay, Lisa, okay, 4 of you. So this presentation will also take you to a detour of India through my presentation. I will try to. Green, okay. Can you identify this? Taj Mahal, yes. That the first picture is the front, not back of the Taj Mahal. The Taj Mahal is there. However, I'm not going to talk about Taj Mahal today. Some 2-3 kilometers from Taj Mahal, we have this Institute of Mental Health and Hospital, Agra, right, which is very famous. It is as famous, and it become as famous as we have this proverbial kind of expression or idiomatic expression, Agra jana hai kya, in Hindi, which means, do you want to go to Agra? However, it exactly does not mean that. It means that, are you mad? Right. And this expression not only found in Hindi, but or its variations are there. So, Agra bharti karaye kya? So, should I admit you to Agra? It has a variation. But the root is Agra jana hai kya? Agra bharti kara de kya? Should I admit you to Agra? Means you behave properly, otherwise I will admit you to the mental asylum. इसको आगरा छोड़ के आओ. Okay, take him to Agra. लगता है आगरा से भाग के आया है. It seems he has run away from Agra. Means he has gone mad and all. So all these expressions refers to this Institute of Mental Health and Hospital, Agra, which was established by the British regime in September 1859. We have another hospital in Delhi, and it's more located in an area called Shahadra. So we also have Shahadra to Agra. Means he has been gone crazy from Shahadra to Agra. Means the craziness has gone thing. And to more precise, someone says that, okay, don't take him to Agra, take him to the Shahadra. Right. So don't use more. And this applies to this Institute of Human Behavior and Applied Sciences, Shahadra, Delhi, which was again a mental asylum, which was established in 1966, which is the post-colonial time, but we will talk more about it. This expression not only there in Hindi, but we have a similar expressions for a different mental asylums in Maithili, which is my mother tongue. So, Ranchi jaibe ki means, will you go to Ranchi? Means the same. Why are you being crazy or why you are behaving like a mad? I will take you to Ranchi, which is again host one colonial asylums. और कहाँ के पास में है, जाना है क्या? But if you are living in Ranchi, then you will not say Ranchi jana hai kya. You will say, okay, more precisely, okay, will you like to go to Khake, which is the precise location of this mental asylums. Right. Or Ranchi se Abdullaeva bus, or if you are very creatively imaginative and all, you will pull your friend's leg by saying that Ranchi se Abdullaeva bus ka tire sungha de. Means smell the tire of the bus that comes from Ranchi and you will be cured. Right. So this connote to the Central Institute of Psychiatry, which is now Central Institute of Psychiatry, Kake, Ranchi. But it was again the mental asylum, Ranchi European Lunatic Asylum, which was established in 1918. The same expression is also there in Nepali. And I have a correspondence from a person in Nepal, in Darjeeling. Not in Nepal, but Nepali is also spoken in some part of India. All right, so it's West Bengal and all. So Ranchi jane bela bhaicha means it's a time for take him to the Ranchi. Means he is behaving very insanely, so take him to the Ranchi. Or the similar expression is also there in Maithilon, which is a Tibeto-Burman language. So all the examples that Hindi, Maithili, Nepali belong to Indo-Aryan language family. But Maithilon, which is a Manipuri language, is from Tibeto-Burman family. And the expression also exists over there. the same kind of expressions are also there for in Gujarati and Marathi, again the Indo-Aryan language family. So mental moklido means send him to the mental hospital, or civil hospital ma lai jao, which is Gujarati, take him or her to the civil hospital, which is again refers to this lunatic asylum of Barodra in the state of Gujarat, which was established in 1898. Then in Marathi, we have this Vedyacha Devakhana, hospital for mad people, or Vedyacha Devakhana Patvunde means take him to the mad hospital. And then you have the another one, Vedyacha Devakhano Aileka, means have you come from this mental hospital. Again, this refers to this regional mental hospital Thane in Pune, which was again established in 1901, Thane and Yerwada 1913. So this story is not ended with Indo-Aryan language family and Tibeto-Burman language family, but this same phenomena goes into Dravidian language family also. And I have the examples from Tamil and Malayalam, which are the Dravidian language. So, and it again refers to the mental asylum which is located in Kilpok, Kesu. Case of Kilpok or Oi Kilpakkam, to call somebody, means have you come from this one. This refers to this Institute of Mental Health, Kilpok, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, which was also considered the Bethlehem of South Asia and which was established in 1871. Then we have this example from Malayalam, which is Kuthi Varatta Tek Bittete. I'm not able to pronounce this because this is Malayalam. So can I send you to Kuthi Vatram? Or Onuru Ullampara Kesa. Right. So again, he is an Ullampara case, means this person is mad. And this refers to this Kuthi Ravattam and Ullampara, which was established in 1871 and 1870 respectively. And the place that right now I live in, there also we have this National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, which is called NIMHANS, where you also have this expression in Kannada, which is again a Dravidian language. So you have the example of take these people to NIMHANS, or this is a NIMHANS case, or have you come from NIMHANS. It refers if there is a suggestion that is little out of the ordinary. People also say in the case of NIMHANS in Bangalore, the comment is also made to the bus route that goes to NIMHANS. So what is happening here, I will try to understand. And then there is also this Kanaka Nandi is also referred to admit people in Karnataka. This refers to the Father Muller Mental Hospital Center located in Kanaka Nandi, Bangalore. Very interestingly, the Bangalore Lunatic Asylum was also founded in 1847. So what does these examples tells us about? And these are used for a friendly discussion also sometime. So if your friend is behaving little crazy way or not one, you can say these to one. But people also say it intentionally to people who behave differently. So what we look at is, it's a kind of very pan-Indian phenomena in two major Indian language family, Dravidian and Indo-Aryan language family. And it covers, Lahore also, which is now part of Pakistan, but when the sayings were articulated, it covers Lahore also, but I have not taken consideration of Lahore. This is a day-to-day conversation that people can have, but it can also be used in sign boards, like you can see this something called Pagalkhana Chowk. So that particular hospital refers to Pagalkhana Chowk, means mental hospital circle, right, as a traffic light. Then these are also very current in use. So this is a comment section of a news that happened in Lucknow. And here people have saying that, okay, take him to Agra, take him to Jabalpur, right? So these are the online comments on that news reporting where a girl was behaving differently on a traffic light, and the video went viral, and then the people commented on like this on that particular viral video. So Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh, and Agra is Didi ka Gwalior ka ticket katwao, means take her to the Gwalior also, and then this one. So you have this one. You have a news articles also where sometime the ministers are articulating this. So Power Minister M.M. Mani may not venture again to suggest dispatching defined officer to Ulampara. Right, so Ulampara is also, so it's not the part of only the, let's say, the common people, but even the ministers are also using these kind of comments to refer to someone to take this Ulampara. So what we have seen is these idiomatic expressions are there in Indo-Aryan language family, which has Hindi, Gujarati, Marathi, Maithili, Bengali, Nepali, and the Dravidian language family, which is Malayalam, Tamil, and Kannada, and one Tibeto-Burman language family, Methi. And these are not only, these are the expressions in Hindi, but I have two expressions from English, so one is Bedlam, and another one is Dulalli. Which refers to Deolalli, Nasik, Maharashtra, which was a kind of transit camp for the soldiers who was about to return back to England, but before being sent back, they were put into this kind of sanatorium. And there they used to get this fever, and that fever is called not by the fever, but by the place name. And you have this famous example of Bedlam, which become a kind of lexical item. So in English, the word Bedlam, scene of mad confusion, is supposed to be originated from colloquial pronunciation of the Hospital of St. Mary, Bethlehem, in London, founded in 1247 as a priory mentioned in the hospital as the hospital in 1330. And the lunatic hospital in 1404, it was converted to civic lunatic asylum on dissolution of the monastery in 1547. So these are the examples that we have. But my idea is I want to understand why these expressions come into existence and what is the purpose for it. So you have the Dudalli example. So the well-known saying among soldiers when speaking of a man who does queer thing, oh, he got the Dulalli tap, originated, I think, in a peculiar way, men behaved owing to the boredom of the camp. That camp I was referring, which was the exit camp kind of things. So there is a very interesting connection between this making of these mental asylums and the origin of these proverbial or the idiomatic saying, right? So what we have seen is that here I have these mental asylums were made or established after the Lunacy Supreme Court Act 1858 in London, then Lunacy District Court Act 1858, and then we have the Indian Lunatic Asylum Act 1858. Very interestingly, and these proverbs, the trigger for these expressions I have taken from this book by S.W. Fallon, which is the Dictionary of Hindustani Proverbs, right? And if you look at these, the year of establishment of all these mental asylums and when the W.S. Fallon was collecting these proverbs or idioms in Indian languages, particularly in Hindi, he was working during the same time. So what I want to propose is that simultaneously as the European knowledge system in the form of mental asylums came into India, these kind of proverbial expression also came into existence, right? Why I'm saying so? Because I come to that, why I'm saying that. So the trigger for this whole project was this particular example, which says, Bareilly jane ka kaam karte ho. So Bareilly also has a mental asylum, and this is the one reference which was I found in Dictionary of Hindustani Proverbs when I was working for my PhD topic. So this is edited by Richard Carnac Temple and Lala Fakir Chand Bash, and published in 1886, after the death of W.S. Fallon. And it has a very interesting repertoire of the proverbs which is found in many Indian languages. So W.S. Fallon, who was trying to collect these proverbs during this particular time, right? The trigger for this proverb investigation based on Dictionary Hindustani Proverbs compiled by W.S. Fallon, who worked as an inspector in the Bengal Education Department. Right. So and this is how it is there. So when he mentioned "Kahe Bareilly jane ka kaam karte ho," your deeds will take you to the Bareilly. He refers to that. Lahore in the Punjab is also used for these expressions. And there I want to understand what was the purpose of the people when they use these expressions. Right, what they really trying to be funny with their fellow Indians, or they had something else in their mind. So W.S. Fallon, I would go to Raheja. Raheja shows that the British colonialism was the result of a policy of cultural hegemony. As she notes, in India or elsewhere, colonial dominations comprise both coercive force and attempt to control the flow of discourse about the colonized society and about its relation to colonizing power. So these proverbs collections were part of this colonial project, and they wanted to collect or they wanted to understand the Indian psyche, right? How the Indian worldview by collecting this. So Raheja shows that between 1870 and 1890, such attempts at discursive control evidenced, especially in land revenue document, census report, official glossaries, manuals for the Indian Army, the reference work on caste compiled for the use of colonial officers included the systematic appropriation of the speech of the colonized in the form of oral folklore, especially proverbial speech, to construct a discourse about the supposedly consensual nature of caste ideology and to create an illusion that the disciplinary control of specific cases and the Indian population as a whole was carried out with the consent of the colonized. So what used to happen during the colonial time when the civil dispute used to be fought in the court of law, the Indians who were fighting against each other, they used to counter each other with these proverbial expressions. So it was very pertinent for the British lords to understand what these proverbial expressions used to mean. And this triggered the collection of these proverbs by the colonial lexicographer. Okay. Now I want to visit the definition of proverbs or these. So what made this expression so popular among the people that Fallon had to take it into account for his dictionary? So Meader observed the reason for utterances turning out to be proverbs as if the statement contains an element of truth or wisdom, and if it exhibit one or more proverbial markers like parallelism, rhymes, alliteration, ellipses, and metaphors. And I want to see take that. So instead of saying someone you are mad, you are saying that I will take you to the Agra or Ranchi or different things and all. So it is a case of metonymy in these expressions. So instead of metaphor, it's a metonymy. So I'm not saying you're mad, but I want to take you to the hospital. So and so what is the element of truth or wisdom in these utterances, and who uses the element of truth? So 5 minutes I have in my total time, or the question... Okay, I got it. Yeah, so I want to explore these questions, and then what made these expressions, which is not look like an proverbs or idioms, but Fallon decided to put it into the dictionary. What was the reason for it, right? So metonymy, we know. I mean, it is I will not go into this, but. I want to stress this one. So Lakoff and Johnson proposed the metaphor is not just a merely ornamental feature that is typical of only a few specialized form of a speech as a means of expressing belief, value, and attitude. It is also essential to human communication and is a high social, ethical, and political significance. So I want to understand the political significance of these expressions, right? Because it is the political and socio-political state or the circumstances that these expressions become a kind of proverbs that I want to propose. So the political consequence, Musolf, I want to refer to that. This also helped me to know what is the significance of these proverbs or these expressions. These expressions not only give me the idea that, okay, this is a kind of rhetorical resistance to this one, but it also helps me to understand the epistemological approach to mental illness or mental health in Western biomedical science and the Eastern science. So, and it also helps me to understand how and when this particular entry of these kind of words come into the Indian knowledge system. Because it is not the case that a mental illness would not have been in India, right? But, and we had the Oriental knowledge system or the Eastern epistemology to understand this mental illness. We had these places of faith healings in Indian scenario. But there is no idiomatic expressions like this that exist for these places of faith healing. Right, which is very startling for me to understand what happened, why this is not there. Then it helps me to understand that the Indian knowledge system try to understand mental health issue in terms of dukkha and pida. So dukkha means suffering and pida means illness. So dukkha could be of anything. I mean, you are sad. Right, it could be because of the social, psychological reasons. But the pida is biomedical model. So what happened with the imposition of these Western knowledge model of knowledge system on Indian populace, the same people who used to understand this mental illness and the places of faith healing as something different, they got a different trigger to understand this process. And Anand says that she works on the disability, trying to historicize the disability in India. She says that the medical history of India during the colonial period offers a favorable standpoint as it presents a context of the encounter between the two cultural ways of knowing or ordering knowledge. Right. And the absence about these places of faith healing, I will just take 2 more minutes, faith healing, help me to understand that why the stigmatized reason is not there. The stigma that got attached to mental illness with the establishment of these mental asylums. Because I will skip these. Because I can just now talk about this a little more. So the reason for because the religion also involved over there, so people had some kind of reservation while saying something like this about the places of faith healing, while they were more open to criticize or to resist. So what I want to conclude through this one is, this was a kind of rhetorical resistance to colonialism. Right, by saying the idiomatic expressions to each other for trivial mistakes or stupidity, the Indians were mocking the British apparatus of disciplining the natives. And Erwin Goffman gave us this idea of total institution, which was very confined and all, right, high walls and all. So the idiomatic expressions have been found around these places in our day-to-day life also, but now we have a different kind of discourse. I also want to claim this because why it happened, because the Indians were very good at countering the colonial regime through wit and humor. So these expressions were not actually meant to send people to mental asylum, but to mock the British regime through these expressions, right? And because we have this rhetoricity, so there is a example of from this Ferguson and Peterson, Tambi military, Hambi military. So you are military, I am also military. So if you are a military, then I am also a military. So if you are tough, I am also tough too. This situation held in mind when this proverb is repeated as follow. In a railway car, a British soldier asserting his authority channels demand the seat for the Indian passengers. The Indian retort with this kind of proverbs. So I will end here, which is like these proverbs has the socio-political plus discursive origin, I want to say, and which was to contest and challenge the British colonialism at Indian soil. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Santosh. I'm afraid, well, it's lunchtime, so you can speak to Santosh afterwards. A very interesting presentation. And, of course, well, I just mentioned that, of course, in Ireland, for instance, and other countries, we have these euphemisms for people being a bit unstable. So before everybody goes, there's a certificate presentation. If everyone... You stay here, Santosh, and Isabel, and everyone from the beginning at 9 o'clock. Joanna could come up to the front to receive their certificates.
Okay, we can, if you have a question, comments, and all, I would like to take it over the lunch. Thank you, everyone, for your patience listening.
sou a Vitalina, venho a fazer os lares antigos que aprendi com as minhas avós, com a minha mãe, e agora venho a representar para os mais novos saberem como é que se faz os colares. Vou por iniciar a fazer a farinha a massa do pão. Portanto, vou pôr aqui a farinha para amassar. Um quilo de farinha. Uma pitadinha de sal. Um bocadinho da massa velha, o fermento, como se chama. A massa velha tira-se do pão, amassa-se e depois tira-se de umas vezes para as outras, deixa-se um bocadinho de massa. Massa essa que azeda, põe-se numa tigela, azeda e depois arranja uma côdea e mantém-se ali 8 ou 10 dias em condições de fazer novamente o pão, que é o que tinha aqui nesta tigela. É massa velha. Já pus aqui dentro da farinha. Quem não tem massa velha faz um bocadinho... Ou vai à padaria, compra um bocadinho de massa e deixa 2 ou 3 dias ou 8 dias, se quiser, para azedar mesmo, para novamente, quando nas vésperas quer fazer, pôr no molho um bocadinho e fazer um bocadinho de massa, de farinha, para acrescentar aquela massa, azedar novamente, para termos massa suficiente para azedar depois o pão. Porque se não tiver levo, não presta. Tem que estar azedo. E este fermento é para ajudar a crescer. Porque as farinhas agora já não vão lá sem este fermento. E agora vou pôr este fermento. Pronto. E é tudo. E já lavei as mãos. Vou a meter a mão, que isto com as mãos é que tem que ser. Com a mão é que tem que ser. Vamos por aqui a aguinha. Para 1 quilo de farinha, 500 ml de água, 5 decilitros chega. Morninha, para a massa ter força para crescer. Agora amassa-se uns 10 minutos, que isto é pouca quantidade, não leva muito tempo. Ora, já amassei a minha massinha, tive de descansar 1h30, e quem não quiser estar com este trabalho de fazer a massa, vai à padaria e compra já a levedada e é só pôr os ingredientes para amassar o que se chama já os colares. Agora é que se vai começar a fazer os colares. Ora, primeiro vou pôr a banha derretida, 150 gramas de banha derretida. Raspa de limão, de um limão. Agora vou pôr 2 colheres de ervas doces. 2 colheres de canela. Duas de chocolate. E o açúcar. Meio quilo de açúcar. Os ovos. E agora vamos abater isto tudo, fazer uma mistura aqui com isto. Agora tem que ser muito bem amassadinho, até se não se encontrar linhas nenhumas, que a massa agora começa a fazer linhas. Vou untar o tachinho com banha. Agora um bocadinho de farinha. Já está preparado para pôr a massa. Estive a amassar isto meia hora e agora vou pôr nos tacinhos, que é para pôr no forno. Ora, vamos pôr o toque final para os nossos chocolates. Pôr aqui o ovinho. E forno com eles. Vou tirar o Filary do forno, tiveram lá 45 minutos. Vou desenformá-lo. Está lindo. Experimentem fazer em casa para manter a tradição dos antigos. Espero que gostem e um bom dia de Páscoa.
Eu sou a Leonilde, venho das casas altas e vou explicar como se faz as azeitonas para pôr na mesa e comer. Que as azeitonas não servem só para fazer azeite, servem também para se comer e há umas 4 maneiras de fazer. Temos pisadas, temos de água e temos de retalhadas e de sal. Escolhi estas azeitonas mar verdes para pisar, que é melhor, para não se desfazerem. E as outras são mais maduras, que é para fazer cortes, retalhadas e de água. E estas são mais durinhas. Não podem ser muito pisadas, senão desfazem-se. Tem que se ter cuidado porque isto chisca muito e estas nodas têm azeite. Custa a tirar da roupa. Agora piso as azeitonas, trouxe a neve, os orégãos e os limões e os alhos e faço a salmoura. E depois, se quiserem comer logo, mudam a água dia sim, dia não, durante uma semana estão boas. Vai sempre deitando sal. E se quiserem deixar mais uns tempos, 1 mês ou 2 ou 3, não se mexe mais, senão no tempo que a gente vai a comer. Convém não ser água da torneira, porque é para não ter sabores. Agora vou lavar as azeitonas, ponho no frasquinho, no frasquinho, e depois faço a salmoura aqui à parte e deito a água aqui. E os ingredientes estes. Isto é só uma pinga já agora. Agora já as tenho lavadas, vou pôr aqui os cheirinhos, a nérda e os orégãos e os alhos e um bocadinho de limão em cima, que é para tirar o amargo, o limão. E depois é que se deita a água, que é quando se põe o É mais que corta os bocadinhos. Alguma coisa está muito cheia. E agora um bocadinho de limão. O limão é para comer o amargo. Estou a fazer a salmoura para fazer a conserva dos 3 frascos das de água. Ai. Agora pus o sal, mexo aqui a água bem mexida e se o ovo vier ao de cima está bom. Vai ver? Se tivesse pouco sal e o ovo não vinha de cima. Está bom. Não precisa mais. Agora põe-se a salmoura aqui dentro, a água salgada. Se for para ficar para muito tempo, não precisa mexer mais. Se for para mudar a água, tem que mudar a água e deitar sal. Pronto. Está para si, está bom. Já está as azeitonas britadas. Olha, agora já estão boas. Britadinhas, daqui a um mês, se for caso quiserem comer antes, terão que mudar a água e deitar sal, um bocadinho de sal. Agora vamos fazer as retalhadas. Estas estão mais maduras e faço um corte. Só, antigamente fazia 3 cortes, mas como são mais maduras podem-se estragar. E agora fazemos só um corte e também já não salpicam a casa. Ao menos isso. E também são saborosas estas. São muito saborosas. Estas é que têm que estar mais de um mês aqui para adoçar. Olha, já está. É capaz de chegar. Está lá mais uma lavagemzinha. Agora já não preciso mais água. Senão aquela... E agora fomos aqui no frasco. Agora estou a pôr aqui os mesmos ingredientes nestas retalhadas, mas naquelas de água não precisa. Pronto. Aquelas ficam aí, se que é para fazerem a salmoura quando elas estiverem doces. Bom, agora este já está. Já está a salmoura e os temperos. Já estão as retalhadas feitas e agora só pedem comer daqui a 2 ou 3 meses. É quando elas estão doces. Se não mexerem antes. Agora, se mudarem a água também, é capaz de adoçarem mais depressa. Agora estas vamos lavar. E ficam na água com o sal, mais nada. E daqui a 1 ano é que elas estão doces. Estas de água vão levar a salmoura e só não levam as ervas. E daqui a um ano, coisa assim, ou 6 meses, devem estar mesmo que não estejam bem doces, vão-se a provar e deita-se então a névoa e os alhos e mais sal quando fizer a salmoura. Agora esta água é para não se estragarem e a azeitona vai ficar amarelinha. Quando apanhas azeitonas para fazer de água, escolhas mais amarelinhas, que estão mais maduras, senão ficam duras. Podem estar 1 ano. Antes de 1 ano não estão doces. Só se forem mudar a água também sempre. Mas acho que não. Estas são mais de adoçar porque ficam inteiras, não sai o amargo. Antigamente só se fazia azeitonas de água, também não havia. Havia poucas azeitonas e agora há muitas. E agora leva esta água. Pois estas dão menos trabalho, mas não são tão saborosas. Agora só daqui a 6 meses ou 1 ano é que se põe as ervas aromáticas e faz-se a salmoura novamente. Agora vamos fazer as azeitonas de sal. São assim roxas e apanham-se bem madurinhas. E agora lavam-se e vão-se pondo aqui junto com o sal. Que é para... Daqui por uns 15 dias estão boas. 15 dias ou 1 mês. Agora faz assim. Umas pedrinhas no fundo. Umas quantas assim. Estas levam muito sal. Ajuda mais. Tem que se fazer num cesto ou num recipiente com buracos, porque as azeitonas vão assim murchando e deitam a água. E com o sal, e não se pode pôr em todo o sítio. E agora já fiz aqui as 4 maneiras de fazer as azeitonas. Tenho as de água, as britadas, as retalhadas e as de sal. E agora façam em casa e espero que gostem.
there that our colleague Professor Gyula Paksuli is celebrating his 84th anniversary today. So, as one of the older members of our association, we decided to profit this special moment. He came to our colloquium just to congratulate you in name of all participants and friends that are with you in this day with this beautiful cake. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for coming. In this session, we will present 2 books and a half. The first one is Professor Gyula. For Professor, thank you for giving that possibility. And once again, this book is very important for us once we had, including in that book, the Portuguese language, of course, and not only, but this is very important. And according with our printer house, we have made one supplement that the persons from this library, and I must thank the director of this library, Dr. Paula, this lady, to thank your collaborators when they have translated and put on the printed form this list of Portuguese proverbs included on the book of Professor. So, thank you very much, is your word. According with the publisher, the book is €8. I recommend that you can buy all of them.
I am pleased to meet you, and I am pleased to be able to introduce a new proverb collection, a new comparative proverb collection, which compares proverbs in 10 languages. It's a comparatively small book. It contains only 340 items, which are presented in 10 languages. It's interesting that apart from the usual languages, we included Estonian, Portuguese. We always give, if possible, the Latin source, and not only the Latin source, but also the name of the source.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. Quero cansar-me pelo verde intenso. Entre a areia e a água. Com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar. Na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me no manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera. Como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Eu sou a Vitalina, venho a fazer os lares antigos que aprendi com as minhas avós, com a minha mãe, e agora venho a representar para os mais novos saberem como é que se faz os pilares. Vou por iniciar a fazer a farinha, a massa do pão. Portanto, vou pôr aqui a farinha para amassar. 1 quilo de farinha. uma pitadinha de sal. Um bocadinho da massa velha, massa, o fermento, como se chama. A massa velha tira-se do pão, amassa-se e depois tira-se de umas vezes para as outras, deixa-se um bocadinho de massa. Massa essa que azeda, põe-se numa tigela, azeda e depois arranja uma côdea e mantém-se ali 8 ou 10 dias em condições de fazer novamente o pão, que é o que tinha aqui nesta tigela, é massa velha. Já pus aqui dentro da farinha. Quem não tem massa velha faz um bocadinho, ou vai à padaria, compra um bocadinho de massa e deixa 2 ou 3 dias ou 8 dias, se quiser, para azedar mesmo, para novamente, quando nas vésperas quer fazer, pôr no molho um bocadinho e fazer um bocadinho de massa, de farinha, para acrescentar aquela massa, azedar novamente, para termos massa suficiente para dar depois o pão. Porque se não tiver levo, não presta. Tem que estar azedo. E este fermento é para ajudar a crescer. Porque as farinhas agora já não vão lá sem o fermento. E agora vou pôr este fermento. E é tudo. E já lavei as mãos. Vou a meter a mão, que isto com as mãos é que tem que ser. Com a mão é que tem que ser. Vamos pôr aqui a aguinha. Para 1 quilo de farinha, 500 ml de água, 5 decilitros chega. Morninha, para a massa ter força para crescer. Agora amassa assim uns 10 minutos, que isto é pouca quantidade, não leva muito tempo. Ora, já amassei a minha massinha, teve de descansar 1h30, e quem não quiser estar com este trabalho de fazer a massa, vai à padaria e compra já a levedada e é só pôr os ingredientes para amassar o que se chama já os folares. Agora é que se vai começar a fazer os folares. Ora, primeiro vou pôr a banha derretida, 150 gramas de banha derretida. Raspa de limão, de um limão. Agora vou pôr 2 colheres de ervas doces. Duas colheres de canela. Duas de chocolate. E o açúcar. meio quilo de açúcar. Os ovos. E agora vamos abater isto tudo, fazer uma mistura aqui com isto. Agora tem que ser muito bem amassadinho, até não se encontrar linhas nenhumas, que a massa agora começa a fazer linhas. Vou untar o tachinho com banha. Agora um bocadinho de farinha. Já está preparado para pôr a massa. Estive a amassar isto meia hora e agora vou pôr nos tacinhos, que é para pôr no forno. Ora, vamos pôr o toque final para os nossos chocolates. Pôr aqui o ovinho. E forno com eles. Vou tirar o Filary do forno, tiveram lá 45 minutos. Vou desenformá-lo. Está lindo. Experimentem fazer em casa para manter a tradição dos antigos. Espero que gostem e um bom dia de Páscoa.
Eu sou a Leonilde, venho das casas altas e vou explicar como se faz as azeitonas para pôr na mesa e comer. Que as azeitonas não servem só para fazer azeite, servem também para se comer e há umas 4 maneiras de fazer. Temos pisadas, temos de água e temos de retalhadas e de sal. Escolhi estas azeitonas mais verdes para pisar, que é melhor, para não se desfazerem. E as outras são mais maduras, que é para fazer cortes, retalhadas e de água. E estas são mais durinhas. Não podem ser muito pisadas, senão desfazem-se. Tem que se ter cuidado porque isto chisca muito e estas nodas têm azeite. Custa a tirar da roupa. Agora piso as azeitonas, trouxe a neve, os orégãos e os limões e os alhos e faço a salmoura. E depois, se quiserem comer logo, mudam a água dia sim, dia não, durante uma semana estão boas. Vai sempre deitando sal. E se quiserem deixar mais uns tempos, 1 mês ou 2 ou 3, não se mexe mais, senão no tempo que a gente vai a comer. Convém não ser água da torneira, porque é para não ter sabores. Agora vou lavar as azeitonas, põe no frasquinho, no frasquinho, e depois faço a salmoura aqui à parte e deito a água aqui. E os ingredientes estes. Isto é só uma pinga já agora. Agora já as tenho lavadas, vou pôr aqui os cheirinhos, a nérda e os orégãos e os alhos e um bocadinho de limão em cima, que é para tirar o amargo, o limão. E depois é que se deita a água, que é quando se põe o É mais que corta os bocadinhos. Alguma coisa está muito cheia. E agora um bocadinho de limão. O limão é para comer o amargo. Estou a fazer a salmoura, estou a fazer a conserva dos 3 frascos das de água. Ai. Agora pus o sal, mexo aqui a água bem mexida e se o ovo vier ao de cima está bom. Está a ver? Se tivesse pouco sal e o ovo não vinha de cima. Está bom. Não precisa mais. Agora põe-se a salmoura aqui dentro, a água salgada. Se for para ficar para muito tempo, não precisa mexer mais. Se for para mudar a água, tem que mudar a água e deitar sal. Pronto. Está para si, está bom. Já está as azeitonas britadas. Olha, agora já estão boas. Britadinhas daqui a um mês. Se for caso quiserem comer antes, terão que mudar a água e deitar sal. Um bocadinho de sal. Agora vamos fazer as retalhadas. Estas estão mais maduras e faço um corte. Só, antigamente fazia 3 cortes, mas como são mais maduras podem-se estragar. E agora fazemos só um corte. E também já não salpicam a casa. Ao menos isso. E também são saborosas estas. São muito saborosas. Estas é que têm que estar mais de um mês aqui para adoçar. Olha, já está. É capaz de chegar. Está lá mais uma lavagemzinha. Agora já não preciso mais água, senão aquela. E agora pomos aqui no frasco. Agora estou a pôr aqui os mesmos ingredientes nestas retalhadas, mas naquelas de água não precisa. Pronto. Aquelas ficam aí, se é para fazerem a salmoura quando elas estiverem doces. Bom, agora este já está. Já está a salmoura e os temperos. Já estão as retalhadas feitas e agora só pedem comer daqui a 2 ou 3 meses. É quando elas estão doces. Se não mexerem antes. Agora, se mudarem a água também, é capaz de adoçarem mais depressa. Agora estas vamos lavar. E ficam na água com o sal, mais nada. E daqui a 1 ano é que elas estão doces. Estas de água vão levar a salmoura e só não levam as ervas. E daqui a um ano, coisa assim, ou 6 meses, devem estar doces, mesmo que não estejam bem doces, vão-se a provar e deita-se então a névoa e os alhos e mais sal quando fizer a salmoura. Agora esta água é para não se estragarem e a azeitona vai ficar amarelinha. Quando apanhas azeitonas para fazer de água, escolha as mais amarelinhas, que estão mais maduras, senão ficam duras. Podem estar 1 ano. Antes de 1 ano não estão doces. Só se forem mudar a água também sempre. Mas acho que não. Estas são má de adoçar porque ficam inteiras, não sai o amargo. Antigamente só se fazia azeitonas de água, também não havia. Havia poucas azeitonas e agora há muitas. E agora leva esta água. Pois estas dão menos trabalho, mas não são tão saborosas. Agora só daqui a 6 meses ou 1 ano é que se põe as ervas aromáticas e faz-se a salmoura novamente. Agora vamos fazer as azeitonas de sal, que são assim roxas e apanham-se bem madurinhas. E agora lavam-se e vão-se pondo aqui junto com o sal, que é para daqui por uns 15 dias estão boas. 15 dias ou 1 mês. Agora faz assim. Umas pedrinhas no fundo. Umas quantas assim. Estas levam muito sal. Mas outra mais fina. tem que se fazer num cesto ou num recipiente com buracos, porque as azeitonas vão assim murchando e deitam a água. E com o sal, e não se pode pôr em todo o sítio. E agora já fiz aqui as 4 maneiras de fazer as azeitonas. Tenho as de água, as britadas, as retalhadas e as de sal. E agora façam em casa e espero que gostem.
there that our colleague Professor Gyula Paksului is celebrating his 84th anniversary today. So, as one of the older members of our association, we decided to profit this special moment. He came to our colloquium just to congratulate you in name of all participants and friends that are with you in this day with this beautiful cake. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for coming. In this session, we will present 2 books and a half. The first one is Professor Gyula. For Professor, thank you for giving that possibility. And once again, this book is very important for us once we had, including in that book, the Portuguese language, of course, and not only, but this is very important. And according with our printer house, we have made one supplement that the persons from this library, and I must thank the director of this library, Dr. Paula, this lady, to thank your collaborators when they have translated and put on the printed form this list of Portuguese proverbs included on the book of Professor. So, thank you very much, is your word. According with the publisher, the book is €8. I recommend that you can buy all of them.
I am pleased to meet you, and I am pleased to be able to introduce a new proverb collection, a new comparative proverb collection, which compares proverbs in 10 languages. It's a comparatively small book. It contains only 340 items, which are presented in 10 languages. It's interesting that apart from the usual languages, we included Estonian, Portuguese. We always give, if possible, the Latin source, and not only the Latin source, but also the name of the source.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. Quero cansar-me pelo verde intenso. Entre a areia e a água. Com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me num manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera. Como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Eu sou a Vitalina, venho a fazer os pilares antigos que aprendi com as minhas avós, com a minha mãe, e agora venho a representar para os mais novos saberem como é que se faz os pilares. Vou por iniciar a fazer a farinha a massa do pão. Portanto, vou pôr aqui a farinha para amassar. 1 quilo de farinha. uma pitadinha de sal. Um bocadinho da massa velha, o fermento, como se chama. A massa velha tira-se do pão, amassa-se e depois tira-se de umas vezes para as outras, deixa-se um bocadinho de massa. Massa essa que azeda, põe-se numa tigela, azeda e depois arranja uma côdea e mantém-se ali 8 ou 10 dias em condições de fazer novamente o pão, que é o que tinha aqui nesta tigela, é a massa velha. Já pus aqui dentro da farinha. Quem não tem massa velha faz um bocadinho, ou vai à padaria, compra um bocadinho de massa e deixa 2 ou 3 dias ou 8 dias, se quiser, para azedar mesmo, para novamente, quando nas vésperas quer fazer, pôr no molho um bocadinho e fazer um bocadinho de massa, de farinha, para acrescentar aquela massa, azedar novamente, para termos massa suficiente para azedar depois o pão. Porque se não tiver levo, não presta. Tem que estar azedo. E este fermento é para ajudar a crescer. Porque as farinhas agora já não vão lá sem o fermento. E agora vou pôr este fermento. E é tudo. E já lavei as mãos. Vou a meter a mão, que isto com as mãos é que tem que ser. Com a mão é que tem que ser. Vamos por aqui a aguinha. Para 1 quilo de farinha, 500 ml de água, 5 decilitros chega. Morninha, para a massa ter força para crescer. Agora amassa-se uns 10 minutos, que isto é pouca quantidade, não leva muito tempo. Ora, já amassei a minha massinha, tive de descansar 1h30, e quem não quiser estar com este trabalho de fazer a massa, vai à padaria e compra já a levedada e é só pôr os ingredientes para amassar o que se chama já os folares. Agora é que se vai começar a fazer os folares. Ora, primeiro vou pôr a banha derretida, 150 gramas de banha derretida. Raspa de limão, de um limão. Agora vou pôr 2 colheres de ervas doces. Duas colheres de canela. Duas de chocolate. E o açúcar. meio quilo de açúcar. Os ovos. E agora vamos abater isto tudo, fazer uma mistura aqui com isto. Agora tem que ser muito bem amassadinho, até se não se encontrar linhas nenhumas, que a massa agora começa a fazer linhas. Vou untar o tachinho com banha. Agora um bocadinho de farinha. Já está preparado para pôr a massa. Estive a amassar isto meia hora e agora vou pôr nos tacinhos, que é para pôr no forno. Ora, vamos pôr o toque final para os nossos chocolates. Pôr aqui o ovinho. E forno com eles. Vou tirar o Filary do forno, tiveram lá 45 minutos. Vou desenformá-lo. Está lindo. Experimentem fazer em casa para manter a tradição dos antigos. Espero que gostem e um bom dia de Páscoa.
Eu sou a Leonilde, venho das casas altas e vou explicar como se faz as azeitonas para pôr na mesa e comer. Que as azeitonas não servem só para fazer azeite, servem também para se comer e há umas 4 maneiras de fazer. Temos pisadas, temos de água e temos de retalhadas e de sal. Escolhi estas azeitonas mais verdes para pisar, que é melhor, para não se desfazerem. E as outras são mais maduras, que é para fazer cortes, retalhadas e de água. E estas são mais durinhas. Não podem ser muito pisadas, senão desfazem-se. Tem que se ter cuidado porque isto chisca muito e estas nodas têm azeite. Custa a tirar da roupa. Agora piso as azeitonas, trouxe a neve, os orégãos e os limões e os alhos e faço a salmoura. E depois, se quiserem comer logo, mudam a água dia sim, dia não, durante uma semana estão boas. Vai sempre deitando sal. E se quiserem deixar mais uns tempos, 1 mês ou 2 ou 3, não se mexe mais, senão no tempo que a gente vai a comer. Convém não ser água da torneira, porque é para não ter sabores. Agora vou lavar as azeitonas, põe no frasquinho, no frasquinho, e depois faço a salmoura aqui à parte e deito a água aqui. E os ingredientes estes. Isto é só uma pinga já agora. Agora já as tenho lavadas, vou pôr aqui os cheirinhos, a nérda e os orégãos e os alhos e um bocadinho de limão em cima, que é para tirar o amargo, o limão. E depois é que se deita a água, que é quando se põe o É mais que corta os bocadinhos.
Hey, Olga. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Boa tarde.
I'm Rui.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. So, can you wait 5 minutes because this time?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
And I have a question. I will be presenting, or you gonna present?
No, I think that it's better you could present.
Okay.
Remember that technicians are always on the back. If something happens, they rescue you. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Colleagues, I think we should start. The others are still to come, but we shouldn't be wasting the time because we know at least our colleague in Poland, is she in Poland? Yeah. In Poland is anxiously waiting to tell us the story that we are all waiting to hear. Olga Frąckiewicz. I don't know if the pronunciation is fine, but last year I enjoyed your talk. And I was thinking that at least Patrick will be here today, at least to beef up as he did last time, because he was talking about the Shona Proverbs. And you, coming from Poland and talking about Pidgin English Proverbs, I was carried away. You know, for you to learn how to speak what we do back home is so impressive. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give the room to our colleague who is going to be talking about echoes of nature, the role of animals and plants in Nigerian Pidgin English Proverbs. Really, I'm impressed. Olga, tell us the story. I will leave the room for you for talk.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure for me to present you my current research. And this talk will explore how Nigerian Pidgin English, a contact language spoken by over 100 million people, uses the words of nature to express wisdom, ethics, and survival. It's a journey through the forest of Proverbs, where every animal and every plant tells us a human story. So please follow me, and I invite you to that exciting trip through the forest of Proverbs. What was my motivation to do this? In many African traditions, nature is not just environment. It's a moral grammar, a way of speaking about life, community, and balance. Even though Nigerian Pidgin English was born in a trade and colonization, its proverbs preserved that connection with the natural world. They absorb it, transforming English words through African ecological imagination. Animals and plants becomes teachers, modeling behavior, guiding, entertaining, and reflecting the ecological intelligence of Nigerian thought. My data set consists of 165 proverbs, among which 70 were annotated for ecological reference, like animal, plant, or element, and conceptual meaning. Each was also embedded using multilingual sentence transformers to test whether AI can detect the same conceptual clusters that a human linguist identifies. The results was visualized by PV's graphs, where each proverb becomes a node and distance represents semantic proximity. And I distinguished, or AI distinguished, those 4 clusters: cunning and consequence, humility and wisdom, adaptation and resilience, solidarity and cooperation. And I will now talk about each of them. So in humility and wisdom, I've identified more proverbs, but those 3 seem to be the best representative of the collection. Elephant no fit hide inside cocoa farm, 1 tree no fit make the forest, or no matter how headstrong, and no fit break coconut. some Nigerian pidgin proverbs from moral ecology. Those are a worldview where the forest itself speaks ethics. Animals model behavior, plants teach endurance, and elements like wind and fire remind us of balance. These proverbs link wisdom to humility and strength to restraint, teaching that greatness requires balance and self-awareness. Then we have another cluster, which is cunning and consequence. Here, animals embody excessive cleverness and its downfall. It's also a humorous reminder that even intelligence might know its limits. And here we have na oversabi make monkey break leg, cat way they pursue dog, think for in mind say in be tiger, and the third one frog way no they hear word go follow wizard they dance. Coming to solidarity and cooperation, these proverbs show that community is like a ecology. Survival depends on mutual proximity and cooperation. Collaboration is a law of nature. Another cluster, adaptation and resilience, celebrates flexibility and inner strength, grace under pressure, symbolized by the self-sufficient coconut and the adaptive crayfish. So we have here, na condition make crayfish bend, coconut say the journey far, na im make carry im own water, wind no fit blow, make a throwaway water wait they inside coconut. And I have shown that each proverbs was encoded as a semantic vector and mapped into a network graph, which we have here. The clusters produced by AI aligned closely with human interpretation suggested that even a contact language like Nigerian Pidgin English shows coherent moral structure recognizable by AI. What I would like to also share was top 10 animals and plants in Nigerian Pidgin English proverbs. And here you see the table with the name of the entity, let's say animal or plant, and the number of proverbs where it was found. And here are top 10 conceptual domains, which is prudence, limits, stubbornness, fear, trauma, punishment, resilience, risk, overconfidence, and humility. And to wrap up, I would like to say that proverbs are living systems of knowledge. They encode ecological intelligence, not only environmental, but also social. Nigerian Pidgin English, often seen as a broken English, proves to be a sophisticated epistemological system that expresses philosophy, humor, and morality through nature. By combining linguistic interpretation with AI-based modeling, we can see how moral imagination is structured. Embeddings become digital echoes of culture, each note a fragment of human experience preserved in metaphor. And through this exploration of Nigerian Pidgin English, I hope you could hear the echoes of nature's, not only in language, but in the wisdom it constitutes to carry today. Thank you.
Colleagues, This is groundbreaking research. Though she mentions Nigerian Pidgin English, I should say we speak this in West Africa. This is what we call Creole. You know, when the slave trade, came to an end and they had to repatriate our brothers and sisters who were taken abroad back to Africa, they landed in Sierra Leone and Liberia. And because they couldn't speak the real English, they just had to come up with this type of English. We don't have past tense, present tense. Everything is just boxed up, And for our sister back in Poland, coming up with this type of good proverbs, I bet you, look, we are breaking grounds here in Tavira. Because it will come to a point where all this will put together and will tell people, for you to get what you want, vis-a-vis Proverbs, please visit Tavira. Olga, I really wanted to meet you in person again, as we met last time. Unfortunately, you couldn't make it, but we are hoping that you will be here with us next year. Together with Patrick, if you see Patrick, yes, extend our regards. Colleagues,
thank you.
It's time for you to ask questions. And I know Olga is there willing to answer those questions. She has thrown the ball into our court. Let us now respond by making her happy. Thanks very much. Any questions? You can't tell me you don't have a question for Olga. You can't tell me that. This is groundbreaking research. A single tree can never make up a forest. It's a series of trees that makes up a forest. Your head can never break a coconut because coconuts are very strong. So no matter how strong your head is, you will never break a coconut. These are things that we say back home, and as she rightly says, it teaches, it's giving to our children, those who are coming up, to know that at least there's a lot of wisdom when it comes to Proverbs. If you don't have questions for Olga, what then can I say but to say, thank you very much, but let's hope next year you join us here in Tavira.
I hope so.
Now that we've got a lot of time, at least let's call on our colleagues from Romania, whom I consider my in-laws. I'll soon be going to Romania. I'm getting here Magdalena, Filary, and Nicolae, Panea, University of Romania. They are here to tell us. Oh, you've written here is it Romanian or French? I'll get the English version. The image of women in the Proverbs of rural Romanian society, according to folklore collections.
Yes, thank you very much. Hello, everyone.
The floor is yours.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm presenting with my colleague who is sitting right here, but I present here. Okay. So our presentation is about the image of woman in Romanian Proverbs. Proverbs convey a pragmatic and often ironic wisdom, but how much of this wisdom truly belongs to the peasant, to the people themselves? The first collection in Romania, aside from earlier translations such as Fiore di Virtu or Antim Ivnanus compilation, which was itself translated, appeared in the first half of the 19th century. Ciparu Golescu Pan. The major collections followed towards the end of the same century, Hinsescu, Ispirescu, and later Zane, With the exception of Zane's monumental 10-volume edition, earlier attempts were shaped more by lack of scholarly rigor and by the prevailing effort to construct a national, political, and cultural identity. Rarely, if ever, were the sources of the recorded material specified. Such was the spirit of the age. The individual disappeared into the molten mass of the so-called genius of the people. Even so, the reception of this numerous Proverbs collection was far from favorable. Not even Zane's monumental compilation was spared from criticism. The inclusion of sayings that could hardly be considered proverbs, the possibility that some examples were not genuinely Romanian in the sense of reflecting peasant attitudes, and the absence of a comprehensive glossary, all these justify our initial question. Hintescu's Compendia of Wisdom, circulated widely by Podlers and later reprinted, helped to reinforce the notion of national wisdom. An idea was accepted without resistance, and with it, the belief in an unchanging national mentality. These ideas, often paired with collections of ballads, sustained the vision of heroic and wise traditional society, a kind of macro-fiction performed on a national stage. Unfortunately, within such fictions, the individual disappeared entirely. What remained was essentially a glossary of attitudes. We must also recognize that proverbs convey only attitudes, society's stances towards strings or people, whereas feelings, which are equally essential to understanding peasant mentality, must be sought within songs. Even then, these attitudes reflect mental patterns whose analysis does not always prove that the peasant himself stood behind them. Moreover, one cannot overlook the many incompatibilities between attitudes and feelings. We can identify a rhetoric of rupture between attitudes and feelings by comparing proverbs, especially from Hintescu's collection, selected for its antiquity, with lyrics folk songs in order to capture the image of woman as a concrete social actor in rural society. There is a moment in every life when feelings reach a paroxysmal intensity, a turning point at which one becomes actually aware that a choice may lead to either happiness or despair. It is a moment when life acquires meanings, when the individual and the social converge is a unified climax, when destiny becomes tangible, the choice of a partner. This moment, chosen here for its exceptional emotional and social weight, provides the framework for our analysis. We can find woman as negative potentiality. In Proverbs collection, woman appears not as an individual but as a generic figure in the describable and interpretable universe, a presence whose very existence and influence shape a mental framework. Yet this formative background is overwhelmingly negative. The essential misfortune in the context of traditional society is to have a daughter. Her future is perceived as calamities, her liturgies as division. In other words, her social value is minimal. She is believed to consume more than she produces. And here we have some examples. A slender girl brings great expense. Until you marry of a daughter, you will not many dark days. This negative background is further reinforced by the traditional catalogue of defects attributed to women, reiterated in patrimological glossaries: laziness, stupidity, loquacity, lust, and more. What emerges is a veritable conglomerate of negative traits infused with attitudinal implications, a negative potentiality assigned to the feminine. Woman is a fragile vessel, vexed by nothing and softened by nothing. An uncorrected woman is like an unsharpened millstone, its grains no good. A woman's wisdom appears only after her death. Woman, gun, and horse are never to be trusted. At the extreme, woman is linked with the devil, surprising of defending him. The combination of negative traits in the woman's relationship with the devil, her domination by him, her defeat of him, in a hyperbolic regarding of the holy books that is reflected in Proverbs. The woman aids the devil, the woman judges the devil and makes him pay. Such proverbs create a permanent condition of guilt for the woman, justified by her supposedly inferior and unchangeable nature, and at the same time create a state of awareness of the masculine component of society, a man of their inevitable interjudgment with her. Woman as a masculine, iconic product. Traditional society, as reflected in Proverbs, is sexually asymmetric. What applies to men does not apply to women. Even more, the image of the woman becomes itself a masculine construction. This element can be most clearly seen in the context of choosing a wife, when the Proverbs translate primarily the pessimism of the elder, the parent, rather than the feelings of the young man, and when all are warnings to the young man about the formidable weapons of the woman, beauty, health, the ease of deceiving with words. Beauty, although one of the most direct and tempting criteria in the act of choosing, is also the most dangerous trap due to its perishability, its social useless, but especially because behind it may hide all vices. She is compared, from this perspective, not to the ugly, as one would logically expect, but to the wise. Beauty fades, but wisdom grows. Therefore, the judgments that Proverbs express reflect both experience and, above all, the verification, observation, and acceptance of negativity, which is at this moment seen as a reality. The ugliness of man is accepted as a normal fact. The man should be a little bit more handsome than the devil. Youth, although closely connected with beauty, is less susceptible to negative rhetoric. Social imperatives, biological considerations concerning the ensuring of a healthy offspring are the determinants of the exception, which in fact perfectly align with the Church's principles. There are also particular cases. Under these conditions, the one most forgiving is still the man, who finds our excuses in intensity, the purity of emotions, while the woman is placed in the context of consistent fatherly sexuality. The old man loves for the young, and the young for money. The old hen makes the best broth. What cannot be excused is the marriage between two elderly people, a gesture without any social explanation, ridiculous, regarded the same way in almost all traditional European societies. After they were not young, they got engaged and married. The Proverbs does not condemn, it excludes, and the exclusion here suggests an indisputable social reality. The rights of the third age do not exist in a traditional society. Woman as investment in the future. Like any marriage in traditional society, marriage has first of all economic reasons and is considered an alliance between two families, and very often the young woman is sacrificed for this purpose. It is therefore natural, as in Proverbs, that the individual, the concrete woman, is equated with that which society considers to be equality, such as wealth, wisdom, and prudence, while placing less value on individual qualities such as beauty without excluding them, through as we have seen. Examples let it be like a fool as long as she has money. From laziness and ugliness she is hidden under the bed. No one asks about the house of the beautiful, but about the house of the old man. Wealth is the crown of all virtues. Many marriages are arranged only on this name, for the benefit of both families and sometimes to the ruin of both young people. The shoes make the feet. Being beautiful is the joy of a moment, while being poor perceived as a perpetual misfortune in which wealth always prevails our beauty. The future is, above all, an investment so serious that the sacrifice of love comes to be a compromise made for pragmatic reasons. However, the Proverbs reflect a profound tension which is inevitable, produced by the confrontation between two attitudes, one ironic and the other earnest, the lack of experience on one side, and on the other hand, the happiness of choosing with the heart. The lack of experience and the haste of youth can have sad and frustrated consequences without mercy, as an improper price of the premature opinions. A beautiful daughter gets a good match but looks too poor. On the other hand, the admiration for the correctness of choosing a partner is mostly expressed in a formal way, under the cover of relativity, as if any comment or reproach should be excluded. Not beautiful what is beautiful, but what I find beautiful is beautiful to me. Behind these proverbs lies the word of the mature and wise man, socially responsible, somewhat pessimistic, somewhat detached, who does not believe in the happiness brought by feelings, nor in the eternal beauty or our youthfulness, since even if he were willing to do so, the pains of aging do not let him, while the eventual good fortune prevents him from appreciating the advantages of wealth. Moreover, this wealth, where gained through hard work or through inheritance, makes him think of the eternal happiness of woman. Because of this, he becomes rigid and sententious, uttering resonant phrases that a woman and even youth exists only potentially, lacking vigor, and whatever cannot master this totally must be rejected. This image is verified only partially in lyrical songs. The woman, who in Proverbs is a generic unit and structural element of society, becomes the concrete individual tormented by strong feelings, which reveal not only the way young people in a traditional era, but especially the pressure of them regarding how to express their feelings. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks very much. Very impressive. All we hear here, women, women, women. But now, we shouldn't forget where we come from. The women are precious. We must always give them the strength. Yeah, your question, please.
Thank you for your paper. And I am from Finland, and I have studied sometimes the relationship between man and woman in Finnish proverbs. I made some comparison with Russian. But regarding this material, it came to my mind that, anyway, in Finland, proverbs were mainly collected by men from male informants. And that may somehow distort the material, where you can find a lot of misogyny and that kind of attitude. So I don't know whether, if there has been in the past some kind of secret female proverb tradition which was unnoticed by our collectors, or is it so that proverbs simply are that male-centered genre? I don't know. Perhaps you have some idea.
Also in the Romanian collections, most they are men that are written by men, so it is possible that we could have those kind of influence of misogyny, not as you said, because we couldn't find a woman collection as există cine să nu uităm că toate colecțiile astea sunt făcute la mijlocul secolului XIX. And all of those collections were written in the middle of the 19th century. So we have to think also about the grade of analphabetism through the moment, so they couldn't maybe write so good as men. So. And this period was also very important in Romania for this vault, all these collections of proverbs. And we tried to make a comparison between folklore songs, when we have collection of folklore songs, and where the image of woman is different than in the proverbs. And they say about the concrete woman who is loved. But they were also written by men, so...
I come also from Finland, and I'll go on with the Pekka, because actually it was the first time women were working with the collecting any folklore were 1916, Paula Harju's wife. And then the first leader of field working was 1970s. So actually everything is done by men. It is okay, but we have to realize that. Then another thing, that the first collections of proverbs in Finland are collected by priests, and you can't avoid that there is something. And actually, if you think today that you would send some man collect female tradition in some Arabic countries, where women should be not seen. So they come back and tell women don't have anything. And it has been a little bit the same kind of situation in Finland. I am sure that when those beautiful students from Helsinki and Stockholm and Turku come, those men there, so the girls are not being allowed to come and ask. So even those proverbs include a little about women's works. So, but it is the situation, and it's okay if we understand that. So, thank you.
I go on, and I'm from Finland.
I'm from Finland.
Then I noticed that you had this that Proverbs convey pragmatic, ironic wisdom. So, did you speak about this irony
yes.
About those proverbs, or the use of proverbs?
Use of ironic proverbs. Okay.
Or ironic use of proverbs, or ironic. There might be no ironic proverbs. I don't know if it's possible.
Aceste proverbe aparțin secolului al XIX-lea.
Those proverbs were from the 19th century. So. But this compilation was the first compilation of folklore proverbs. And we have two problems. One is about originality and the provenience of those verbs.
Pentru că această primă culegere reflectă ceva ce există în cultura, în cărțile de cultură populară.
Because this first compilation was what is included in the books of Romanian folklore.
Cea mai importantă influență este Fiore di Virtù.
And the most important influence was Fiore di Virtù.
Carte populară care vine de la Veneția, România.
Popular book who came to Romania from Venice.
Și care poartă cu ea o întreagă imagine a lumii italienești.
And practically it was a whole image of Italian words.
Că ceea ce vedem aici există și în Boccaccio.
Because what we can see here we have found also in Boccaccio.
Și de aceea prima problemă a acestor culegeri este originalitatea.
That's why the first problem was the originality, and if they are from Romania, originality.
From place or
More questions, please.
Thank you for your report. I think it's true, of course, that it were primarily male collectors, who obviously were interested in collecting misogynist proverbs. I think, though, if you look hard enough, you do find positive proverbs about women. That's one. And then just for fun, Charles Doyle and I are men, and we have put out a dictionary of modern proverbs. And in the modern proverbs, women really do much better. Yeah. And we also know, for example, the proverb that I think has gained quite a bit of international dissemination. A woman without a man is like a fish without a bicycle. We know for a fact that Irina Dunn from Australia, a journalist, and it was not Gloria Steinem as sometimes it has been claimed, but Irana Dundai started it in around 1970, and that is the amazing part, that the women's view in Proverbs really become much more clearer and in the modern Proverbs. That's what I want to say. And so, as you say, Magdalena, it's the 19th century collections that, dominate in these negative views.
The first collection, yes.
Thanks very much for that clearance, Prof.
Okay.
Yeah. No, but we don't go. At least this is very sensitive. People are coming in. Yeah. More people are coming to talk. Don't worry.
We will complete some.
Deci am ajuns la concluzia că pentru aceeași perioadă culturală,
So our conclusion is that in these cultural periods,
pentru același subiect social care este femeia,
and where the woman was the social subject,
există două abordări.
We
două reflectări.
can have two reflections.
Una în Proverbe,
one in Proverbs,
care, să zicem, aparține maturității sociale,
and it means that the society is mature, and
și alta în cântecele lirice,
and the other one are folklore songs,
care aparțin, să zicem, tinereții.
and then they are like more for young people.
Astfel încât femeia ca subiect social,
so the woman as a social subject,
este construită îmbinând cele două
is
focalizări.
constructed like she combined those two things.
Două focalizări.
Those two focalizations.
No, I mean, something to add to what Professor Mider was saying. The Proverbs were also a kind of talk, and when you look at the Proverbs used by women mostly, they do have a kind of anti-Proverbs kind of tendency. There they counter the dominant patriarchal perspective of the society. But the thing is that when it comes to the collection, I'm not sure about the other country, but in India, women will not come forward to give their data. And it would be a little daunting task for the male folklorist or the collector to go inside the house to collect the proverbs.
Yeah, we are getting insights here. Please.
What Santos said, in Finland, maybe it was Satu Apo or somebody much more clever than I, who said that there might be also a culture of denial. So they talk vice versa what they mean. So why should, I don't understand, why should women tell children proverbs that are against women? So, but the culture of denial and the culture, how I don't know what is the best.
Yes, at least we are getting insights here, and I think it's a very good debate. You know, when we start looking at Romanian proverbs vis-a-vis women, and we start comparing them, you know, our colleague has talked of India, and we have heard a lot on Finland. So where do we come from? You know, if putting things together, we are coming up with something unique. And I would like to see that paper come out in our proceedings. You know, let people think. I think that's what Tavira is giving us here. Putting people in the test, putting them up there to think. And when you think, you come up with new ideas. Congratulations, and thanks very much.
Thank you very
if you
much.
don't have any other questions, let's give them a call. Yeah. We've got the last fellow to talk on this. I don't know if she is around. Maria Helena. Oh, she's around. Oh, great. You know, I hope she too is not coming to tell us about women, you know, but something new. Unfortunately, she is an independent investigator here in Portugal, and I believe she's got a lot to tell us. You are welcome. The podium is yours.
Ok. Os slides. Pois. Não chego lá. Ok. Boa tarde a todos. Good afternoon, everybody. My presentation is about laughter is the best medicine. How it works in the context of modern science. Portanto, o que é que a ciência moderna tem a dizer sobre este provérbio tão antigo, não é? Ora bem, portanto, esta expressão, rir é o melhor remédio, parece dever-se ao cirurgião francês Henri de Mondeville. Deve ter sido a primeira vez que a frase é referida em contexto médico, e isto aconteceu no final do século XIII, princípio do século XIV, como referido pelo Dr. David Friedman no seu artigo Laughter is the best medicine and science proves it. Ora, quem foi Henri de Mondeville? Henri de Mondeville foi um cirurgião francês, professor e escritor. Ele dava muita importância à questão do conforto e boa disposição dos seus pacientes. Contava-lhes anedotas, fazia-os rir e preocupava-se em que eles vivessem num ambiente de alegria e felicidade, incluindo música e piadas contadas por familiares e amigos. Passou a mensagem de que a alegria, a boa disposição são importantes para a saúde. Há sempre uma solução à nossa espera. Ok, thank you. Ora, Henri de Mondeville. Sabemos que muito antes de Henri de Mondeville observar e reconhecer os benefícios da alegria e do riso, já se sabia que rir faz bem à saúde. Por exemplo, na Bíblia, no livro dos Provérbios, há várias referências ao riso. Um exemplo é: um coração feliz é boa medicina e uma mente alegre é curativa, mas um espírito abatido seca os ossos. Portanto, a tradução é a minha, mas portanto, tem aí no slide. No slide, que eu penso que estou a ver bem. Que eu aperto, tem que ser sem óculos, ao longe tem que ser com os óculos. É o 4, ok, está tudo bem. Então vamos continuar. O nosso objetivo aqui é explorar como a ciência moderna tem vindo a provar que rir é o melhor remédio. Isto é o 5. Então tenho que avançar, não é? Ok. Então vamos a isso. Vamos a isso. Os benefícios do riso. Um passo decisivo. Ok. Um passo decisivo para acelerar a investigação científica sobre o riso foi o que aconteceu com um jornalista político americano, Norman Cousins. nos anos 60 do século XX, porque ele curou uma doença dolorosa, praticamente sem esperança, os médicos não lhe davam esperança, e ele curou a rir, curou a doença a rir. Eu aqui, isto é um bocado complicado, vamos lá ver. Temos que levar a rir, a ver se estou certa com os slides. Ora, já avancei um. Como começámos um bocadinho mais cedo, deve dar tempo. Ora bem, Norman Cousins sofreu de uma doença, espondilite anquilosante. Ok, está certo. A espondilite anquilosante, extremamente dolorosa, que afetou principalmente a coluna e a sua mobilidade. E os médicos não lhe davam esperança. Portanto, ele tinha uma probabilidade ínfima de se curar. Mas, portanto, Cousins não se rendeu, não se deixou desmoronar, deu alta a si próprio, saiu do hospital à procura de outra solução. E descobriu que rir lhe permitia dormir melhor sem dores. Tá, este é o próximo, ok. Cousins inspirado. E onde é que ele se inspirou? Ele inspirou-se no trabalho do Dr. Hans Selye, que é considerado o pai da pesquisa sobre o stress. E então, Cousins, inspirado por ele, acreditou que a mente pode desempenhar um papel importante na cura. Portanto, se emoções negativas podem causar doença nas pessoas, então emoções positivas podem curar. E decidiu testar esta ideia usando o riso como terapia. Este é o de... posso olhar para ali, pois é. Está várias coisas já a acontecer. O que é que ele fez? Saiu do hospital, procurou um ambiente adequado, instalou-se num hotel, onde passava o tempo a ver filmes cómicos, séries de TV e rindo a bom rir. E o que aconteceu? Portanto, ele descobriu que apenas 10 minutos de gargalhada genuína lhe proporcionava pelo menos 2 horas de sono sem dor. Encorajado por este resultado, continuou a terapia do riso a par de grandes doses de vitamina C e mantendo uma atitude positiva perante a vida. Ele prestou um grande serviço à humanidade, deixando como legado o seu livro best-seller, Anatomy of an Illness as Perceived by the Patient, portanto, é o relato da doença e da cura, e foi assim que a ciência moderna começou a investigar a fundo o papel do riso na cura. Ok. A investigação científica que se seguiu chegou a identificar vários benefícios do riso e, curiosamente, muitos deles são idênticos aos benefícios de estimular o nervo vago, pois não admira, uma vez que o riso é uma das formas de estimular este nervo. Ok. Portanto, o riso provoca uma massagem e relaxamento ao contrair e distender cadeias de músculos na cara, peito e abdômen. Um dos músculos é o diafragma, muito importante na função respiratória. Por isso, o nosso riso também melhora a função respiratória. Experimentem dar uma gargalhada e vejam se há ou não influência nos músculos da cara, do peito, do abdômen. Vamos lá dar uma gargalhada. Vocês têm... O riso não tem que ser O riso genuíno é muito melhor, não é? Mas o riso pode ser provocado. A pessoa pode simplesmente ir para o espelho, fazer uma careta e desatar a rir. Não tem que ser genuíno. Portanto, ele pode ser provocado. A partir daí, ele é genuíno. Ora bem, este é o 14, é? Ok. Por isso, o riso melhora a função respiratória. Agora, o 15. Mas o riso também tem uma componente psicológica. Em geral, rimos quando estamos alegres, felizes, e nestes casos, o cérebro liberta certas hormonas, como a dopamina e endorfinas. Ora, o que é que são as endorfinas? São substâncias neurohormonais produzidas, isto foi tudo tirado da internet, hein? Portanto, vocês também podem ir à internet verificar se o que eu estou a dizer está correto ou não. Portanto, são substâncias neurohormonais produzidas naturalmente pelo corpo, principalmente pela glândula hipófise, que atuam como um analgésico, daí que o riso nos faça esquecer da dor, portanto, abranda a dor. Portanto, funcionam como analgésico natural e promovem sensações de bem-estar e de felicidade. Portanto, ajudam a reduzir o stress, portanto, isto as endorfinas, a dor física, a ansiedade, criando um sentimento de satisfação. E uma das formas de libertar as endorfinas é precisamente o riso. Mas o riso também está intimamente ligado ao sistema nervoso. Agora vamos para o 16. Ok. Então, o que é o nervo vago? Portanto, o nervo vago é o maior nervo do corpo. Liga diretamente o cérebro ao coração e a todos os outros órgãos. É o principal nervo do sistema nervoso parasimpático, responsável por repouso, digestão, relaxamento, ao contrariar a ação de stress, luta ou fuga do sistema nervoso simpático. Desempenha um papel vital na manutenção de um estado de bem-estar geral. O nervo vago transporta, numa via direta, informação do cérebro para os órgãos internos, controlando a resposta do corpo no que respeita a repouso e relaxamento. Ora, riso e nervo vago. Portanto, como repararam, para voltar atrás, como é que a gente faz? Ok. Reparem, portanto, o nervo vago sai daqui da parte de trás da orelha, portanto, daqui mais ou menos da base do crânio, e vem, portanto, ele é bilateral, portanto, vem pelo pescoço, desce, vai ao peito, vai portanto, ao coração e a todos os órgãos. Vai ao abdômen, portanto, é bom reter o trajeto do nervo vago para se perceber o efeito do riso como estimulante do nervo vago. Acho que já avancei. Ok. Sabemos que o riso estimula o nervo vago, direta e indiretamente. O riso afeta músculos do corpo, nomeadamente os da barriga. Desculpem. Este é o... Qual é o número deste? Desculpem. O 19. Ok. Então estou bem. O riso estimula o nervo vago direto. O riso também afeta músculos do corpo, nomeadamente os da barriga. A respiração abdominal é amplificada pelo riso. Ora, ponham a mão na barriga, ponham a mão da barriga e deem uma gargalhada. O que é que sentem? Sentem qualquer coisa na barriga, não é? Não tenham medo de rir, pá, não tenham medo de rir. Às vezes dizem assim, é a rir até doer a barriga, não é? Costuma-se dizer isso. Bom. A respiração abdominal é amplificada pelo riso, estimulando o nervo vago. Ok, então vamos ao próximo. As pessoas andam muito sérias, pá, não... Ora, benefícios do riso. Ok. Temos aí alguns benefícios do riso, portanto, a que se refere o Dr. David Friedman no tal artigo, não é? Rir faz bem à saúde e a ciência prova, não é? Portanto, ajuda a libertar o stress e a depressão. Portanto, ele é um antidepressivo normal. não é preciso ir à farmácia ou ao médico e tomar antidepressivos que têm efeitos colaterais. O riso não tem efeitos colaterais. Portanto, é um antidepressivo natural. Fortalece o sistema imunitário. Reparem, portanto, quando nós rimos, não é? Portanto, os músculos da barriga, portanto, há um estímulo dos intestinos, e é nos intestinos também que está a grande parte do sistema imunitário. Portanto, ao ajudar a saúde dos intestinos, portanto, o riso está a fortalecer o sistema imunitário. Portanto, isto está tudo relacionado, não é? Portanto, ajuda a libertar o stress e a depressão, fortalece o sistema imunitário, ajuda a melhorar a saúde do cérebro e a memória, combate doenças cardíacas, por um lado, porque o riso está associado à alegria, e a alegria é a emoção positiva do coração. Portanto, ele ajuda portanto, a prevenir doenças cardíacas. Vamos para o próximo. Portanto, melhora a digestão e a saúde do intestino, né? Portanto, já tinha dito. Ajuda a perder peso, portanto, rir muito ajuda a perder algumas calorias, não muitas, portanto, mas ajuda. Liberta da dor, lá está, por fazer com que o corpo liberte as tais endorfinas, que, portanto, entre outras coisas, são analgésicos naturais, né? Fabricados pelo próprio corpo, daí que Norman Cousins se tivesse libertado da dor através da terapia do riso. Rir. Está, agora... Ora, há muitos estudos científicos, portanto, eu fui à procura na internet, há muitos estudos científicos, eu selecionei 2, mas há muitos mais. Ora, o primeiro é uma meta-análise, portanto, em que eles foram verificar o efeito do riso no cortisol, portanto, que é uma das hormonas do stress, não é? E eles foram, e o que é que eles verificaram? Verificaram que os níveis de cortisol diminuíram na amostra das pessoas que riam em relação aos que não faziam essa terapia. Ora, agora, um outro estudo que apresenta 10, alguns já foram apresentados, portanto, apresenta 10 benefícios do riso, e para cada os autores do estudo apresentam provas científicas, portanto, têm links para os estudos que comprovam cada um destes benefícios. É um artigo muito interessante, que vale a pena ver. Ora bem, entre os benefícios do riso comprovados cientificamente, temos portanto, faz baixar a pressão sanguínea, portanto, para quem tem tensão alta é bom, não é? Reduz a ansiedade e outras emoções negativas, fortalece o sistema imunitário, já tínhamos dito, é um antidepressivo natural, também já tínhamos dito. Melhora a respiração, também já tinha sido dito. Regula o sistema cardiovascular, também. Contraria as hormonas do stress, portanto, tudo isto já tínhamos dito. É um sinal de bem-querer, isto aqui eu não sei traduzir, goodwill, não sei como é que se traduz. Eu traduzi por bem-querer, mas acho que não faz muito sentido esta tradução. Se alguém tiver outra melhor. Queima calorias, também já tínhamos dito. O riso social, portanto, é dos que mais liberta da dor, mas o riso individual também, já vimos, através da produção das endorfinas, também liberta da dor. Agora, uma outra componente que me é muito grata também é compreender os efeitos do riso à luz da medicina chinesa. Portanto, como é que a medicina chinesa, que também é muito antiga, não é verdade? Mas como é que, através da medicina chinesa, nós podemos também compreender os efeitos do riso. E, para isso, vamos aqui ver os músculos da cara. Portanto, como vê, temos montes de músculos na cara, não é? Portanto, não admira que o riso não é? Portanto, vá mexer, não é? Vá nos músculos da cara, contraindo e distendendo. Portanto, há uma massagem nos músculos da cara. Mesmo um simples sorriso, genuíno ou não, tem uma influência nos músculos da cara e estimula pontos da acupuntura. Se vocês puserem assim as mãos ao de leve e esboçarem um sorriso de orelha a orelha, sintam se os músculos, portanto, são ou não trabalhados. É muito fácil. Sentem ou não? Sentem com certeza, não é? Portanto, sentem com certeza. Ora bem, agora, portanto, por um lado é a parte muscular, por outro lado são os pontos da acupuntura. Portanto, na cara, aí estão representados alguns, mas há muitos mais. Mas, por exemplo, aqui na região, aqui por baixo dos olhos, e, portanto, nesta direção, e depois aqui nos cantos dos lábios, temos vários pontos de acupuntura do meridiano do estômago. Portanto, não sei se aqui, portanto, provavelmente muitos de vocês sabem, EFT, portanto, Emotional Freedom Technique, acho que é assim as iniciais. Portanto, nós fazemos muito o tapping, não é? O tapping fazemos muito, portanto, com as pontas dos dedos, o tapping aqui, porque estamos a estimular essencialmente o meridiano do estômago. Portanto, o primeiro ponto é aqui por baixo do globo ocular, na direção da pupila, e depois vem por aí abaixo aqui, e depois o queixo, e depois continua. Ele termina no segundo dedo do pé. Portanto, ao sorrirmos e ao rirmos, né? Vamos lá avançar. Ok. Aqui já é o ponto. Portanto, o riso beneficia o meridiano do estômago, logo também ajuda na digestão. Também vai ajudar na digestão e é bom para a saúde do estômago. Ora bem, agora pontos de acupuntura no abdômen, portanto, ali está portanto, o peito, o abdômen, portanto, temos pontos de acupuntura de muitos meridianos. Portanto, quando rimos, vamos estimular esses pontos de acupuntura e, portanto, os meridianos respectivos e, portanto, vamos também beneficiar a saúde dos órgãos a que correspondem. Portanto, na parte do peito e do abdômen, temos o meridiano do rim, temos o meridiano do estômago, temos depois também o meridiano do baço. Portanto, temos muitos meridianos. Ok. Então, se rir é tão bom para a saúde, vamos criar uma rotina diária. Eu, por exemplo, começo o dia ainda na cama, a sorrir e depois desato a rir à gargalhada. Ainda na cama, pronto, não durmo sozinha, não incomodo ninguém, mas mesmo quem dorme acompanhado, levanta-se e vai rir para o corredor ou para outro sítio. Portanto, começar o dia a sorrir e a rir e com uma sensação de gratidão, o dia vai correr bem. O dia vai correr bem de certeza, porque a maneira como começamos o dia também determina a maneira como o dia vai decorrer. Nós somos os criadores da nossa realidade. Acreditem ou não, é verdade. Ora bem, então a rotina. Portanto, começar com um sorriso, não é? Seja genuíno ou não. Ler anedotas, piadas, melhor-se na companhia de amigos. Se estão no trabalho, normalmente há um pequeno intervalo. Contem piadas uns aos outros. Encontrar graça nas coisas que fazem. Por exemplo, como os óculos têm que os tirar de vez em quando, para ver ao perto e coisa, então muitas vezes estou com os óculos na cara e ando à procura deles, não é? Portanto, e depois quando dou conta, afinal eles estão na cara. Portanto, é rir. Todos nós fazemos coisas no dia a dia que são, pronto, que têm a piada, que têm a graça. E isso faz parte. Isso faz parte ou deve fazer parte da nossa rotina também do riso. Ora bem, é que há aqui mais. Portanto, não levar a vida tão a sério. No fundo, a vida é um filme e nós somos o realizador. E como realizador, nós podemos escolher as cenas do filme. Portanto, a vida, quer dizer, se nós... a vida tem muitos desafios. E perante um desafio na vida, às vezes são situações difíceis, mas devemos olhar para elas e ver como é que eu posso ultrapassar esta situação. Se está no meu controle, então eu posso resolver, vamos ver a melhor maneira de resolver. Se não está no meu controle, eu não tenho que me preocupar. Não consigo resolver, não tenho que me preocupar. As pessoas preocupam-se demasiado com coisas que não estão no seu controle, que não estão na sua mão poder resolver. Bem, eu estou a falar em português, pois peço desculpa aos colegas de outras... portanto, eu devia falar mais em inglês. Portanto, we must try to don't levar a vida tão a sério. Don't be so worry about life, about challenge that life que a vida nos põe. Estou aberta às perguntas. Se eu souber responder, respondo. Se não souber, eu rio. Desato a rir.
Yeah, colleagues, you might have been surprised why I let her continue. Our two speakers gave us a lot of time, so I really wanted her to explore those the periods that were not taken over by our two speakers. So it's very, very okay. Very interesting talk. I think medical doctors should also be coming here to find out some of the research that we carry out, because this is now in the medical field, meaning that we are also encroaching inside that medical field. Because when you talk of laughter being a medicine, you know, it might as well help those youngsters who've just come into medicine to tell their patients that they should be laughing, which is a very good a way of also giving us, you know, we've got the natural thing with us that can cure us. But if we don't know, we might not be able to use it. When you keep frowning, you put yourself in distress. I think laughing or laughter, smiling, can always relieve us. That is what she's been telling us, and I believe that is very true. If we've got questions, please, our speaker is on board. Questions?
Better laugh.
At least, please let us ask questions. It is an interesting talk. Why not? Prof.
Eu vou pedir é que traduzam depois as perguntas.
Thank you very much for your interesting report. I mean, there is, of course, an entire field of proverbs and medicine, as you know. This is just one example. I'm only saying something because every proverb has, as we all know, a counter-proverb. And my father loved the other proverb that is the same structure, but that says, work is the best medicine. And that's my real problem. I work too much. But you see, that's just one. There are, nowadays, there are parodies. Sex is the best medicine. You know, some work, and so on. But laughing is, of course, the best. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Prof.
Eu vou pedir que traduzam porque eu não percebo o inglês.
O provérbio
do pai do professor Mider, dizia que o trabalho é o melhor remédio.
O trabalho.
O trabalho. I like very much one Latin proverb. Medice curate ipsum. Doctor, heal yourself. In fact, everyone is his own doctor.
There's a Portuguese proverb that says of a doctor and a fool, we all have a bit.
Thank you very much for this interesting paper. I need a translator, as I know. Will you translate, Anna, to Portuguese language? No? Who will? Okay, I will go to Simon. So, thank you very much. Me and my colleagues are just working on one paper on laughter and humor in Slovenian proverbs. And, of course, the material is more diachronic, it's more historical. But what's interesting that we found out is that actually laughter and humor are more criticized than wanted characteristics. So we know all the benefits that you have told us, and it is amazing, and I agree with them. But looking at it historically, laughter was more criticized in Proverbs, not supported.
Quem traduz, por favor?
Junto com os colegas trabalham sobre o riso e humor nos provérbios. Mas a atitude não é uma atitude positiva, é uma atitude de ridiculização nos provérbios da Eslovénia. Ok?
Yes, I joined to Sasha's word. Until now, I had the feeling there is only one Russian proverb saying that the lot of laughing without reason is stupidity. But preparing to this conference, I found an old Portuguese dictionary of Proverbs, where I found a fantastic Portuguese proverb: muito riso, pouco siso. A lot of laughing, it's few of brain, of mind. So it is a dictionary of some 70th century. Thank you.
Espera. É claro que numa comunicação nós não podemos abordar todos os aspectos, não é? Temos 30 minutos, não podemos abordar todos os aspectos, mas já que a colega agora falou nisso, que muito riso, pouco siso, portanto, a própria medicina chinesa, portanto, em relação à alegria, é a emoção positiva do coração. E a alegria normalmente exprime-se através do sorriso e do riso. Agora, quando o riso é demasiado, transforma-se naquilo que nós chamamos, tanto é o... como é que se chama a medicina chinesa? Portanto, sai da esfera do saudável, não é? Para se tornar patológico. Agora falta-me a frase. Quer dizer, pronto, não me lembro agora do nome. Portanto, quando o riso é demasiado, não é? É excessivo, é patológico. Já é patológico. Portanto, por isso é que, exatamente, faz mal ao coração. Por isso é que também há o provérbio, muito riso, pouco siso. Mas, pronto, a minha apresentação não se focou nesse aspecto e também há outros, não é? Quer dizer, a pessoa rir de mágoa, rir e estar a chorar por dentro. Portanto, há muitos aspectos que eu não foquei, mas que estou consciente deles. A histeria, lembrei-me agora. Portanto, o riso histérico, não é? Portanto, histeria já é uma patologia, já é o riso patológico.
I come from Finland, where we don't laugh. So, it was not a joke. And that's our problem. People think that we are joking when we are absolutely not. In Finnish we do say that mies se tulee räkänokastakin, vaan ei tyhjän naurajasta. What is räkänokka? Okay, it comes a man, even you have influence or what, all the time it's coming out. But if you are laughing for emptiness and for nothing, you will never be a grown-up. And it is not actually a joke, because that time when this was collected and put down, most of people were very sick with with flu and like that. But they get better with time. They were good. But if you were just sitting in a corner and laughing, you were all your life sitting in the corner and laughing. So we couldn't cure. We couldn't help them. So actually it is not only stupidity why we don't laugh.
Quem é que traduz?
That is really interesting. Yeah? We are getting much and much in these talks.
É?
Yeah?
Eu não percebi.
Na Finlândia as pessoas não riam, porque são pessoas muito sérias. Quem ri é estúpido. É estúpido, é uma criança, uma coisa que não é saudável, nem boa.
O riso é inerente ao ser humano. Portanto, se recordarem, os bebés, mesmo crianças muito pequenas, os bebés são capazes de rir. Portanto, rir é inerente ao ser humano. Proibir uma pessoa de rir, quer dizer, não faz sentido. Não faz sentido. Não é?
I just said that you have to remember that Finnish proverbs are collected among the folk, not people who could read and write and everything. And by men, of course. But it meant that the knowledge they had was from years and 10 years and decennias, 100 years back out. So it was nothing from book. We didn't have even doctors that time in Finnish. They were Swedish speakers all. And this is not a joke, it is also true.
Thank you very, very much. At least I will have that in mind, because back home in my dialect, we always say, "Akwakede mane mwalo," meaning that if at all you are being disgraced, you always now laugh to push away that disgrace that was coming towards you. But now, I'll go back home and start telling my people, there is a country where laughter doesn't solve the situation. And that is in Finland. And I think in my next write-ups, I'm going to come up with, so that we start knowing.
Yes, and we can get a new, not laughing, tourism.
Okay.
So that people come to a country where nobody laughs and they can be really nice for those people who are... all Americans are welcome. They are laughing all the time.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Thanks very much. If at all we don't have any other...
Oh, yes, Germans don't laugh. Okay, thank you.
E também há o provérbio, tristezas não pagam dívidas. Não é? Estar triste, estar cabisbaixo, não resolve nada. Tristezas não pagam dívidas. E rir é inerente ao ser humano. Desde bebés que as crianças riem, não. É uma expressão de contentamento, é uma expressão de que estamos bem connosco próprios, de que estamos bem com os outros, de que estamos bem com a vida.
Great.
Obrigada a todos. Thank you very much.
You are welcome. You are welcome. I think certificates will be given out at the end of the session. Now we've got break. We can now go behind. We still have 5 minutes, but it's time to at least relax. Though they say we shouldn't laugh in Finland, please, we should be laughing here. You are welcome. Thanks.
sou a Vitalina, venho a fazer os lares antigos que aprendi com as minhas avós, com a minha mãe, e agora venho a representar para os mais novos saberem como é que se faz os colares. Vou por iniciar a fazer a farinha, a massa do pão. Portanto, vou pôr aqui a farinha para amassar. 1 quilo de farinha, uma pitadinha de sal, um bocadinho da massa velha, massa do fermento, como se chama. A massa velha tira-se do pão, amassa-se e depois tira-se de umas vezes para as outras, deixa-se um bocadinho de massa. Massa essa que azeda, põe-se numa tigela, azeda e depois arranja uma côdea e mantém-se ali 8 ou 10 dias em condições de fazer novamente o pão, que é o que tinha aqui nesta tigela. É massa velha. Já pus aqui dentro da farinha. Quem não tem massa velha faz um bocadinho, ou vai à padaria, compra um bocadinho de massa e deixa desde 2 dias ou 8 dias, se quiser, para azedar mesmo, para novamente, quando nas vésperas quer fazer, pôr no molho um bocadinho e fazer um bocadinho de massa, de farinha, para acrescentar aquela massa, azedar novamente, para termos massa suficiente para dar depois o pão. Porque se não tiver levo, não presta. Tem que estar azedo. E este fermento é para ajudar a crescer. Porque as farinhas agora já não vão lá sem este fermento. E agora vou pôr este fermento. E é tudo. E já lavei as mãos. Vou a meter a mão, que isto com as mãos é que tem que ser. Com a mão é que tem que ser. Vamos pôr aqui a aguinha. Para 1 quilo de farinha, 500 ml de água, 5 decilitros chega. Morninha, para a massa ter força para crescer. Agora amassa-se uns 10 minutos, que isto é pouca quantidade, não leva muito tempo. Ora, já amassei a minha massinha, tive de descansar 1h30, e quem não quiser estar com este trabalho de fazer a massa, vai à padaria e compra já a levedada e é só pôr os ingredientes para amassar o que se chama já os colares. Agora é que se vai começar a fazer os colares. Ora, primeiro vou pôr a banha derretida, 150 gramas de banha derretida. Raspa de limão, de um limão. Agora vou pôr 2 colheres de ervas doces. 2 colheres de canela. Duas de chocolate. E o açúcar. Meio quilo de açúcar. Os ovos. E agora vamos abater isto tudo, fazer uma mistura aqui com isto. Agora tem que ser muito bem amassadinho, até não se encontrar linhas nenhumas, que a massa agora começa a fazer linhas. Vou untar o tachinho com banha. Agora um bocadinho de farinha. Está preparado para pôr a massa. Estive a amassar isto meia hora e agora vou pôr nos tacinhos, que é para pôr no forno. Ora, vamos pôr o toque final para os nossos chocolates. Pôr aqui o ovinho. E forno com eles. Vou tirar o Filary do forno, tiveram lá 45 minutos. Vou desenformá-lo. Está lindo. Experimentem fazer em casa para manter a tradição dos antigos. Espero que gostem e um bom dia de Páscoa.
Eu sou a Leonilde, venho das casas altas e vou explicar como se faz as azeitonas para pôr na mesa e comer. Que as azeitonas não servem só para fazer azeite, servem também para se comer e há umas 4 maneiras de fazer. Temos pisadas, temos de água e temos de retalhadas e de sal. Escolhi estas azeitonas mais verdes para pisar, que é melhor, para não se desfazerem. E as outras são mais maduras, que é para fazer cortes, retalhadas e de água. E estas são mais durinhas. Não podem ser muito pisadas, senão desfazem-se. Tem que se ter cuidado porque isto chisca muito e estas nodas têm azeite. Custa a tirar da roupa. Agora piso as azeitonas, trouxe a neve, os orégãos e os limões e os alhos e faço a salmoura. E depois, se quiserem comer logo, mudam a água dia sim, dia não, durante uma semana estão boas. Vai sempre deitando sal. E se quiserem deixar mais uns tempos, 1 mês ou 2 ou 3, não se mexe mais, senão no tempo que a gente vai a comer. Convém não ser água da torneira, porque é para não ter sabores. Agora vou lavar as azeitonas, ponho no frasquinho, no frasquinho, e depois faço a salmoura aqui à parte e deito a água aqui. E os ingredientes estes. Isto é só uma pinga já agora. Agora já as tenho lavadas, vou pôr aqui os cheirinhos, a nérda e os orégãos e os alhos e um bocadinho de limão em cima, que é para tirar o amargo, o limão. E depois é que se deita a água, que é quando se põe o É mais e corta os bocadinhos. A coisa está muito cheia. E agora um bocadinho de limão. O limão é para comer o amargo. Estou a fazer a salmoura para fazer a conserva dos 3 frascos das de água. Ai. Agora pus o sal, mexo aqui a água bem mexida e se o ovo vier ao de cima está bom. A ver? Se tivesse pouco sal e o ovo não vinha de cima. Está bom. Não precisa mais. Agora põe-se a salmoura aqui dentro, a água salgada. Se for para ficar para muito tempo, não precisa mexer mais. Se for para mudar a água, tem que mudar a água e deitar sal. Pronto. Está para si, está bom. Já está as azeitonas britadas. Olha, agora já estão boas. Britadinhas, daqui a um mês, se for caso quiserem comer antes, terão que mudar a água e deitar sal, um bocadinho de sal. Agora vamos fazer as retalhadas. Estas estão mais maduras e faço um corte. Só, antigamente fazia 3 cortes, mas como são mais maduras podem-se estragar. E agora fazemos só um corte e também já não salpicam a casa. Ao menos isso. E também são saborosas estas. São muito saborosas. Estas é que têm que estar mais de um mês aqui para adoçar. Olha, já está. É capaz de chegar. Está lá mais uma lavagemzinha. Agora já não preciso mais água, senão aquela. E agora pomos aqui no frasco. Puxa. Agora estou a pôr aqui os mesmos ingredientes nestas retalhadas, mas naquelas de água não precisa. Pronto. Aquelas ficam aí, se é para fazerem a salmoura quando elas estiverem doces. Bom, agora este já está. Já está a salmoura e os temperos. Já estão as retalhadas feitas e agora só pedem comer daqui a 2 ou 3 meses. É quando elas estão doces. Se não mexerem antes. Agora, se mudarem a água também, é capaz de adoçarem mais depressa. Agora estas vamos lavar. E ficam na água com o sal, mais nada. E daqui a 1 ano é que elas estão doces. Estas de água vão levar a salmoura e só não levam as ervas. E daqui a um ano, coisa assim, ou 6 meses, devem estar doces, mesmo que não estejam bem doces, vão-se a provar e deita-se então a névoa e os alhos e mais sal, quando fizer a salmoura. Agora esta água é para não se estragarem. E a azeitona vai ficar amarelinha. Quando apanhas azeitonas para fazer de água, tem aqui uma folha. Escolha as mais amarelinhas, que estão mais maduras, senão ficam duras. Podem estar 1 ano. Antes de 1 ano não estão doces. Só se forem mudar a água também sempre. Mas acho que não. Estas são a de adoçar porque ficam inteiras, não sai o amargo. Antigamente só se fazia azeitonas de água, também não havia. Havia poucas azeitonas e agora há muitas. E agora leva esta água. Pois estas dão menos trabalho, mas não são tão saborosas. Agora só daqui a 6 meses ou 1 ano é que se põe as ervas aromáticas e faz-se a salmoura novamente. Agora vamos fazer as azeitonas de sal. São assim roxas e apanham-se bem madurinhas. E agora lavam-se e vão-se pondo aqui junto com o sal. Que é para... Daqui por uns 15 dias estão boas. 15 dias ou 1 mês. Agora faz assim. Umas pedrinhas no fundo. Umas quantas assim. Deixa que estas levam muito sal. Eu também fiz. Tem que se fazer num cesto ou num recipiente com buracos, porque as azeitonas vão assim murchando e deitam a água. E com o sal e não se pode pôr em todo o sítio. E agora já fiz aqui as 4 maneiras de fazer as azeitonas. Tenho as de água, as britadas, as retalhadas e as de sal. E agora façam em casa e espero que gostem.
there that our colleague, Professor Gyula Paksului, is celebrating his 84th anniversary today. So, as one of the older members of our association, we decided to profit this special moment. He came to our colloquium just to congratulate you in name of all participants and friends that are with you in this day with this beautiful cake. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for coming. In this session, we will present 2 books and a half. The first one is Professor Gyula. For Professor, thank you for giving that possibility. And once again, this book is very important for us once we had, including in that book, the Portuguese language, of course, and not only, but this is very important. And according with our printer house, we have made one supplement that the persons from this library, and I must thank the director of this library, Dr. Paula, this lady, to thank your collaborators when they have translated and put on the printed form this list of Portuguese proverbs included on the book of Professor. So, thank you very much, is your word. According with the publisher, the book is €8. I recommend that you can buy all of them.
I am pleased to meet you, and I am pleased to be able to introduce a new proverb collection, a new comparative proverb collection, which compares proverbs in 10 languages. It's a comparatively small book. It contains only 340 items, which are presented in 10 languages. It's interesting that apart from the usual languages, we included Estonian, Portuguese. We always give, if possible, the Latin source, and not only the Latin source, but also the name of the source.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha.
Buenas.
Hello. Welcome to this second afternoon session. We're going to start with the presentation of Luís Tosina from the University of Extremadura in Spain. And the title of his presentation is Proverbial Sources in Tolkien's The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings. So, nice to see you, Luís, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, I would like to start by thanking the organization for having me one more year, as is customary. And I would like to apologize for not having been able to be there in person, being comparatively close to Tavira. But yeah, life. Anyways, let me share my presentation. Wait. There you go. All right. So today I'm going to be talking about Proverbs in The Lord of the Rings, which I understand is not a super original topic, but I've tried to give it my personal twist, okay? So my presentation is called Proverbial Sources in The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. So as was to be expected, this road had already been explored by authors such as Boswell, Clinton, Stanton, and also Tomás Ferreira at the ICP in 2022. My original idea, this started when I challenged my son to read the Hobbit, see who would finish it first, and he did. And as happens with everything I do, I try to take some advantage of what I like, my hobbies, pastimes, to try to see if there's something I can do about that with regards to Proverbs. And my original idea was to work on pseudo-proverbs, but that had already been done by Clinton, as you can see, 2014. Sorry, is that it? No, Stanton, sorry, 1996, right? So that's some of the previous scholarship on Proverbs in The Lord of the Rings. But then I realized that there had been a publication in 2023 by Chile where Tolkien's library was cataloged. So what I did was try to look for proverbial sources that he could have used. Obviously, we all know that he invented a bunch of languages. And my idea was, or the concept I decided to work on was, well, if he's invented a bunch of languages, I'm sure he also came up with some pseudo-proverbs that, again, that was already published. So what I did was I combed the catalog of Tolkien's library for potential proverbial sources, and I extracted all of those that you can see on the screen. Proverbs of Alfred, there's a bunch of different editions. Dictionary of archaic and provincial words. An Old English miscellany containing bestiary, Kentish sermons, Proverbs of Alfred again, etc., etc. Skid, Early English Proverbs. Nurse, a collection of words, phrases, names, and allusions to customs. And John Haywood's A Dialogue of Proverbs, which proved to be a very good source for pseudo-proverbs in The Lord of the Rings. I also want to say that this is a purely speculative work, but there seem to be certain grounds for the assumptions I'm going to make, okay? So other sources for Proverbs in Tolkien were the Kalevala and some medieval and Renaissance source. We all know that he was an Old English professor and an English philologist, so it only makes sense that he was familiar with medieval and Renaissance proverbs, and they offer some inspiration for pseudo-proverbs in The Lord of the Rings, as we shall say. So types of proverbs in The Lord of the Rings, we find proverbs existing in real life, Middle-earth adaptations of real-life proverbs, and Middle-earth proverbs. I've called them that, but they can also be referred to as pseudo-proverbs. Examples of real-life proverbs in The Hobbit, we have out of sight, out of mind, to teach one's grandmother to suck eggs, which I wouldn't consider a proverb, but it's included in Wilson's dictionary, so I added it. Third time pays for all. Where there's life, there's hope. It is an ill wind that blows no one any good. All good things must come to an end. Then in The Lord of the Rings proper, as per Stanton, we have proverbs such as it never rains but pours, as we say in Brie. Handsome means that as handsome does. All is well that ends well. All that glitters is not gold. Live and learn. Better late than never. Third time pays for all. Pity is akin to love. And it's an ill wind that blows nobody no good. And we find adaptations of proverbs existing in real life to the reality of the Middle Earth, and we find examples such as valleys have ears and some elves have other merry tongues, which is quite similar to the proverb or the proverbial idea, fields have eyes and woods have ears. Escaping goblins to be caught by wolves, which is similar to I escaped the thunder and fell into the lightning, contained in Wilson's dictionary. Also, naughty little boys that play with fire get punished, and there's a proverb, if you play with fire, you get burnt. still 12 yards is as good as a mile, an inch is as good as an ell, or a miss is as good as a mile, so it seems to be a combination of those two proverbs. For examples, old songs could come true, which is resembles or morning dreams come true, or that proverbial idea, right? The wealthy may have pity beyond right on the needy, which is similar to pity is akin to love, which I already mentioned. Snow comes after fire, and even dragons have their endings. I'm sorry, I'm going to change this because this is covering part of that. There you go. After a storm comes a calm, or everything has an end. Then that was in The Hobbit, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. And now for The Lord of the Rings, we have adaptations such as Where Will Wants Not, A Way Opens, which is similar to Need Knows No Law. Also bear in mind that the italics were in the original, which is something relevant, as I will mention in a minute. Shortcuts make long delays, which is similar to more haste, less speed, or at least the underlying idea. There's no accounting for east and west, as we say in Brie, again, with an introductory formula. There's no accounting for tastes. Men need many words before deeds, which is similar to the idea contained in Wilson, fair words and foul deeds. Oft the unbidden guest proves the best company, similar to unbidden guest is welcome when gone, or at least the idea of like a sententious idea, but unbidden or unwanted guests, right? Now, for The Hobbit, Middle-earth proverbs or pseudo-proverbs in The Hobbit. Every worm has his weak spot, as my father used to say. So there, the introductory formula makes me believe that was intended as a proverb, even though it's not contained or included in any proverb dictionary or in any similar phrasings. Never laugh at live dragons. Same thing, never laugh at. Seems like a dogmatic sentence. There are various proverbs that share a similar structure. It is difficult not to sleep in talking to a dragon, or so I have always heard. So that, or so I have always heard, also works as an introductory formula. We will bear no weapons against you, but we will leave you to your gold. You may eat that if you will. So the idea that gold cannot be eaten. I have heard songs of many battles, and I have always understood that defeat may be glorious. So that, again, that impersonal and general statement seems to act as a proverb in the narrative. Then as for the Lord of the Rings, it is said, another introductory formula, and the italics identifying the sentence as a proverb, do not meddle in the affairs of wizards, for they are subtle and quick to anger. Go not to the elves for counsel, as they will say both no and yes. And now, Pippin, my lad, don't forget Gildor's saying. So it's explicitly identified as a saying. Do not meddle in the affairs of wizards, the same as in the first example, for they are subtle and quick to anger. More examples. He can see through a brick wall in time, as they say in Brie. Even the wise cannot see the end beyond all doubt. Faithless is he that says farewell when the road darkens, so that is he that blah, blah, blah. Seems to be a recurring structure for various proverbs. And then how do we identify whether something was intended as a proverb? Again, this is purely speculative, but there seems to be some grounds for the consideration as such. So quite often the author identifies a statement as a proverb. Yes, in the example of never laugh at like dragons, Bilbo you fool, and it became a favorite saying of his later and passed into a proverb. So that's identified as such. Then, as we have seen in some previous examples, sometimes Tolkien used the convention of italicizing some sentences to mark them as proverbs. Another practice that hints towards the proverbial statement of a sentence is the repetition of the same sentence, especially when it's by different characters. The use of introductory formulae, and also the use of stereotypically proverbial structures, such as there's no accounting for east and west, or there's no accounting for tastes. So this is the central point of my presentation. I tried to find those sources that, whether consciously or unconsciously, led Tolkien to phrase something as a proverb. So I went through the Proverbs of Alfred, Skidd's Early English Proverbs, and Nurse, a glossary or collection of words, phrases, names, and allusions to customs, and John Highwood's A Dialogue of Proverbs, all of which were catalogued in Tolkien's library. So we know that he was familiar with those works, he owned them, and I'm sure he must have read them. And then I checked Kalevala, which is a well-known source of inspiration for the world of the Lord of the Rings, the Finnish epic, which I became familiar with thanks to my stay in Finland, thanks to Lisa. And then Tilly's Dictionary of Proverbs in England in the 16th and 17th centuries, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with, and it's one of the most thorough collections of proverbs from the Renaissance period. So from Highwood's work, we find inspiration for the following proverbs that you have on your screen. I'll give you a minute to check them out, but I'll point towards that alleged inspiration in the next slides. So those are just some examples. For instance, he can see through a brick wall. So the idea of seeing through or piercing through a stone wall, actually in different editions, the one that I'm quoting here, it says a brick wall, but there are other editions where they use the phrase stone wall. So as you know, different editions have been revisited and there are changes. There's no consistency across different editions of The Lord of the Rings. So the one I'm quoting from 2002, which seems to be the more canonical edition, uses the phrase brick wall, but in previous editions you may also find stone wall. So in any case, going through or seeing through, or the idea of a stone wall seemed to be, I don't know, maybe a coincidence, but also maybe he took that from Highwood. Other examples, elves seldom give unguarded advice. For advice is a dangerous gift. So the idea of giving advice as a dangerous practice is also included in Highwood's, where it said, and pardon my old English, taking harm in giving your advice. So the possibility of giving advice as a harmful practice also seemed, I don't know, hardly a coincidence. Anyway, need brooks no delay, yet late is better than never. That's in the Lord of the Rings. And in Highwood's A Dialogue in Proverbs, we find need knows no law. So that parallel structure also seemed to have possibly been inspired by Highwood's work. Men need many words before deeds, so words and deeds, or silence and speech, that not parallelism, the connection between those ideas also appears in Highwood. Good words do not always bring good deeds. So again, there's a parallelism there. One who cannot cast away a treasure at need is in fetters. So that's Lord of the Rings. And in Highwood, we find no man loveth his fetters, be they made of gold. So the choice of words for fetters instead of some other alternative. And then the connection between a treasure and being made of gold seemed hardly accidental. Dead men are not friends to living men, and offer them no gifts. That's what we read in The Lord of the Rings, and in Highwood we find, who waits for dead men's shoes shall go long barefoot. So again, dead men giving something away to those who remain in the world of the living. There's a clear parallelism there. Still, a beggar must be grateful if a thief returns him a morsel of his own. We find in Highwood, the beggar may sing before the thief. So the connection between a beggar and a thief, again, seemed to be possibly the inspiration for the sentence in The Lord of the Rings. From Kalevala, I found this was super hard because it's not an easy read, but I found a possible connection for those four statements. Courage is found in unlikely places. Oft the unbeaten guest proves the best company. Dawn is ever the hope of man. many a doer of great deeds might say no more. And for courage is found in unlikely places, sorry for the long text, that my family is not great and my homestead is not so noble. If my family is not great, nor my homestead is quite so noble, it is of the highest born, it is of the highest king. So then again, for not being so noble or so great, doesn't mean that this person cannot do or achieve great deeds, right? So that's what's the idea, the underlying idea for the pseudo-proverb. And there seems to be a connection between that and Kalevala, and we know for a fact that the Kalevala served as inspiration for the Lord of the Rings. So maybe it also served for inspiration for some of the pseudo-proverbs in the Middle Earth. The unwitting guest proves the best company. We find an invited guest is good, but an unexpected is better. So again, there's a clear connection there. Dawn is ever the hope of man. There seems to be the motive for the whole Canto 49 in Kalevala. I didn't reproduce the whole thing, but that's the underlying idea for that canto. Many a doer of great deeds might say no more. So I've heard it as a saying. But there is a different version. Not even the swiftest rabbit ever runs out all its water, nor does an expert singer ever pour out all his wisdom. So the idea of you may achieve great things, but you don't need to boast or brag about them seems to be also found in Kalevala. Therefore, for Renaissance Proverbs from Tilly's dictionary, we can see the following. None knows what the new day shall bring him, which is similar to the Proverbs included by Tilly. He that falls today may be up again tomorrow. Here today and gone tomorrow. If today will not, tomorrow may. Another proverb from Lord of the Rings: one must tread the path that need chooses, which is similar to barefooted men need not tread in thorns. The praise of the praiseworthy is above all rewards, similar to praise by evil men. Actually, it would be the opposite. Is this praise? Hope oft deceives, similar to too much hope deceives. I mean, pretty much word for word. For it is said in old lore, I kept the introductory formula there. The hands of the king are the hands of a healer, which I see a similarity with the same hand that gave must heal the wound, because after all, it's the kings who send people to fight wars, right? Or used to be. For thus it is spoken, oft hope is born when all is forlorn. Similar to hope is the last thing that a man has to flee unto. And I don't know if that's that's the last one. If it needs but one foe to breed a war, not two, which is similar to the proverb mentioned by Tilly. One enemy is too much. Finally, the conclusions we may draw are that with the development of paraemiology over the last few decades, previous proverb studies have been rendered outdated. So phraseological units that were considered as proverbs by previous scholars should be considered a different category. And also Stanton's list of proverbs in the Lord of the Rings that I quoted at the very beginning included also non-proverbs, mostly stereotyped comparisons, which are removed to get a closer idea of how proverbs are actually used in the Lord of the Rings tetralogy, including also the Hobbit. In the books, particularly the Lord of the Rings trilogy, we find certain marks that indicate the proverbial status of a sentence, namely the use of italics or introductory formula. But most proverbs are not marked as such. So we may pose the question: were these sentences, the sentences that I've mentioned, intended as proverbs by Tolkien? We don't know, but that seems to be the case in many of the examples. We find three types of proverb use, as I've mentioned: real word proverbs, adapted proverbs, and then invented pseudo proverbs that I named Middle Earth proverbs. These proverbs can be identified by their stereotypical phrasing, the vocabulary used, and their figurative meaning. And then we've identified some sources of proverbial inspiration, namely Highwood's Dialogue of Proverbs, the Kalevala, and medieval and Renaissance proverbs. These are some of all of the sources I've used. Thank you very much for your attention, and thanks, Ramon, for the presentation. I didn't say anything before.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments you'd like to make? If I may, Luís, I have two very simple questions. The first one is, if I understood well, you make difference between an adapted proverb and a pseudo-proverb in your study. Okay, could you clarify that in a bit more detail? And the second question is about these possible inspirations. My question is there any evidence that Tolkien knew these works?
Yeah, so I'll start with the second question. Just recently, a couple of years ago, someone published a catalog of Tolkien's personal library. So he didn't own, for instance, Tilly's dictionary because it was published in 1950, and that was right around the time when The Lord of the Rings was being published. So there's no Hello?
Yes, you're back.
Oh, sorry about that. I don't know what happened.
No,
anyways, as I was saying.
It was not your fault.
We know that he owned, or he was familiar with the Proverbs of Alfred and all of those works that I've cited because they were catalogued in his personal library. Then he didn't know, he wasn't familiar, he couldn't have known Tilly's dictionary because it was published in 1950, but it was around the time that The Lord of the Rings was being published. So there's no way he knew that. But I'm sure as an English philologist, he was, Tolkien as an English philologist, he was familiar with obviously the works of Shakespeare and Renaissance authors, so he must have known some of those proverbs or proverbial ideas. There's evidence that he was familiar with Kalevala and he used this as inspiration. So even though it's speculative, I think it's fairly safe to assume that some of these, either consciously or unconsciously, may have motivated some pseudo-proverbs. As for the distinction, the pseudo-proverbs or Middle-earth proverbs are ideas that are presented as proverbial in the world of the Lord of the Rings, but for which we don't find a direct inspiration or connection with existing proverbs. Then we have proverbs that exist in real life and are used in the Lord of the Rings word for word. And then there are some proverbs that exist in real life and are super similar in the Lord of the Rings, but there are some changes, or Tolkien made some changes to adapt them to the reality, the world of fantasy of Middle-earth. So that's the distinction I made, just to try.
Thanks very much. It was very clear. Thank you. Have you got any questions or comments you'd like to make? No. Anyone? No? Okay. So a big round of applause for Luís. Thank you. Now we go on to the second presentation now. And this is a presentation. There are two people presenting. There's one person here. And let's welcome Izabela Dixon from Koszalin University of Technology in Poland. And then online we have Nargiza Abdullaeva, sorry for the pronunciation, Abdullaeva Erkinovna from the National University of Uzbekistan, who's here, and we can see her online. Welcome to Tavira. Now they are presenting the metaphorical usage of the Lexin Bridge in English, Polish, Uzbek, and Portuguese proverbs. So, when you wish.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon to all our friends. So delighted to see you even online. Thanks to the technicians that they gave me an opportunity to watch all the talks through YouTube official website, and I'm enjoying them so much. So, Isabella, can we have a presentation here?
Can you see it?
Hello,
no. By the way.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. So, actually, it was the idea of Isabella. So, thanks so much for her giving me such kind of brilliant idea, because metaphorical usage of the lexeme bridge in these very different languages, including English, Polish, Uzbek, and Portuguese proverbs, is a very interesting one, because these languages are neither neighbor languages nor related languages to each other. But when we had this research, all facts, details were so interesting and catchy. So when we speak about, first of all, what is bridge itself, I'm not an engineer or a mechanician, but still I want to speak about it a little bit. So bridges are structures and cultural constructs. They are more than feats of engineering. They are enduring symbols of human ingenuity and connection. Across valleys, islands, and rivers, the need to overcome natural barriers inspired remarkable technical achievements. But beyond their physical form, bridges have also become deeply embedded in our cultural imagination. We admire their elegance, sometimes traveling great distances just to witness their beauty. They are sometimes so huge and very high, over very huge distance of water. Moreover, the concept of a bridge has transcended its literal meaning, entering our languages and thought as a metaphor for connection, transition, and understanding. In this way, bridges are both tangible structures and powerful cognitive constructs, shaping how envisions relationships, progress, and the linking of disparate realms. So if we move to Proverbs, while we're comparing them with bridges, Proverbs and proverbial phrases are more than expressions of folk wisdom. They are linguistic tools that help bridge cultural divides among the nations and foster understanding across communities. So across many languages, the bridge metaphor symbolizes connection and the hope of unity. Here you can see our dear Izabela on the bridge in Tashkent. I'm very honored to have Izabela as a guest in our country, and you can believe me that every person who met Izabela loves and misses still here in Uzbekistan. Okay, so Proverbs in communication, as our lovely Papa Mida said, Proverbs continue to be part of oral and written communication. They serve the human inclination to summarize observations and experiences into generalized nuggets of wisdom that can be employed as ready-made comments on everyday relationships and socio-political affairs. So in his time, Neil Norrick defines the notion of proverbiality through highlighting its conversational value. Like, proverbs are characteristically used to form a complete utterance, make a complete conversational contribution, and/or to perform a speech act in a speech event. Later, he cites about cultural and metaphorical features of proverbs, including the ideas Proverbs can be collected and anthologized as little texts complete in themselves. They can be described in their relations to other proverbs, in their discourse contexts, and within their cultural metrics. Their cultural salience renders the proverbs interesting in cross-cultural comparison as well, including questions of intercultural transmission and translation. Because of their imagery, proverbs provide evidence of stereotypes and standard cultural metaphors. Agreeing his insightful thoughts about proverbiality and proverbs, we admit that particular cultural information and stylistic coloring of them are their essential signs, while the metaphorical sense of proverbs provides the implementation of imaginative perception in readers' or listeners' cognition process. So as Isaac Newton said, we build too many walls and not enough bridges. So the power of words, again, as our Papa Mida said, good fences make good neighbors. However, when people work together on not totally dispensable fences, they might just build bridges across them and learn to tolerate each other in a congenial, humane way. Fences aren't necessarily evil in human relationships, and it's better to mend them together than to infringe in each other's territory or privacy. While fences may divide us, words and especially proverbs can build bridges. And proverbs distill shared values of friendship, respect, and cooperation. These all values that cross cultural boundaries between nations all over the world. So, as orator Martin Luther King said, let's build bridges, not walls. So, in Proverbs, we can see the metaphor bridge, as Litovkina highlights here. The word bridge as one of the frequent words referring to several notions in the formation of new proverbs considerably. The list of polysemous and homonymous words employed in our anti-proverbs could be extended beyond the limits of patience, time, shot, rod, loud, miss, particularly bridge, and port are only a few of them. So there are given several types of bridges. Maybe there are actually more than these types, but we have seen these structures mostly like arch bridge, maybe cable stayed bridge. Okay, so the first example is taken from the English language, like very interesting one, painting the force bridge. It's like painting the force bridge is a well-known bridge expression that describes a task that is endless or perpetually in need of renewal. The saying originates from the iconic Force Bridge in Scotland, a vast cantilever railway bridge spanning in the first of force. For much of the 20th century, it was believed that the bridge required constant maintenance. As soon as the painters reached to one end, they would have to start again from the other parts. So, though modern techniques have since freed the bridge from this cycle, the phrase lives on as a cultural metaphor. We invoke it when speaking of work that never seems complete, the continuous effort required in relationships, in learning, in life itself. Much like bridges connect distant shores, this expression connects the physical reality of labor with the human experience of persistence and resilience. Let's check some equivalents of this English proverb in Polish and Uzbek. I'm so sorry for my Polish. Sisyfowa praca. So it means a very common, Sisyphean labor. It is used in Polish exactly for endless, futile, and repetitive work. The next one, rabota bez końca, work without ends, informal, but very clear to understand. In Uzbek, it is much more, figuratively created, like suvne elat bilan tashish, carrying water with a sieve. It's an impossible or pointless task, endlessly repeating because it can never succeed. or tog'ni ko'chirishga o'xshaydi, like trying to move a whole mountain, expressing something overwhelming or too large to finish. So English proverbs with bridge imagery, we can see more of them, like maybe some of them are very common, like don't burn your bridges, so it means don't destroy relationships or paths you may need in future. Or we will cross that bridge when we come to it, deal with the problem as they arise, not beforehand. The next one, water under the bridge, something that has happened and is no longer important. Build bridges, not walls, that we have mentioned above, more than one metaphorical one. These proverbs promote understanding and connection rather than division. They also convey ideas of patience, relationship building, and reconciliation. Now let's see several Uzbek proverbs, including the word, like the lexeme bridge, in their structures, like dostlik koprik, dushmanlik devar. Friendship is a bridge, enmity is a wall. So it says just we have to make not build a wall, but a bridge, because it's a kind of at the same time straightly the meaning of bridge construction or figuratively friendship. Or the next one, kuch birlikda, or birlikda kuch, two variants are used frequently in oral speech. In unity, there is strength. So the next one, sevgi yuraklarni bog'laydigan ko'prik. Love is a bridge linking hearts. So these proverbs highlight the value of friendship, love, community, and the power of words to connect in society. The next proverbs in the Uzbek language are more moral one, I can say that. Like first one, til qalblarning ko'prigi. A language is a bridge among souls. So as an English language teacher, I always say, if you learn one more language like English or any foreign language, so you will construct a new bridge to a new world, to a new culture, to a new country. You will learn it very easily through its language. So the next one, til xalqlar orasidagi ko'prik. Language is a bridge among nations, which is very similar to the previous one. The next proverb says about fatherhood, like ota farzandiga ko'prik. It means father is a bridge for his child. So it means father is a person who usually keeps and gives all cultural heritage of the family to their children in order to keep their culture, their habits, traditions, even values. The next one is more interesting, like keksalik koprik. So old age is a bridge. So it means an old person is a kind of treasure that can give all kind of information about history, life problems, and how to solve them, which he or she learned from their ancestors. And that person can give this information, this knowledge, this intelligence to the young generation. Next one is ko'prikdan o'tguncha ulovga yolborish kerak. So one must back the horse before crossing the bridge. Okay, daryodan o'tmay ko'prikni yomonlama. Do not criticize the bridge before crossing the river because you're using this bridge. Okay, our dear friend Izabela will continue with Polish and Portuguese proverbs, including bridge lexemes as a metaphor.
Sorry. I just wanted to say that I think last year you told us that Uzbekistan is famous for its 7 rivers. So they do need bridges, and therefore they seem to have you seem to have a lot of proverbs with the lexeme. Polish is not this rich in proverbial expressions. We have some idioms, idiomatic phrases. So what I found is proverbs emphasizing unity and cooperation, we have this saying, podaj rękę na zgodę. Of course, there is no bridge in that proverb, but I think that what is very visual about that, when people shake hands, when they reach for each other's hands, they actually do create a kind of bridge. So you could argue that visually it is this sort of thing. Zgoda buduje, niezgoda rujnuje. Agreement builds, disagreement destroys. Again, no lexeme here, but it's about building connections through actually, having no disagreements, getting closer. Modern expressions incorporate the bridge metaphor, like we have, so it's less traditional, more modern, I would say, budować mosty między narodami, to build bridges between nations, and być pomostem do porozumienia, so pomost is like a bridge, to be a bridge to understanding. So we were looking at these phrases, and we have come up with these kind of insights that across at least these three languages, English, Polish, and Uzbek, the bridge symbolizes trust and love, patience and guidance, cooperation, dialogue, moving forward together. Proverbs across these languages serve as tools for teaching values and opening dialogue between diverse worlds. So when we started our little project on bridges together, we sort of got there, and we actually enjoyed doing this. This is a kind of pilot study, really. We also, for Tavira, decided to add Portuguese proverbs. We were investigating these proverbs with the help of various tools, including our Portuguese friends. So you met Jorge yesterday and Sonia. And we found some bridge proverbs, and they are a bit different. So we have foes and silver bridges, and, excuse my Portuguese, o inimigo que foge, ponte de prata. The enemy who flees, to the enemy who flees, a silver bridge. O inimigo que te vira a espalda, ponte de prata. So again, it's a variant to the enemy who turns his back on you, a silver bridge. This proverb actually I found in a collection by, oh my gosh, I talked about this collection today with Professor Mida. I found the English variant with also a silver and gold bridge. There are some more Provérbios in Portuguese como palavra ponte. One indicating recklessness, so quem e cavalo passa ponte, no olho vê a morte. So who crosses the bridge on horseback stares death in the eyes. Actually, I was walking across the bridge between, the bridge over Giliau River the other day, and I was thinking how low the railing was. So if you were riding a bike and someone pushed you or you lost the balance, you would be over the railings. So I can actually feel the danger of such bridges, such constructions. So the Portuguese saw them too. So it evokes the thin line between courage and folly. We found one also representing safety, so pela ponte de madeira passa o doido cavaleiro. Over the wooden bridge rides the mad knight. It suggests that only a fool does the unsafe path. The wooden bridge stands for fragility, poor judgment, or unstable ventures. It's a proverb about imprudence. There's also a Portuguese proverb about resourcefulness. Todos os caminhos vão dar ponte, quanto o rio vai de monte a monte. So all roads lead to the bridge when the river swells from hill to hill. It reflects inevitability of human resourcefulness when difficulties arise, like the river flooding. All efforts converge towards finding a way across. The bridge symbolizes the shared solution or the only viable passage. And our observations, I mean, there are more Portuguese proverbs, but a lot of them are kind of weather signs. So what we found is that unlike in Polish, English, and Uzbek, where bridges symbolize unity, reconciliation, Portuguese proverbial imagery frames the ponte with a schema of peril, passage, maybe a strategy. So the bridge is a means, not an end, a site of testing risk and tactical wisdom. It represents not cohesion, strictly speaking, but navigation and survival, reflecting more of a pragmatic intelligence attuned to life's precarious balance. So in Portuguese thought, the ponte belongs less to the field of harmony and more to that of strategy, danger, and inevitability. So our conclusion so far is that, all in all, proverbs containing the word bridge that appear in Polish, English, Uzbek, and Portuguese reflect both shared human wisdom and distinct national worldviews. While meaning differ from unity and reconciliation to strategy and survival, they all affirm that language itself is a bridge, one that connects rather than divides. Through academic collaboration, we think, and dialogue, we continue to build such bridges today, as we have done so with Nargiza. We found a lot of also visual material with the Lexeme Bridge. It's actually ample on the internet, so it takes both sides to build a bridge, walking the path of bridges and endless possibilities, very positive thoughts, including bridges. We have also a metaphor, life is a journey, which is a conceptual metaphor, and every path in life has a bridge. The journey is crossing it. Of course, we cannot not mention the Roman bridge in Tavira. And actually, before we really say thank you, we would like to invite you to collaborate with us and help us investigate bridge proverbs in your languages. We would like to actually bring a little book together and a little study. I think that will be the next step. I think we can reach a lot of new conclusions. Loads of countries, yes, absolutely. That's the plan.
Thank you. Thank you both very much for this very interesting topic. And I'd like you to comment or ask questions if you wish.
If not,
there's someone over there.
Hello, both of you. Nargiza, hi, I'm waving to you. You don't see me, but it's Sasha, so just that you know.
Yeah.
It's not a question, it's not direct comment, it's just, let's say, guidance to actually a really beautiful essay on bridges from Ivo Andrić. I send a reference to Nargiza, she has it in Messenger. But I think it will correspond, or it will show the work that you have done even nicer and better. So use it. It's really useful for you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your recommendation and source.
Yeah, we have time if you want to add something else, or if the audience, yes, Mr. Meadet there.
It's so wonderful to see both of you up there. You mentioned in passing, good fences make good neighbors. And I think if you were to do that book with the bridges, you might want to bring good fences make good neighbors into that, because it in a way expresses a different viewpoint. When I wrote my paper on that proverb many years ago, and I dealt primarily between the Israel issue with good fences make good neighbors. And of course, it always depends who builds the fence. And I argued in that paper that if you need to separate people, you ought to have both sides construct the fence, not just one. And then I concluded that paper by saying you should always build the fence that you can build a bridge across it eventually. So I can send you that.
Absolutely. I would love that. Thank you. Yes, I think we could develop, because it seems that the bridge material is not as ample as we had anticipated, but we thought that it would be a nice place to start. So fences, yeah, and walls and Trump. I can entertain you with a few more of these, as I've got the power here. So we found some really funny ones. So Sweden want a bridge, Denmark want a tunnel, and so on. I think that's it.
Yeah. Okay, actually, I wanted to add one thing after Papa Miter's just explanation about the fence. I don't know, in Uzbekistan, fences are not common. We usually construct walls, or sometimes we miss gap. Just free place between the neighbors. And in modern life of our Uzbek people, usually in urbanized city centers, or even in villages, countrysides, everywhere, we use a very famous proverb for our culture, uy olma qo'shni ol. So it means don't choose a flat or house according to its features, according to its characters, but choose, first of all, neighbors. Why? Because neighbors are sometimes very close, even closer than friends or relatives, because they are near to us, and that's why they can help you more than the other people. So that is why after me there's highlightings, I just remember about this Uzbek proverb. It doesn't include breach. Anyway, it says very good explanation of unity of neighborhood in the Uzbek culture. So that's why we sometimes just leave some, land between neighbors. And that's all. No fence, no wall. And it's okay to live and to see our neighbors' everyday life. Yeah. Thanks.
While culturally in Poland, fences and walls, we have ample material there, I can assure you. So we like walls and fences.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else you'd like to ask? Yes, here.
Congratulations. And your communication helps me to understand better one artistic movie, the Madison County Bridges, with Meryl Streep and Clint Eastwood. It's a love story. And here in one image, I can see the unity of sky, land, and water. In fact, this is here and other also. Here, yes, indeed, every bridge is not only one human connection, it's more. It's a connection with the past, with ancestors, with God, with faith, beliefs, and so on. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Have you seen the movie?
Thank you so much.
No?
Not a great fan of Clint's.
When you want to cry, see it.
Okay, thanks very much. A round of applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we go to the third presentation, and that will be by our colleague from the Estonian Literary Museum, Risto Järv. Now, the title of his presentation is Do Whatever You Will, but Think of Your End. Proverbs in Realistic Tales. So, off you go.
My presentation gives me opportunity to speak not about just one, but two of my favorite genres, proverbs and folktales. They are, of course, quite different in form. Proverbs are short, memorable, they express wisdom in a line, whereas the folktales unfold meaning gradually through plot and conflict. And some of us could remember them easily. When proverb conveys its message in a brief and striking form, the folktale develops its lesson usually gradually and in detail. No, that one. So many. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Obrigado. Following international folktale classification systems, we can expect certain structural and functional patterns across subgenres. In animal tales, which are typically short and often resemble fables, proverbs tend to often functioning as a summarizing morals, brief conclusions that seal the story with a lesson. In tales of magic, proverbs may appear often a figurative embellishment, adding a layer of imagery, mood, or symbolism without necessarily carrying the plot. The presentation focuses on the third subcategory of folktales, realistic tales or novelle. The topic emerged organically towards the end of preparing the relevant volume in the Estonian folktale series. For many years now, we have at the Estonian Literary Museum, in cooperation with the University of Tartu, been preparing an anthology series of Estonian folktales. The project's aim is to publish an overview of fairy tales from the Estonian folklore archives and present them by tale type. Our archives hold around 6,000 magic tales, about 3,000 animal tales, and approximately 1,100 realistic tales. Each volume focuses on a specific group of tales. The first volume, in two parts, covered fairy tales or tales of magic. The second volume was animal tales. And the most recent is now dedicated to realistic tales. These tales are characterized by like-life characters and realistic plots, usually with no supernatural elements. Their protagonists succeed not through magic, but by a wit, cleverness, or simply by a chance. The book follows the structure established in earlier volumes. It presents an overview of the tale types, representative sample text from the Estonian folklore archives, and substantial commentary sections that helps interpret the material. I actually brought one volume with me. And when we every year have opportunity to learn at least a little bit Portuguese, this time you will have a chance to learn some Estonian. Just kidding. But to have a look from the page 515, 501 onwards, you will find English summaries of the tale types included in this volume. Actually, these pages were edited by Jonathan Ropan, who unfortunately could join us this year here in wonderful Tavira. So, actually, these tale type summaries are also freely available online for all volumes. I'll make a couple more bows. This conference, with this wonderful atmosphere, truly inspires it. In his classic article, Wilhelm Grimm, a proverbial addition to the fairy tales, Professor Wolfgang Mieder, almost 40 years ago, demonstrated that expressions such as proverbs are a natural part of the fairy tales or folkloric style. He argues convincingly that Wilhelm Grimm additions were not meant to deceive, but to capture of the spirit of the folk language, which the brothers saw as central to the tale's value. Among Estonian scholars, the topic of proverbs found in Estonian fairy tales was already addressed years ago by Pille Kippar, a researcher of animal tales, in his article on folklore minor forms in animal tales. She explored proverbs in animal tales alongside other minor forms, noting that such short form appear in all parts of animal tales, but are most common in direct speech and in story conclusions, where proverbs in particular tend to occur more frequently. The subject was later briefly taken by academician Arvo Krikman, familiar to many present here, who is in his book Insights into Short Forms of Folklore, drew parallel between Estonian proverbial expressions and folk narratives. Kriku's overview highlights only 3 tale types within realistic tale section. To their connections to proverbial expression is admittedly debatable or to varying degrees. Of these, he considers only one to be truly type-specific, as it appears in tale type ATU 910A in the foremost didactic formula. And before I go further, just a small disclaimer, although we initially in the Estonian Folklore Archives Folktale Working Group intended to mark every occurrence of the proverb in the tale text, this was not done consistently across all material. So what I'm presenting here is not a systematical statistical overview, but rather a strategist describing approach shaped of the process of compiling, editing, and commenting on this most recent volume. So my aim is to explore whether the strategies and tendencies found in other tale genres also apply to realistic tales. And now we finally arrive at proverbs in realistic tales and begin with the example Pille Kippar highlighted for its concluding proverb. We can indeed find such cases within realistic tales, and they even seem to be quite dominant. One such case appears in the variant of the well-known tale type ATU, even 875E, the unjust decision from the year 1935. On the left, there is original archival manuscript. On the right, the corresponding page from our book. A priest and church assistant, parish clerk, are neighbors who constantly argue over lands and animals. When the priest, mayor, gives birth near the clerk's harrow, the clerk claims the foal. Later, the clerk's wife accidentally gives birth at the priest's house. It happens. The priest now claims the child as his. The case goes to court. The judge declares, if your harrow could give birth to a foal, then his toe could give birth to a child. And so at the end, the storyteller, or maybe the collectors, it more often seems to be a collector than a storyteller, simply adds the saying, clearly marked with the word proverb, you take past fiber, you pay for a strap. Nothing follows, the story ends there. This final line serves as a kind of moral conclusion to an otherwise morally questionable tale. In its own way, the story teaches that if someone tricks you, you are allowed to trick them back. A second example of a proverb appearing at the end of a tale, the tale type 981, wisdom of hidden old man saves kingdom. There is a story set in a time where the law required that elderly should no longer be kept alive. One son, however, chooses to defy the rule and he hides his aging father in the cellar. When a year of famine follows and no seed grain is available, the hidden father secretly advises his son to check under the barn roof when he had earlier hidden some rye in bundles of reed. The son follows his advice, and so he becomes wealthy, and the story proves that wisdom can save lives. The next year, he sold the same rye as seed grain to others at a high price and became truly rich. See, as the simple proverb says, wisdom saves you and lets you live even in the old age. Again, the collector or storyteller has remarked it with the term proverb. The third example, again, from the end, in the variant of the tale type 930, the prophecy, a rich manor lord and poor man have children on the same night, a daughter and a seventh son. Fearing a prophecy that the boy will marry his daughter, the Lord orders him killed, but a kind coachman hides him. After unknowingly marrying the Lord's daughter and surviving a quest to hell, the boy returns with 3 golden hairs and magical wisdom. The furious Lord journeys to hell himself. And then comes the traditional fairy tale ending crowned with a flourish of 2 proverbs from the narrator. But the clever young man lived on calmly and happily together with his young wife and her mother, while the old landlord had plenty of time to reflect. A wicked life had a wicked end. As you sow, you shall reap. The first of these reflects the traditional Christian moral view. The second, apparently direct biblical proverb. Actually, this tale was recorded by Jaan Sandra, who use of proverbs I also discussed during my first presentations in Tavira in 2010. And it is precisely the kind of piling up the proverbial saying that characterizes his style. He may even place a proverb in the title or in the beginning, or has a lot of proverbs inside the story. In any case, we see that in realistic tales, although there is only exceptional at the end to have 2 proverbs altogether, such sayings tend to appear especially at the end, making the voice of the narrator. And as I said, collector Jaan Sandra actually is exceptional on his use proverb strategies, as he employs proverbs not only to conclude folk tales, as most others do, but also to open them. For instance, he begins one story with a proverb right in the introductory descriptions, drawing attentions to what is about to unfold. If you are planning to create for someone else, take your own measure first, says a wise old proverb, and he continues. But now let's turn to those cases where the proverb appears not at the end or sometimes at the beginning, but right at the middle of the story. They are structurally and emotionally quite powerful. In a tale that blends realistic tale type 82921, the king and the farmer, with elements of Münchhausen-style joke, tale type 1880, the proverb marks a dramatic turning point at the middle of the plot, and actually the place where narrator has combined 2 different plots. Clever village boy escapes punishment in court by solving an impossible riddle. As a reward, he is given a fine outfit, but disaster soon follows. First rain, then hail, and piece by piece, his new clothing is destroyed. And finally, the boy is left completely naked. At this lowest moment, the narrator inserts a proverb, where trouble is greatest, help is nearest. And indeed, as a true Münchhausen-style twist, the boy finds a cannon by the road, climbs into it, and shot all the way home. No, not realistic, of course. But anyhow, here, the proverb does not wrap up the story. It works as a pivot, naming the moment announcing the sudden turn towards salvation. And also, within this material, there are several cases where it's like the plot is changing, or the new directions will be to the folktale plot. Another example comes from type 882, the wager on the wife's chastity, a tale famously represented by Boccaccio in the Decameron. The Estonian variant, The Beggar's Daughter, collected in 1889, tells the story of a poor girl who eventually becomes queen after being wrongly accused of infidelity. The narrator inserts a proverb. God does see who is right, but he does not reveal it quickly, says the proverb. Again, within the proverb there is also used the term proverb, and we can see the same in the matter of the merchant and his friend. And so this passage, again making a turning point in justice, has triumphed, but only temporarily. From here, the tale begins to reverse directions. So, in story, the proverb doesn't simply conclude events, it functions as a narrative hinge, a pause, a judgment, a moral signal to the story. It's about to turn toward justice. And last but not least, there are cases where the proverb plays an important narrative role. It is not merely decorative, but structurally and thematically essential, even if it occupies only a small part of a longer tale. One rather violent example is the tale or the variant How to Teach the Woman, classified ATU 90B, who works, not eats, which uses the proverb, who works not, eats not. The tale continues at length, but we can see that this moment when the narrative action truly begins, the proverb was used. And my final example, the proverb that gives the presentation its title, Do Whatever You Will, but Think of Your End. International type 90C, think carefully before you begin a task. There is only one known variant of this tale in Estonia. However, across Europe, its transmissions and development have been clearly been shaped by literary traditions, most notably by Gesta Romanorum and medieval Latin collection of moral stories. And so, in Estonian variant, there was once a king who said to everyone, do whatever you will, but think of your end. The people in his kingdom, tired of always being reminded to think of their end, began to whisper among themselves, and soon they plotted to take the king's life. They told the barber, you will be the one who kill him. But when the barber raised the blade, the king, as always, calmly repeated, do whatever you will, but think of your end. The barber froze. He believed the king knew. He confessed. The king was saved. And so, in this short tale, for instance, it appears this proverb 4 times. It recurs like a mantra, anchoring the story. So the whole narrative arc is built around a single proverb. And maybe that these that proverbs generally do. We repeat them, we carry them, not knowing when they will speak back, but when they do, they may carry more wisdom than we never expected. This variant of the proverb-based tale was featured just yesterday on the Estonian Folklore Archives Facebook page, where we post a daily archival piece, Eratera, a grain of folklore archives, and as some of you may know, Wednesdays are often reserved for proverbs, so do follow us and become our friends. In conclusion, in Estonian realistic folktales, as briefly observed in this material, we see that proverbs most often appear at the end, either by storytellers or more often by collectors, much as Estonian scholar Pille Kipper noticed in a work on Estonian animal tales. This final position acts like a storyteller signal. It brings us back to real life, offers some moral reflections. Quite often, a proverb also appears in the middle, especially a moment of tension or crisis. There it serves a turning point, the moment just before the tide shifts, when the fate of justice begins to change. Much rarer is the use of proverb at the beginning of tale. In addition to the 3 tale types highlighted by Arvo Krikman as examples, where proverbial expressions are visible in the realistic tales, there are several others where proverbs occur Though in some of these cases, the presence of proverbs seem to reflect the storyteller's individual style more than consistent feature of the tale type itself. Some storytellers use proverbs frequently and creatively, not just as decoration, but to shape and give rhythm to the narrative. And so, these tales where the entire structure is built around a single proverb, like King and the Barber. Repeated like a guiding thread, it grows from habit into truth and ultimately anchors the meaning of the story. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Now, any questions or comments? Yes, over there, please. Right here.
Thank you, Risto, for this informative presentation. You said that in many fairy tales, the proverb is at the end of the story. And it came just to my mind, do those stories sometimes have some kind of pedagogical character? And is the proverb in those cases, in a way, summary of this pedagogical content?
Yes, it is very often like the moral conclusion of the storyteller or even the collectors, as our work group discussed. It may often be like the addition from the collector. And of course, it may also use this like strategies that was used in 18th centuries in the books and in the fable books. And it's interesting that also from the animal tales subgenres, it became to the realistic tales genre. But yes, it is.
Thanks. You actually mentioned that the fables, I suppose fables are very often model for them, and they have spread all over the world. So I thought that I found Indian proverbs, but they were Aesop's stories when I was in India. So I don't know how much, because in Finnish folktale we actually don't have that. And I was only when it comes outwards. So those, or have you found Pekka, Outi, in Finnish stories? No. So that's why I think it comes from Aesopus. Of course, at school books we can have, but they are not Finnish folk story. They can be, but then they have put it there. So Aesopus is still alive.
Yes, also in Estonian material.
Yeah, would you like to say something?
No, I'm agreed that.
Okay, very good. There's a question over there.
Oh, Risto, thank you very much for your truly exciting talk. You know, when the Brothers Grimm went through their various editions of the fairy tales, you know, starting in 1812 and then the 7th edition in 1857, Wilhelm Grimm, who happened to have liked Proverbs. So I've been able to show that as he changed from one edition to the other, he started integrating more and more Proverbs. And so to speak, creating the Grimm fairy tale style. But what I'm learning from you now is that in a way, he was actually recreating what the style was in the first place. Because you see, the Grimms had only short variants often, and then they made conglomerates out of it. And then Wilhelm started to integrate Proverbs because he felt that ought to be part of the tale. And you are showing that in your tales, you have the Proverbs at the beginning, at the end, in the middle, you know, and so that's just wonderful. It kind of helps to understand what Grimm was doing.
Yeah, yes, thank you. But actually, it's more complicated because in a material, of course, the Grimm has influenced a lot of variants, so often it seems that it may be also the Grimm's influence to the folk tradition back. But as the realistic tales, there is no so much plot in the Grimm's stories, so maybe that will really, maybe the storytellers and collectors had some like overall knowledge that you have to add it.
Thank you, really. I wrote down, I don't know, I'm sure, not sure if it was in this tale, that it was that one proverb was said as a habit, but became a truth. In the end, it was this. No.
Last
anyway,
one.
last one. Yeah. Anyway, I think it's so funny that it's kind of context making, strengthening the proverb, like with through this fairy tale or tale. So when it is repeated, that it is said in a habit, and then in the end, that then it becomes a truth, like a proverb. Yeah. Can you understand what I meant? That it's like proverbs are working like that. They are. We have them, and we just say them, but then in a real moment, something happens and it becomes a truth.
Yes, and it's like we know that we repeat something very often. It may become true.
But now,
Thank you, Alti.
Anyone else would like to ask something or make a comment? Well, thank you very much. And now I'd like to call Charles Masango, that is here, for the certificates. Yeah. Is it you? Could you stand over here, please? We're going to take a photograph of all of you. Here, you.
I'm the one who chaired that session. So
Oh,
I'm
here.
the one who gives out
Yes.
certificates.
Yeah.
For my session.
Good.
I'm the one to give out my certificate for my session.
I'm not saying no. Okay, it's mixed up.
Yeah, it's mixed up. Yeah.
That's not your session.
Yeah.
That is your session.
Yeah. Yeah. Ah, okay, sorry. Yeah. Oui, ça c'est pour vous. Oui, c'est ma sœur. Oui. Et non, ce n'est pas moi. Je n'étais pas avec vous. Okay. No. Yeah, no, you are in his group.
Okay, and now is my time. Now, can I call Risto Järv and Izabela Dixon, please, come over here, and myself.
Boa tarde. Boa tarde. Rui traduz, tá bem? Por favor, vamos ter às 6h30 o concerto, uma noite nostálgica na Igreja da Misericórdia. Portanto, agradecíamos que ao fim do dia pudéssemos de facto lá estar e para relaxar um pouco. Às 6h30.
6:30 p.m. we have a concert at the Misericordia Church.
Agora nós tivemos um momento lúdico também na sala ao lado durante o dia, que foi juntar produtos de beleza aos provérbios. Talvez alguns não tivessem notado, mas desde há 3 anos que fazemos esta parte de entretenimento. E, portanto, assim como tivemos ontem o vestido Bioco Tradition no hall de entrada, porque o Bioco é um vestido, um casaco da tradição do Algarve, desde o século XIX, XVIII, embora agora sob o ponto de vista de modernidade, e trouxemos uma professora da Universidade do Algarve, que ela própria é empresária para o Bioco, o chamado Bioco Tradition, e que esteve no hall e alguns visitaram. Nesta sala ao lado, hoje, trouxemos alguém que representa julgo que a empresa é americana, que é a Mary Kay, que é uma empresa bastante conhecida a nível mundial, que a temos também representantes em Tavira e que tem tido o acolhimento de juntar os provérbios no seu marketing, nos produtos de beleza. E trouxemos essa área também aqui desde há 3 anos. Portanto, este aspecto mais lúdico e de entretenimento também é uma forma de passarmos a nossa tradição do proverbial.
I'm shortly saying that this enterprise, we have representative persons here in Tavira, and we prepare this like some extra program, and
eu agradeço que a representante, que é a Ivone Silva, que é representante no Algarve, principalmente na zona de Tavira e Olhão, quer fazer um sorteio, enfim, com a ajuda da nossa Francisca, que já todos a conhecem. Rui, traduz, faz.
Now we are trying to give some gift from the enterprise to you. Okay. To also the announcement. First, as you know, we start Saturday morning just to a trip to Alentejo. And because we must start early in morning, between 7 a.m. and 7 and 15 minutes, and because at that day it's arriving a very big group, the reception told me to announce that all persons that are going to this trip, please, must pay your stay until tomorrow, and you must leave your rooms and put your luggage on the reception just because they need for next day, that means the Saturday, where we stay at Elva's Hotel, they needed the room. So after, when we come from the trip, we take, for those persons that stay here in Tavira, we will take the room again. Okay? So all persons that are going with us for the trip must pay all your stay until tomorrow, because they cancel for Saturday, and after we come again for those persons that continue at Tavira. Okay? And regarding the dinner for tomorrow, all is done. We don't need the list because we know the persons that stay here, so that's okay. All these persons are already inscribed. Okay, so please, it seems for us, and the reception recommend this, it's good that really you can leave your luggage tomorrow, only the things for to sleep that night, because on Saturday morning, maybe it will be very confused once they have some group arriving to the hotel. Okay? Thank you very much, and we wait for you at Misericordia Church.